There is no other race like this on the planet. Never have I been on a grid anywhere in the world, and Santa Claus arrives just as we go on air. Welcome back to the second part of the 2024 Lenovo Golf 12 Hours, and it is just a magical event. The grid is lined up for a 4-hour second part of the race, and the grid is lined up in the finishing order after 8 hours that we've already enjoyed here at the Yas Marina Circuit here in Abu Dhabi. And there's a grid walk going on. You can see just how busy it is. There are so many people that have been down here for the last half an hour or thereabouts, getting the chance of getting up close to these glorious machines that we drool over and dream of and are about to enjoy the sound of and the sight of around this magnificent circuit for the next 4 hours. Mark Werrell is down here. Have you ever been doorstepped by Santa Claus on a grid?
I've never been doorstepped by Santa Claus on the grid. I saw him in the paddock earlier on. I did not expect to see him coming up through the grid.
I'm very grateful to our co-commentator David Addison, who just said, don't be surprised if Santa Claus appears behind you just as you go on air. And lo, Santa appeared. Right, let's have just to dig through some of the detail of things, Mark, that happened in the first 8 hours. Firstly, cooler conditions than perhaps we were expecting.
Yeah, I mean, it's been so warm, as it always is this part of the world. But yeah, this morning you woke up, the ambient temperature was cooler than we expected. But what's happened every other day is that the light cloud that was there just burns off and we get the usual warm temperature throughout the day. That just wasn't the case today. It clouded over, it got a little bit breezy. It did eventually clear, but what, an hour and a half later, the clouds started to reappear again. So much cooler conditions than the teams, the drivers and the cars were probably expecting. So they'll have looked into that. They may well then appreciate that it might be an extra couple of degrees cooler in these dark conditions now that we've got, and they may well have changed the setups because of course, during this break between part 1 and part 2, the cars aren't under parc fermé conditions. The teams can work on the cars. So
the top 3, I think it was, were under parc fermé conditions for a few moments.
Short period,
and maybe a few technical checks took place, maybe a weighing or a ride height, things like that. But then the cars are released, and that's one of the things that makes this event so unique.
It is. So any car that's had a problem in part 1 of the race, it means that, you know, the teams can go to work in part 2 and make sure that the car is able to rejoin the race. Now, that's unique, but what that also does is, as David was alluding to, you know, this is very much aimed at the gentleman driver, the amateur driver, the bronze graded driver. It gives them more seat time. Rather than the car retire, as it would have to do in so many other formats, they can get the car repaired, come back out, and what happens? The bronze driver that's paying the bills, that is the customer, gets more seat time.
We need to have a talk about some of the stars of the first 8 hours, the Santalock Audis. You and David both picked these out as ones to watch before the race got underway, and you were right.
Yeah, I mean, you look at what Gilles Magnus was doing, Dennis Marshall at the wheel of the car that starts from pole position. No, there was no drop-off on that car. Even 8 hours later, it was lapping within half a second of the best lap that car had done all race, and that was the fastest car all race. What they also did was, not only were they consistent, not only was there no drop-off, they didn't make any mistakes. They only picked up one small additional 5-second penalty in one of their pit stops for track limits, whereas other cars picked up half a dozen 5-second penalties for track limits. So they kept their nose clean, and that's what it's about.
Alongside on the front row of the grid is the Optimum Motorsport McLaren. That's been clockwork as well.
It has been running like clockwork, and I think their strategy to try and get the bronze driver through nice and early, ensure that they met the minimum drive requirements as soon as they could in the race. That opens up the possibilities to use the higher graded drivers now for the 4 hours, and they are on the lead lap. Those are the only 2 cars that remain on the lead lap. Anybody else is at least a lap adrift of that. So we said at the beginning of this, key was be on the lead lap at the end of the 8th hour. It opens up then the possibilities then if you've saved your quicker guns for the second part of the race for part 2.
Hugely entertaining over the course of the final hour was the car which will line up in 3rd place, and that was Sven Muller at the wheel of the Porsche. He had a job to do. He was trying to unlock a lap that the car had gone down for the start of this race, because then any time difference would have been negated for the restart.
He was knocking on the door of getting himself back on that lead lap. He was within, what, 5-10 seconds of the race leader to try and catch him, and if he could get through, that would put him back on the lead lap. It was wasn't to be in the end. But the casing point is all about, they picked up a few 5-second penalties for track limits. The car that was on pole position only picked up one. I think they picked up two. So that was the 5-second difference that just kept them away from staying on the lead lap. So critical it will be. Try and stay clean in part 2 of the race.
Now, this year, we've seen the return of a couple of features of the Golf 12 Hours, which made it so unique for so many years. One is the gap. Okay, we used to have 6 hours and 6 hours. Now we've got 8 hours and 4 hours. Haven't had that for the last couple of years. And also, it's, if you like, the return of the pros, the pro-ams and the ams. And the ams were so impressive last night in qualifying and have been so today.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the car that's been largely, leading the charge and the pace of the GT3 AM category, the number 7 Herbert Motorsport Porsche. We were hugely impressed with them in qualifying last night. The grid was set on the average time across all of the drivers, and that AM car qualified on pole position. Amazing. They said that they didn't expect it. They were hoping that they might pick up a class win in the Gulf 12 Hours, the 14th running of this event. But to qualify on pole position overall was staggering. Unfortunately, all of the bad luck fell at the start of the 8 hours because Justin Blattner, on lap number 2, at the first corner, picked up a puncture. That dropped it from the lead of the race all the way to the very back because he had to limp around with that puncture. There was then a spin as they tried to recover. But here they are, 8 hours later, still only 1 lap down, and they went lap down in the first 5 minutes.
Incredible, isn't it? Absolutely incredible. You see, the stories are unpredictable at this event. It is also an event that everyone loves being at. People are smiling, people are enjoying it. They are here with families. They're having if you like, a bit of a celebration for the end of a year, end of a season.
I said in commentary, I think off mic this was today, but it feels like a bit like the last day at school, doesn't it? Everybody's here still to do a job, still to focus, but there's a hugely fun and sort of relaxed, it's a very unique atmosphere, isn't it? The lovely dinner that we had last night on the harbour side, the fact that, either way, no matter what happens, there's going to be a bronze driver standing on that podium, on the winner's podium, the overall podium later on. It's all geared towards the bronze, and I said in commentary, doesn't matter whether you look at this, whether you look at what SRO do, whether you look at any other endurance racing format, it only happens because of the bronze drivers. They're the guys, they are the customers. Without them, the pros wouldn't have a job. The bronze drivers are the ones that make it work. And that's what this event is all purely aimed at.
And of course, at 11:30 this evening, they'll be standing on that there podium, the Grand Prix podium, which just 1 week ago, probably, just a few hours ago, 1 week ago, played host to the final round of the FIA Formula One World Championship, and that's the podium that we'll be using tonight at 11:30. Mark, for now, I know you've got to sprint over to the commentary box. It's quite a long way away, and it's all underground that you have to get there. So I'll let you get over there to join up in the commentary box, and I've let you down very badly, David Addison.
Alan, Mark, thank you very much. Welcome back, everybody. Part 2 is almost ready to get underway then for the Lenovo Gulf 12 Hours, the 2024 edition of what always turns out to be a fascinating race. The grid is not quite complete. We've got one car that is going to start from the pit lane, all being well. Number 2, Audi, the Xavier Knauf, Gregory Servet, John Corbett, and to be started by Casper Stevenson Audi. They've needed a bit of extra time to effect repairs after part 1, so that car's going to start from the pit lane, but everybody else is good to go. And to finish off the point about Sven Muller, yes, he is a lap down, but if he's really brave off the start and gets himself into the lead of the race, well, he's unlapped himself. Then he's got to try and push on. It's not going to be easy, that's for sure. Dennis Marshall is going to start the pole car, number 25. And he's got sharp elbows. He knows how to keep Sven Muller at bay, and indeed they've been teammates at Rutronic Racing in a different championship over the course of this last season. But it's not quite a reset, but it is a grid that, although if you are laps apart, I'm afraid you remain laps apart, but if you are on the lead lap or on the same lap as the car ahead, whatever the time difference disappears, because you will start pretty much together when we go racing, and that will be in about 20 minutes time. The grid then based on the way they crossed the line at the end of the first part, at the end of 8 hours. There was one car that got a penalty, number 6, which did not do the imposed pit stop tally of 6 in part 1. That's the Ernst Kirchmeier, Mark Rosser, Giacomo Altwe, Roberto Merhi, Ferrari. That got a 3-lap penalty, so that drops 1 place down and, of course, loses laps. the imposed penalties, if you weren't here for part one, we better explain quickly. They are of 100 seconds each, so a minute and 40, and you have to do 3 of them in this second part. There were 6 to do in the first, 3 more to do, which effectively is at the end of each of the hours, but that's rather formulaic. You can, as long as you do them whenever, unless there is a safety car or a full course yellow period in activation. You can still pit them, but only if the pit stop is over 5 minutes in length, in duration, does it count as one of the so-called imposed, or if you prefer, regulation mandatory pit stops. So 3 of those stops have to be made, and ideally under green flag conditions. Number 51 Ferrari to be started by Giorgio Giotto, as it was in part 1. That car is currently in 6th place, and its target, the next car on the same lap, number 59 McLaren. The top 2, the front row effectively, are on the same lap. The second row are on the same lap as one another. And then the next 6 cars all on the same lap as each other. So there's a really good battle for 5th place in the offing. But Sven Muller will start number 16 Porsche, and he needs to be away like a stab rat to try to get himself up through the 2 cars on the front row of the grid. So as I say, there's that one gap for now, but number 2, Casper Stevenson, should join in from the pit lane. The grid now starting to be cleared, so everybody needing to be back into the pit lane, so that it's just the mechanics, the engineers staying with the cars. And one of the reasons for it being 8 hours and 4 is so that part 2 begins not late afternoon, but in the darkness. And therefore with the floodlights illuminating the circuit, and the Abu Dhabi Yas Marina Circuit takes on a whole different feel, as indeed does any circuit when you put the lights on and go racing it at night. But it is something special here because it is such a futuristic venue. The lighting is fantastic, and then you've got the W Hotel as well lit up as well. Alan.
It's like daylight, David. It is quite incredible. From the minute they switch the lights on, it is just like a seamless transition into nighttime. Dustin Blattner is with me. Dustin, first of all, qualifying yesterday for you guys was just spectacular. You couldn't have predicted yesterday.
No, it was quite unbelievable, to be honest. Yeah, I think it was just a really successful turnout from the 3 of us.
And I have to talk about that very unfortunate start of the race for the car, a puncture so early on.
Yeah, it was just really unfortunate because I feel like we had the pace in the beginning and we could have had a good turnout, maybe closer up front. But yeah, here we are now, and we're looking forward to competing with the overall.
It was unfortunate to get a puncture. How did the puncture happen, do you know?
Don't know, honestly. Coming up to start and finish, just had an alarm, and there was no pressure left, so I just had to take it to 80 kph back to the pits.
Right, okay, so now you get yourself ready for a 4-hour return to the race. Well, if it goes as well as the most part of the first 8 hours, this will be a good race for you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking forward to it.
Top man, get yourself ready. Thank you very much indeed, Dustin Blattner. So we don't know why the car had a puncture, unfortunately. However, they were one of the stars of the first 8 hours of the Golf 12 Hours.
Absolutely.
David, were they not?
Taking the words. In fact, Dustin Blattner has been a bit of a star all season in GT racing, whether it's been this weekend, whether it's been in World Challenge Europe Sprint and Endurance, whether it was Asian Le Mans last weekend. Right, Alan, grid is starting to be cleared, and that means that the tension is starting to mount.
I need to go. I've just realised I was surrounded once by loads of people, and now I'm surrounded only by team members and cars. So, yeah, and I managed to escape, David, speaking to Santa Claus down on the grid. So, thanks for the heads up.
Well, I thought for a moment you were auditioning to be one of his elves. You look perfectly suited to the task.
I could do the job, couldn't I?
Alan, for now, thank you very much. Right,
Thanks,
go and get yourself safe into the pit lane, where if he's not been busy enough for 8 hours, we'll keep him busy for another 4. And the podium to come at the end of the race. So this second element then, as I say, you carry the number of laps completed, but the gaps disappear between those on the same lap as one another. It will be a rolling start again. In other words, once the cars have completed the formation lap behind the lead car, they don't stop on the grid. The race, assuming that the race director is happy, will get underway. And Dennis Marshall for pole position is ready to jump on board the Santilok Racing Audi. Another new set of Pirellis arrive, but as we've been talking about, because in this event you can use tyre warmers, tyre ovens, quite often cars might pit at the end of the opening lap to put on a warmer set of tyres. The tyres they've got now will have lost some temperature by sitting on the grid. So don't be surprised if cars bail at the end of lap 1 to serve the first of the 3 regulation brackets imposed, closed brackets, pit stops. Number 69 there, the McLaren of Aaron Tellitz. That's the other car on the lead lap after a really good job by him. Good solid bronze job by Todd Coleman and Frederick Schandorf, who's the gold in that car, who was outstanding in the first part, and they've used him sparingly, so there's a lot of Frederick Schandorf to go in the remaining 4 hours of the Gulf 12 Hours of 2024. And in a few moments that car will get its Pirellis fitted. Aaron Tellitz will start. Sven Muller will start behind alongside Dustin Blattner. Benjamin Goethe will start alongside Giorgio Senagiotto. Louis Pret, as in part 1, will go for Garage 59 in number 8 McLaren alongside Benjamin Ricci. And as Sven Muller gets ready for Proton Hubert competition, he knows exactly what the task is at turn 1, and that is to do a full send up the inside and try and get the lead of this part, but more importantly put himself back onto the lead lap. He's also got to rather hope that Dennis Marshall somehow gets roughed up or has a problem, because at the moment that Audi is sitting pretty. Metronomic, dominant, ultra reliable, all sorts of adjectives used in part 1.
Yeah, it just didn't put a wheel wrong. The only small mistake it made was to transgress the circuit limits only 4 times over 8 hours. So it was pretty much squeaky clean all the way, wasn't it? And hence why, you know, it starts from pole position. It set the fastest lap in part 1. It was the cleanest car in part 1, and it was the most consistent car in part 1.
Copybook, really, wasn't it? I mean,
it was.
If you want to say to somebody, this is how you treat a long distance race, you show them that.
Yeah.
So the grid is now clear of almost everybody except the last of the engineers, who will be there for the 1-minute board and fire up the cars. Then they will head to the sanctuary of the pit lane. They're not done yet, though. They've still got another 4 hours of work. Hopefully, all they need to do are 3 pit stops. But for some teams, I rather suspect they might have a bit more than that to do. Number 2 Audi will start from the pit lane. It should be Casper Stevenson to go first, but they need a bit more repair time. So that will start once the cars have gone through on the opening lap of the resumption of the race, because although we call it part 2, effectively what you've had is a kind of race suspension at the end of the first part. You grid up, they've got a bit of repair time. Although it's a 2-hour break, because of the nature of getting the cars back to the teams and then releasing them to the grid, it's probably only an hour and a bit, really, of flat-out work.
Yeah.
You can understand why Haas RT want a bit more time, because while everyone else is sat on the grid, they're toiling away.
What's the problem with their car? It's just coming onto the pit apron now, by the way.
All they've said is repairs, technical repairs.
Right.
So it's a legacy of part 1, but to what extent I can't tell you. But they've used that extra 15, 16, 17 minutes to good effect.
They have, yeah. So, I mean, they were scheduled to be starting in 11th position, were they not?
Yeah.
So they've sort of dropped half of the grid as a result. But, of course, they are not starting at the very back of the race. They are still in 11th place in the race. Yes, they might have lost a couple of places to cars that are on the same lap as them, potentially. But they are, let's have a look. Yeah, they'll have lost 1 place in reality, won't they, to the number 88 Dragon Racing Ferrari.
Because that's the only car on that same lap.
Yeah.
That bell to start, which is the one occupant of that row of the grid now. So, yeah, they've got to get back up to number 88, but they've been able to do the work and have more time for that work. There's no further penalty other than starting from the pit lane. The Optimum team looking a bit busy still around number 69. More mechanics there than for anybody else, but gradually that is now a part of the grid that's clearing. Number 11 is going to be one to watch in the first stint. It is, relatively speaking, a long way back because it runs at 10th, but Davide Rigon is going to be the start driver in that, and as the winningest driver in this event, you rule him out at your peril. A lot can happen over 4 hours, so even though we're talking about cars being on different laps, it is not to say that this is going to be a grind for 4 hours. A lot can still happen. There were lots of unpredictables in part 1.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're very familiar with GT World Challenge Europe Enduro. You know, this is a 4-hour race. You know, it's about the same length as the vast majority of those, isn't it?
I mean, well, 3 hours for World Challenge Endurance, yes, although we do have a 6 and we have a 24.
Yeah.
An Asian Le Mans Series race, which some GT teams are in, is bang on 4 hours. And yeah, with these 3 imposed pit stops as well, there's the strategy to play with. The teams have already been trying to use sparingly their fastest drivers. And although we talk about these long-distance sprint races, we saw in part one that teams can still have problems. One of the Dragon Racing Ferrari's electrical problems, people had punctures, people out of nowhere got a vibration. You can never guarantee anything.
No, and that's why, not just you, spectators, listeners, drivers, teams love endurance racing.
Yeah, there's always more scope for more things to happen. So there is Matt Bell, ready to go. He shares with Wayne Boyd. I suspect we won't see John Schaumann drive again because as the bronze driver, he would have done his minimum requirement of 3 hours. Again, it's one of life's dichotomies for GT racers. They want as much track time as possible, but if you're the slower driver, there's no point being out there more than you need to be because you're compromising the result of the car. We almost need an extra 1 hour race for the bronze drivers in isolation, don't we, as a support race for the Gulf 12.
That would be good.
That for next year.
Would be good fun. But that needs to take place probably after the main race, just in case.
Or Friday night, or Saturday evening.
To give them time.
Give them time to recover, cars and drivers. Michael Laboda for the Audi there, operated by Simpson Motorsport. That had a really good, solid first part, didn't it? It got the odd track limit penalty, yes, but it didn't do anything wrong, really, in terms of reliability or no spins, no real problems.
No, it was just one of those that sort of, at no point did it really draw attention to itself, other than occasionally on the timing screen it would flash up that it had picked up maybe 1-2 penalties for transgressing the circuit limits, but it was nice and clean all the way through. There we can see the number 74 Castle Racing car of Andrew Gilbert. That was a car that had a few problems along the way. It was fuel pump issues that dropped that car down through the order. Andrew Gilbert made a little bit of contact. You can see the tape across the nose of the number 74 car where he got into the back of somebody heading down in towards the heavy braking area after the big long straight at turn 5 into the heavy braking area at turn 6. And he just sort of made a very small mistake, didn't he? And that caused damage both to his car and to the car that he hit that was ahead of him. But that's another car that had its problems, as did the number 6 car, David. That had a bit of a rotten weekend generally, didn't it? Mark Rosser had an off yesterday, and then we saw the car with brake problems very early on in the race. Yeah,
they've got little chance, I think, of gaining much more now, other than just affording the track time to the drivers. But yeah, they've had a litany of track limit penalties on top of a brake issue early on, and then, as I mentioned earlier on, this 3-lap penalty as well for breaching pit stop regulations. There are cars that will carry penalties into part 2. So the number 2 Audi and the 96 Audi we were just talking about, which is going to be started by Michael Laboda, they have a 10-second penalty to serve at the first pit stop for exceeding track limits in part 1. Number 17, which is the Giannone Fulgenzi Girondi Porsche, that's got 10 seconds for a pit stop infringement to serve, and 51 Ferrari, Giorgio Serna Giotto for AF Corsa, that's got a 10-second penalty to serve on the first stop for gaining an unfair advantage in part 1. So the penalties that couldn't be taken in the first part or have been applied after the checkered flag carry into part 2. So there you go, you've got already 4 cars that are going to have a bit of time lost in the pits, and that's before we get to the track limits that might rack up within part 2 anyway.
Part 2, the early part of part 2, yeah. I did wonder whether Giorgio Serna Giotto and the number 51 Ferrari would receive a penalty for the way that he gained that place later on, because it was sort of off track, wasn't he, and didn't give the place back. So I do get that one for sure.
And the track limits all tally up. 3 gets you a warning, 4 gets you a penalty, more than 4 gets you a bigger penalty. Until eventually the stewards lose their collective rag and throw the proverbial book at you. Number 92 is going to be started by Liang Jiatong, who was one of the stars of the GT4 race in Macau a couple of months or so ago, and he was the on-the-road runner-up by 8 thousandths of a second until a penalty was applied post-race. But the Chinese driver has gone really well thus far, and Liang Jiatong one to watch as ever. Good to go. The enthusiasm that the drivers have on the grid is palpable, and we then await instruction from race control. We are ticking towards 5 minutes to go, and therefore for the formation lap we will be underway very shortly. The teams are there, the officials ready to coordinate the start as well, and on the 1 minute board engines will fire up. The rolling start will be in business.
So do you think with still 4 hours to go it's largely a 2-horse race?
Depends what Sven Muller can do on the start to get himself back on the lead lap. It's a big ask.
It is.
But if he can do it, it's like the start of any race. All it takes is for somebody on cold tires to make a small mistake and run wide. Sven Muller's Porsche, it wasn't him at the wheel of it, but he had a car that was on pole position for the endurance race at the Nürburgring back in August. Hard work done in qualifying by 3 drivers, pole position achieved. First corner, out of nowhere, car from the 4th row of the grid, drills it, damage done.
Yeah.
End of race on lap 1. You do not know what is going to happen if you've got a hero behind you.
No, you don't, and you only need to look at some cars that made really good progress in the early stages of part 1 up through the order from where they qualified. Louis Pret went beautifully well, Benji Goethe went well, Paul Ivral at the wheel of the car that started at the very back of the grid slowly worked his way through the order at the wheel of the number 26 Santaloc Audi, and that car now in the hands of Benjamin Ricci starts 8th on this grid, having started the first section of the race in 24th position.
And the number 2 Audi that we were talking about starting from the pit lane, having its tyres fitted, so that will be good to go from pit out once the race gets back underway. Green flag then is shown. This is not the start of the race, this is the rolling start, and it is going to be Dennis Marshall on pole position, lining up alongside Aaron Tellitz. The second row of the grid behind Audi and McLaren will be a pair of Porsches, Sven Muller and the impressive Dustin Blattner, the best of the AMs. They will be the start drivers there. The third row of the grid, Benjamin Goethe lines up alongside Giorgio Giotto, who is carrying a penalty into the second part of the race. Then you've got on the 4th row Louis Pret in the next of the Garage 59 McLarens, and it will be Benjamin Ricci to start number 26 out of the second of the Santaloc cars. For Rinaldi Racing, Renat Salikov will start, and alongside Davide Rigon for Kessel, a row purely of Ferraris. 11th would have been Casper Stevenson for Haas RT, but that car will start from the pit lane. It's going to the end of pit lane now, as you can see. 12th on the grid is going to be Matt Bell, number 88 Ferrari. 13th on the grid, Mikhail Loboda for Simpson Motorsport, number 96 Audi, and 99 alongside Patrick Kolb, starting as he did in part 1 for Lion Speed, ahead of Andrew Gilbert, number 74 Ferrari for Kessel Racing. On his outside is number 6 Mark Rosser will go first for Racing 1. Then for the first of the Cup Porsches, we haven't really touched on this, but the Cup spec cars, Ghanem Salah Ahmadid will go first for the QMMF by HRT Performance team, and alongside him is Thomas Gosner. Then Liang Jiatong in the second HRT Performance Porsche, and the next of the Cup class cars alongside is going to be Andrea Gironi. Then Stephen Grove will go first in the much delayed after suspension damage number 4 Mercedes, and 42 Stephen Licorice, we are told, is going to be the start driver, even though he's not overly keen on driving at night because they lost so much time in part 1. He still needs to do a bit more in part 2, so Stephen Licorice is going to have to do the opening bit under the floodlights here. So 4 hours ahead of us. The leading car, not the leading race car, but the leading official car, the lead car as it's known, brings the field down now towards the hairpin at turn 9. Nice fast part of the circuit this, but then you've got not only a tricky hairpin, slightly banked at the end of it, but that in turn leads you to a very technical section, much slower, and although the track isn't any narrower, it feels narrow the next bit because of buildings around and above you.
Yeah, yeah, because you've come off so much of the circuit. At this point, you've done probably 3.5 kilometres around the circuit with huge amounts of runoff. Then all of a sudden, yeah, you get to the part of the circuit that's identical width, but the runoff disappears. It's straight into barriers or very little room before you then hit the barriers. It really does feel almost claustrophobic by comparison to the rest of the circuit.
Yeah, and although there is a standard regulation width for a Formula 1 venue, because you don't have the runoff, I mean, there it just feels vast. The road is the same width, but you'll see in a moment coming down underneath the W Hotel. This is going past the bar, which rarely doesn't have Mark sitting in it at the moment. The cars then come underneath the W Hotels, linked because of the two buildings, there's a bridge between them. And this is where, look, there's no runoff, there's a barrier, and it feels much narrower. We're ready to get part 2 underway of the Lenovo Golf 12 Hours. It is Audi versus McLaren at the front, but the one to watch off the line, that blue Porsche that starts third in the hands of Sven Muller. Sven has made a name for himself as very much a Porsche specialist. He's won the very, very competitive German Carrera Cup. He's won the Porsche Super Cup, the Grand Prix supporting Super Cup in the same year. He's raced in German GT, European Le Mans, Asian Le Mans, the World Endurance Championship, the Intercontinental GT Challenge, GT World Challenge Europe, Sprint, Endurance, always in Porsches. He's about to have to make the start of his life here to try to get himself ahead of that white Audi and onto the lead lap. 4 hours then, part 2 of the Lenovo Gulf 12 hours ready to go. The lights on the gantry change, we go racing. A great start by the McLaren and not a great start in contrast by Dennis Marshall. So it's going to be Aaron Tellitz who picks up the lead, but he goes deep into the first corner. Marshall fights back on the inside line, and as they come out of the corner, despite a slow getaway, I think the Audi have the better line. On board with Stephen Grove in number 4 Mercedes. It's all busy happening up the road ahead of him. But as they come down towards turn 5 for the first time, it is Audi back in front, and Sven Muller has got to be on his toes on this lap. He wasn't able to make progress at turn 1. He has a look up the inside at turn 4, 5, and he's going to get ahead, is he, of the McLaren. Now that Porsche has got to have good grunt in a straight line, but the McLaren has the drive off the corner, so Sven Muller's going to have to do this on the brakes at the end of the straight, down to turn 6 for the first time.
Yeah, and he's going to have to work really hard to try and make sure he built enough temperature into those brakes on the formation lap. Is he going to have a nibble as they head in towards turn number 6? No, he's not at the moment. So it is Dennis Marshall that leads the way at this stage for Santalok. Aaron Tellitz there in second position, and Sven Muller has not made the progress that he wanted to make in the early stages of this one. He still sits there third on the road at the moment, which means he is still that frustratingly lap off the lead of the race. Side by side further down through the order, and that is the number 11 Ferrari of David Arrigon going through and ahead of Giorgio Senegiotto, is it not?
Yeah, I think it was. So gaining ground then as the field wriggles its way up towards the end of the first lap of part 2, adding these laps to what they achieved in part 1, where the top 2 on the grid were a lap up. Good start by Aaron Tellitz, wasn't it? He was ahead as they came up to the timing line just, but then Dennis Marshall able to regroup and get back up the inside and take the lead. So at the end of the opening lap of part 2 of the race then, clock ticks on down. Here they come up towards the timing line. Dennis Marshall in the lead, number 25 Audi. Second is 69 McLaren in the hands of Aaron Tellitz. And then you've got Sven Muller then a lap down. The margin between the top 2, 0.6 per second. And as the field accelerates down through turn 1, it is Dennis Marshall now trying to build that lead. See who the heroes were on cold tyres. Aaron Tellitz, that we don't see a great deal of in Europe, and doesn't know the McLaren terribly well, having been a Lexus driver in IMSA, acquitting himself really well with that car. So now Sven Muller struggling to get past the McLaren, but equally, while Tellitz is defending from a car that's not on the lead lap, he's going to lose touch with the leader outright. Yes, he is, yeah. It was a poor first lap as well from Giorgio Senegiotto. He lost out to both of the Garage 59 McLarens, Benji Goethe going through, Louis Pret going through as well. And in the first sector of this lap, just to give you an indication as to how hard still Sven Muller is pushing, he hasn't been able to get past either of those cars that remain a lap ahead of him, but he has gone purple in the first sector, so he is pushing as hard as he can to try and see if he can get that car back on the lead lap. Absolutely right. So Sven Muller is staying on the back of Aaron Tellitz, who in fairness he's not really falling away too much from Dennis Marshall. Tyres coming up to temperature, which might now start to just change the situation that we have. Some will operate better once the tyres have switched on. Looking further back there, number 6 Ferrari goes through it in 16th place. Mark Rosser at the wheel of it. That is turn 9, that reprofiled a few years back, hairpin. And now, coming up through turn 12, 13, Dennis Marshall, the leader. He's about to disappear underneath the hotel, coming towards us under the Rolex bridge there, with Aaron Tellitz in second place. And Sven Muller, oh so frustratingly, matching the pace of the top 2, but a lap down. That's exactly, I suppose, almost back to where we were before we saw the checkered flag at the end of the first part of the race, because the Proton Huber Porsche was going superbly well towards the end of the race, keeping the pace of the front runners, closing in on them, and as he comes over the start-finish line, all of the top 3 have all done a 52.7 on that lap. And a 52.723 by Dennis Marshall, better by 100th than Aaron Tellitz, who was better by 100th than Sven Muller, exactly 100th between them, and each of the drivers had a absolute best sector. Sector 1 to Muller, Sector 2 to Tellitz, and Sector 3 to Dennis Marshall. Now, does Sven Muller keep pushing to get past the McLaren, or does he let the pressure off the McLaren and allow Tellitz to go after the leader, and then Marshall can be delayed by having to defend? Let's see, battle is on further back, Blattner versus Goethe. They are on different laps, aren't they? So Dustin Blattner is defending, but Goethe in a straight line. Those McLarens have got demon speed down that back straight, and Goethe will be ahead on the road at least by the time they hit the chicane.
Yeah, so he's ahead on the road, and that will get him onto the same lap as the Porsche that he has just got past. So he's unlapped himself in reality, and now that Benji Goethe has gone through, Louis Pret is trying to do exactly the same as well, and if he can get past that Porsche, again, that will mean that he unlaps himself from it.
Change for the lead.
Of the race, though, yeah, all of a sudden, Aaron Tellitz has gone through and ahead of Dennis Marshall. So it is back to McLaren that leads the way, and Alan Tellitz, purple sector 1, purple sector 2. Brilliant lap from him.
And Dennis Marshall, fastest lap of the race last time around, trying to stay with that McLaren, but Aaron Tellitz goes by and on his toes tries to build up the advantage. Now, is Marshall going to be able to fight back? And equally, can Sven Muller get himself now into a position where if he couldn't pass the McLaren, can he challenge that Audi? They've been teammates all season in a Porsche squad. Dennis Marshall returning to his roots because he was an Audi factory driver for a time, and closing back up under braking onto the McLaren coming out of turn 16 then. So up towards the timing line they come. New outright race leader then is Aaron Tellitz for Optimum Motorsport, McLaren number 69, the margin half a second. Dennis Marshall in second spot. That lap then, he junked about a second. I think he had a moment somewhere, maybe at the chicane out of our view, and it means that Sven Muller, who's done a personal best lap, was quicker again last time and is right there breathing down his neck.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from all of these. So 4 hours in this second part of the race at those 3 mandatory pit stops that they all need to do. Tellitz from Marshall, from then the car that's in third place on the road, and a lap adrift. Sven Muller still not being dropped by them either, is he? He is sticking with the task in hand, which is stay on the coattails of those front two. If there's an opportunity, fire the car up the inside and try and get yourself at least one position back and back onto the same lap as them. It looks as though Aaron Tellitz, though, is pulling away. It's taking the lead of the race. He is half a second up at the end of the lap that they've just completed. That included the overtake, but he's pulled a further third of a second in the first sector of this lap.
Yeah, to the eye, it's always a bit hard to gauge because I think the McLaren is so strong on that back straight, for want of a better description. And then on this section of the circuit, the gap never looks quite so big, but certainly that is where the McLaren seems to have the advantage. And Sven Muller still stuck behind that Porsche, behind the Audi of Dennis Marshall as they wriggle up towards us once again. But you can see that Marshall is not being able to stay on the back of Tellitz, certainly at the moment.
No, he's not, and he is not fully into the clutches of Sven Muller. Sven Muller still needs to close up probably another half a Porsche length to stand any chance of an opportunity to see if he can dive by on the brakes. He's just too far back, isn't he?
He is at the moment, yeah. But equally, all it takes is one ever so slight late break or a clipped curb, and Dennis Marshall's going to be easy prey. Muller then coming out of the turn 16 right-hander. That Proton Huber competition is so tantalisingly close to being able to achieve its mission. If it gets onto the lead lap, then it starts to become a really different story. But the race leaders now go by. So we have the McLaren of Aaron Tellitz ahead by not quite a second. It's 8/10 last time around. Yeah, what Muller needs is to be able to unlap himself and then a safety car, because that would pick up the overall race leader, not the leader of the part. So he'll be able to get his lap back by joining the end of the queue, but there's an awful lot of imponderables before that could happen. He looks closer to the Audi to me coming off turn 5 this time.
And he has just through the first sector gone quicker than he's previously gone, Sven Muller, and that was about almost exactly 0.2 of a second quicker than the Audi ahead of him. He's in the slipstream, but is he close enough again as they head up towards turn number 6? He shows the nose, but he's not going to risk it, not at this stage. He wasn't quite close enough, backs out of the move for the moment. Now the key will be good exit out turn 7, see if he can do something at 9.
Frustration is, this is what he wanted to do in part 1 at the end. Couldn't get there in time. Now he has got onto the back of the Audi, but the Audi isn't even the lead car. So you win some and you definitely lose some in the case of Sven Muller. The gap then as they come towards us is obviously going to stretch once more down to turn 9 there. You're looking at Ferrari versus Porsche, Matt Bell versus Patrick Kolb in the Lion Speed red and white Porsche to the inside line. Matt Bell currently running in 11th place, and Tellitz is most definitely escaping up the road, isn't he here? Dennis Marshall is having to think defensive rather than being able to attack and go after the car to which he lost the lead, the number 69 McLaren of Optimum Motorsport, which is fresh out of the box in part 2, just looking mighty.
It's looking brilliant, isn't it? And I'm trying to think through their cycle of drivers in part 1. I think Todd Coleman has probably done all of the driving he needs to do.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I think it's Aaron Tellitz and Frederick Schandorf, the quicker drivers, that can monopolise almost duties in this second part, 4 hours.
And Aaron Tellitz has just done the best lap of the race, a 1:51.694. So in these nice cooler evening conditions, the number 69 McLaren absolutely flying. And he's a second and a half up the road now over Dennis Marshall, who is still in turn, busy trying to fend off Sven Muller. Those two cars, again, split on the lap time last time by just 100th of a second. And once more, look, the Proton Huber competition Porsche right in the wheel tracks of Dennis Marshall coming off turn 5. But does that margin stretch? Muller staying in the wheel tracks. It was here a lap ago that you had him in the slipstream mark, wasn't it? But he wasn't quite able to make a dive. This time he looks a bit nearer and a bit more committed.
He certainly is closer, but is he going to be able to prise the door open? He tries, he's up the inside, he's going to go through and ahead of Dennis Marshall, who decides that for the moment, yeah, that's not a fight he needs to have. All it is the car unlapping himself. There is still plenty of work for the Proton Huber competition Porsche to do. All it's done is just gain a lap back, but it does mean that the car that is in second place on the road in this part of the race now only has one more car to overtake. But the first thing he's got to do is now catch Aaron Tellitz, who is going to be the best part of probably about 1 3/4 seconds up the road.
Depends rather, doesn't it, whether or not Muller can get away quickly from Marshall and catch up to the McLaren, or whether he's going to have to keep defending that place, because Dennis Marshall is still within a length as Muller flicks the car now into turn 12. This is 13 onto 14 coming underneath the bridge. And so Sven Muller hunting down Aaron Tellitz, but the margin between Porsche and Audi behind, I think, is starting to grow. I think Muller has done it. I think he's managed now to make good his escape in that final sector of this lap. So over the line goes the number 69 McLaren in the lead. Aaron Tellitz's lap there was a 1:52.2. Sven Muller a 1:52.204 personal best lap. So on track, Muller is quicker than the race leader now.
Yep, and that was a lap that included an overtake as well. So by the time he gets probably a clear lap this time through, he should really be able to turn the screw and try and close up the deficit that exists between the pair of them. As for the number 11 car in the hands of David Arrigon, 5 times a former winner of this race, he at the moment has got 2 Garage 59 McLarens that he's trying to get through and past, one of which runs in 6th place, the other one runs in 5th position, that being Louis Perret and Benji Goethe respectively. David Arrigon is at the moment a lap adrift of those 2 McLarens ahead of him.
There's not much to choose between sector times of Tellitz and Muller, but Sven Muller just ever so slightly the better, as down towards the chicane comes the Perret McLaren, which is the second of the Garage 59 cars, being chased by number 51 Ferrari of Giorgio Senna Giotto behind, and that means that Benjamin Goethe, ahead on the road, running in 5th place now, is setting off in pursuit of Dustin Blackner. We saw him wriggle away past a little bit earlier on in the race. So down to turn 9 goes Senna Giotto, and he is trying to hunt down Perret. The gap between them has really been hacked away at, hasn't it, over that last lap, because it was about 7.6 seconds. Now they're looking much, much nearer to one another as the cars come up towards the completion of the lap. Oh, sorry, it's not Senna Giotto, apologies, it's Davide Rigon, who's a lap down, but Rigon is up with Perret. So it's on the road, Rigon challenging, but he in turn is a lap adrift of the car that he's chasing. So Rigon is 10th, but illustrating his pace.
His pace and also his knowledge of the Yas Marina circuit. He has turned a very good number of laps around here at the Yas Marina, and a good number of those have always been at the sharp end of the order, whether it be in Ferrari 458s or 488s. He, I think, has won both of those over the years. His first win here at Yas Marina came in 2014, so that would have been where they, of course, were in a Ferrari 458 the last year that 458 won here.
So 10 years ago. That time around, Sven Muller was 0.3 of a second quicker than Aaron Tellitz, the man that he's trying to chase and trying to catch and then trying to pass to unlap himself. Number 2 Audi after the pit lane start, Casper Stevenson, still running in 12th place, bearing in mind that the order on the road from the restart, as it were, the resumption, is not the same as the outright order, because we carry on really where we left off. So if you've found yourself behind a car that's done more laps, then that's still got the advantage even if you overtake it, because you might not be on the same lap. So Tellitz and Marshall 3.3 seconds. The gap is certainly widening, isn't it, between the top 2 in the race, as again Patrick Kolb gets very, very committed on the inside and goes through, moves himself up past Senna Giotto then. So Patrick Kolb goes through on the road, but not in the order. That's just unlapping himself from that car. They're on different laps.
Yeah, he's 2 laps adrift, and now he's only 1 lap adrift, or 1.99 of a lap adrift.
Yeah.
And now for Patrick Kolb, the next of the cars that he's going to want to try and get through and past is another Porsche, which is Justin Blattner. And now Justin again, be interesting to see how much of a fight he puts up in this one, because this is the car in 4th place, coming under pressure from the car in 13th position. But of course for Justin Blattner, focus for them and Herbert Motorsport will be an overall podium if we can. But let's make sure we win GT3 AM, and to do that, don't want to get tangled up in battles that you don't need to fight.
It's a shame that Patrick Kolb's car lost a good number of laps very early on. A vibration brought it into the pit lane, and they had to get it into the garage in part 1 and almost rebuild the front of the car. That did for it. It went very, very quickly. After that, Patrick Kolb, who came out of historic racing, has adapted to modern-day GT cars very well indeed. Dustin Blattner just ahead of him as they come across the line. They're on different laps, as Mark rightly says, but Kolb has got the pace, gets up the inside, and Blattner picking his battles there. No point in defending, not fighting that car. Let it go.
Yeah, it's a different mindset, isn't it, to any other type of racing. You know, just because a car is trying to overtake you, you don't need to defend. You know, if it's not on the same lap as you, and it's not, it's what, 2 or 3 laps adrift, just let it go, because the race will come back to you. Fight the cars you need to fight. Don't try and keep cars behind that you don't need to fight, because all you do is slow yourself up.
And this is why you need a good engineer saying, right, the car that's directly behind you, you are fighting. The one behind that that's going to come up and get past you is lapping you. You know, you need to be giving your driver the right information so that he's not fighting the wrong cars at the wrong time. So, race order, number 69 McLaren. We have had a genuine change of lead, and it is Aaron Tellitz up front now by 3.8 seconds. He's getting away quite nicely. Sven Muller sort of matching him to the 10th, but not by enough now to really reduce the margin so he can think about a challenge. The Gosner family Mercedes has just gone past our window. That car had, I think, more stops than anybody else's in the first part of the race, and therefore runs 18th, and it's being chased by the car that's 22nd, which is the Toro Verde GT Porsche. In the meantime, Dustin Blattner still having to think about what he's racing against, because the battle he is in really is against number 59 McLaren, Benjamin Goethe. He can afford to let those 2 Ferraris go, but he doesn't want to compromise his own race, does he, by letting too much traffic go by. He's quite like a buffer, should that McLaren ever become a factor.
Yes, absolutely. So, at the moment, there's no sign on the shots that we're seeing of Benji Goethe sort of in the background of any of the camera shots that we can see. So, I think he's got enough in hand at the moment, hasn't he? The gap between the pair of them was...
It's a pit stop. It's
pretty much, yeah, pretty much a pit
much.
stop, yeah, between the pair of them. So through goes Blattner over the start-finish line, and still hanging on to the position. Giorgio Senagiotto is a lap adrift of him. Then you get the number 88 Ferrari, which is off that, and is a further 2 laps adrift in the hands of Matt Bell, the number 88 car. So all 3 of these cars, the Porsche, the red Ferrari, the white and blue and Dayglow yellow Dragon Sport Ferrari, all of those on separate laps entirely.
Now, the lead gap between Tellitz, McLaren, Marshall, Audi is up to 4 seconds. I'm interested to try and unravel whether this is the Audi not being able to match the pace of the McLaren genuinely, or whether they are quite happy to run to a different pace in this first part, knowing there is a long way to go. 4 seconds isn't much, but after the dominance evinced within part 1, it's just interesting that the gap is widening with Aaron Tellitz doing a really impressive job. New to the circuit, new to the car, new to the team, but getting on with the job really effectively indeed.
The car that started from the pit lane, which is the Haas RT Audi of Casper Stevenson. They wanted a bit more time to carry out the repairs that were needed in the carryover of maintenance issues from part 1, but possibly they might have done something that's been picked up on, because the team manager for that car is now being asked to report to the race director. So conversations are going to happen. Not sure what that might be about.
No, they did ask whether there was going to be any other drama if they started from the pit lane. They explained to race officials they needed more time, and they were told, no, you'll just be a pit lane starter, be ready to go. So in that respect, they have done it. Whether or not getting the car onto the apron without the wheels has been a transgression, or too many people, it'll be discussed and we'll find out. But at least the car is in this part of the race. Only 2 not able to make it into the second part. The damaged Lamborghini from ARC Bratislava, and with its electrical gremlins, the Dragon Racing number 77 Ferrari. Lead gap up again, 4.4 seconds. And last time around, Muller oh so fractionally quicker than Telitz. So still doing his level best to somehow get ahead of that McLaren.
Yeah, so he's every lap for the last few, the odd little exception in there, but he's been sort of a tenth or 2 tenths quicker than Aaron Telitz, but he's just struggling to close that gap. It took him probably a bit longer to get past Dennis Marshall than he would have liked, and by that time, Aaron Telitz has sort of checked out and disappeared up the road a bit, so all he's doing is just slowly chipping away, and as long as there's no drop-off, then he'll get there. But even if he gets there, which I think is a large question mark over it, can he get past?
Well, and also, when you start to put his co-driver, Sergi Borisov, in the car, I'm not convinced he's going to be as quick as a Gilles Magnus, nor as a Frederick Schandorf. I'm not saying Borisov is slow, but I'm not convinced he's as quick as the other two. So they're kind of really up against it on a number of fronts. All they can do is the very best, and that's what Sven Muller is doing right now. And as he here comes into turn 13, number 16 Porsche heads underneath the bridge, chasing after the McLaren of Aaron Telitz. They're on different laps, but it is oh so important for that Porsche to get itself onto the lead lap. Now, having said that about relative pace of the drivers, you've no idea what's up the road for that McLaren or for the Audi, or indeed for the Porsche. You know, there could be something that causes them to lose a big chunk of time. Then the Porsche's back at the races.
And all it needs is for the Optimum Motorsport car to pick up a 5-second penalty in the next pit stop that Sven Muller doesn't, and all of a sudden, when they cycle through that first pit stop, there we go, the overtake would happen. Here is Matt Bell having a good lunge on Giorgio Senegiotto. They, I think, briefly almost bounce off each other, but Senegiotto tries to hang on to the position as they head through turn number 7, but that was from a fairly long way back, Matt Bell, but Senegiotto left him enough room. Good, close, hard racing.
Yeah, we know that Matt Bell is very, very rapid and very committed, so he illustrates the point. Race leaders currently are on lap 244 of the combined part of the race. And the other Santa Lock Audi that was up and down the order in part 1 has lost another place, because now Rinat Salikov has got the Rinaldi Ferrari ahead of that silver Audi of Benjamin Ricci. So had a switch there. 51 Giorgio Senegiotto running in 7th place, and having fallen on the road behind Matt Bell's Ferrari. Bell still in 11th. His next target is, I'm afraid, a lap up the road, and that's Davide Ringon.
Yeah, so he has got huge amounts of work to do, but he'll stick with the task in hand, and already you can see he's starting to pull away from the car that he's just managed to squeeze his way through and past, Giorgio Senegiotto. But yeah, for Matt Bell, the car that he's catching has got arguably one of the quickest and the most successful drivers in the Gulf 12 Hour, without question, Davide Rigon. But as you say, he's pretty much a full lap up the road. Back to our race leader, Aaron Telitz, and we'll look in the background now. The Porsche is there. Sven Muller has as good as caught the race leader. Now remember, even if the Porsche gets there, it still needs to overtake to even get back onto the lead lap, because the car that's running second on the road in part 2 is still a lap adrift of the lead McLaren.
But on that lap, 6, almost 7 tenths of a second found by Sven Muller. So the Porsche edging closer. Aaron Telitz might be able to turn up the wick on this next lap, but credit where credit's due to Sven Muller. He's had this mountain to climb, hasn't he, for the last hour of part 1, for the time that we've had 20 odd minutes of part 2. But he's absolutely flat out doing his level best, and part of the problem he's got is that the balance of performance is so good. There's so little to choose between the cars.
Yeah, nothing to do it, nothing in there, is there? Yeah, the technical team behind the Gulf 12 Hours just making sure that they try and equalise the performance as much as possible. Matt Bell suggesting that he was a little bit unhappy with the way that the Ferrari had been dealt with overnight, but look at the lap times of the Ferrari. They are a little bit down on everybody else, but all the rest of it looks as though there's nothing to choose between them all. The one thing that always amazes me, you look at the drivers that are at the top of their game, like the Dennis Marshalls, like the Aaron Telitz, like the Sven Mullers. It's like any professional sport. They make it look so easy.
Absolutely right. And yet the commitment and the effort being put in is huge, no question about it. Aaron Telitz then has got to be millimetre perfect during this stint, so he doesn't hand any time back to Sven Muller, which would give the Porsche an opportunity to maybe unlap itself. Dennis Marshall, though, in the background, and that's the key word now, the background, he is certainly falling away. 4.5 seconds off the lead McLaren.
He's just having a look at the sector times. It looks as though Aaron Telitz has probably pushed a little bit harder on this one, or Sven Muller is just taking a little bit of a breather, because Sven Muller in the Porsche was slightly slower, not by much, by what, half a tenth of a second through the first sector, but he was slower by about 2/10 through the second sector. So gap had been coming down between the pair of them. This time through, I think the gap will have extended, not by much, but to the naked eye you can see there's a bit more Yas Marina real estate between the McLaren and the Porsche at the end of that lap.
True enough, so Tellitz over the line. He's still getting away from Dennis Marshall in second place, that is for sure, so that gap continues to go up. Now, we've had almost 25 minutes of this second part, and don't think as yet we've had any real dramas, have we? Nobody has been in the walls, nobody has had too many incidents. Not even sure we've had we have had one track limit warning, which is for car number 88 for Matt Bell, in fact. So he's had a driving standards flag. So Matt Bell is the first one possibly to have to think about a penalty. Davide Rigon being the other. The Ferrari drivers, having to get those cars by the scruff of the neck, they would argue, to overcome any BOP deficiency. But they're the ones that have already picked up warnings. But no one's got a penalty as yet.
What I do like with the Ferrari 296 and the particular long shot that we get from the camera that's situated up at turn number 5, as you can see straight down the exhaust pipes with the exit in the centre of the car, and there's this huge beautiful orange glow, isn't it, coming out of both exhaust pipes as you look straight down the hole in the centre of them.
Funny as well how engine notes have changed over the years. You always used to think of Ferraris with a real howl. Now it's quite a flat engine note, whereas the Porsche has a bit more of a howl rather than that old flat 6 noise. There to the inside of the Gossamer Mercedes goes the Ferrari 296. That is Davide Rigon's Kessel Racing run car, and he's gone by. So the hugely decorated Davide Rigon, he's won titles, he's won races, not only in Ferraris but single-seaters as well, away from GT racing. Goes through, gains another place on the road, hustles on now up towards turn 13.
He was a Super League Formula champion, wasn't he,
yeah.
Davide Rigon, for a period of time, which was the Panos-built chassis that ran a glorious-sounding V12 engine, wasn't it?
Yeah, the football themed single-seater championship. You drove for a football club, which some bought into better than others, and it lasted for 2-3 seasons. 2-3
seasons before it then became sort of a nation's car again, a bit like A1GP used to be, and then it disappeared, didn't it?
Yeah, yeah. But Davide Rigon switched to GT racing and largely Ferraris, and has made a great name for himself, great career he's had, whether it's been in this type of one-off race or in major championships. So Davide Rigon currently running in 10th place, and he is chasing after Benjamin Ricci in number 26 Audi. Lead gap now over 5 seconds between Tellitz and Marshall. And what about Sven Muller last time? A 52.5, a 52.7 for Tellitz. So Muller a little bit quicker, a little bit closer.
Yep, so just starting to edge up again on Aaron Tellitz, who continues to lead this race at the wheel of the McLaren. In towards turn number 6 goes the car that is propping up the top 10 at the moment, which is Davide Rigon. He's completed 243 laps, but he is the only car that is on that lap at the moment, so he needs to really focus his efforts. If he can somehow get a lap back, then all of a sudden he then becomes on the same lap as the likes of Benjamin Goethe, Louis Perret, Giorgio Senegiotto, Renat Salikov and Benjamin Ricci are all on that same lap. So Davide Rigon on his own on 243 laps, but plenty of cars on 244 if he can get there.
If indeed. So we've still got a long way to go, 3.5 hours, so a lot can yet happen. We've got the Porsche Cup class battle just having gone across the line, and that in turn will herald the arrival in a moment or two of the outright race leader. Aaron Tellitz has gone by, still being chased by Sven Muller, who is oh so tantalisingly close, but on that lap drops just under 1/10 of a second. So the gap stretches slightly, but as I say, all it would take is one late break, one lock-up from the McLaren, and Muller will be able to jump by.
Yeah, one little slide wide coming out of a corner, anything like that whatsoever. So Davide Rigon still continuing on his way. That car that we're looking at runs 6th overall. Back to Aaron Tellitz, and here you can see exactly what the gap is between himself and the car that is 3rd overall in the race, and still remains that frustrating lap down, only just off the lead lap at this stage. Unlike if IMSA Racing, if there were to be a safety car, there's no sort of free pass or anything like that in the Gulf 12 hours. So you've got to do all of the hard work to try and get the lap back. And well, I've got to say that you know, Sven Muller has certainly rolled his sleeves up, hasn't he, and got on with it.
Absolutely. And Proton Huber Competition should be very proud and pleased of what he's achieved, because he has never once given up, and actually he's got out of the car pretty much every time with a big grin on his face. You know, even though he didn't manage to unlap himself in part one, he was saying how much he'd enjoyed it, battling against somebody that he's been in the same team as this last year. Now this is a proper Porsche Cup battle, isn't it? This is like Carrera Cup Middle East or Porsche Super Cup. The three of them absolutely nose to tail. It is not necessarily a battle for position, because there are different laps between them. The third placed of these Porsches is actually the one ahead with more laps completed, but it's a proper fight, and very evenly matched the cars are.
Yes, it is. Yeah, the car that's second of them is the car that's actually running third in the Cup class, and the car that's third that we're looking at is the car that's there second in the Cup class. So they have sort of shuffled the order a little bit as we now get the first half an hour of part two done and dusted. So 3.5 hours to go. Probably still about 30 minutes away from starting to see the first of the pit stops. And what they can do, I suppose, if they want to, David, is divide it up pretty much equally in this second part. Whereas in part one you had 8 hours and only 6 pit stops to do. In part two, you've got 4 hours and 3 to do. So every hour you can come in.
It's a bit more formulaic, isn't it? Yeah. Matt Bauer under investigation for exceeding track limits. Now, there's not a great deal to investigate normally at this point. You've had your 4 warnings, and then it goes to the stewards, who will think about a penalty. So number 88, Matt Bell, we saw how hard he was pushing, and again, maybe having to drive the car overly hard, overly aggressively to try to make up for any BOP deficiency that he feels it may have, but I rather fear that Matt might be copping a penalty before long.
Let's just have a quick look. Oh, that was a decisive overtake, and the driver of car number 17, which was Andrea Girondi, did not want to do anything other once he'd seen he was about to turn in than get back out of the move and ensure that Sven Muller could carve his way through. Sven Muller busy flashing his lights. He'll want to make sure he clears all of these Porsche Carrera Cup cars before we get to the twisty stadium complex. So through has gone Adam Tellitz and cleared all 3 of them. Into the pit lane comes the 4th of the Porsche Cup cars, and that is Stephen Licorice, Dubai resident nowadays, who comes in towards the pit lane. This is the car that is running last in that class because of the many laps it lost when we believe there's a little bit of contact between Graham Mundy and a GT3 car just after we had cleared up one incident. He went off and thankfully found a little gap in the barriers. You can still see some damage to the tail end of it, but that car seemed to lose an inordinate amount of time for what would appear to be very little damage to it.
Yeah, it lost about an hour, didn't it, while they recovered it and dragged it back. So we're not entirely sure why that was, but anyway, the car making a pit stop now, which is either early with a problem or early because Stephen Licorice has now done his allotted drive time and they want to get somebody else into the car. But it looks like it might be a long stop. Alan is heading that way, and Stephen Licorice indeed is still in the car.
They were looking at left rear initially. They're now starting to look at other areas of the car. They've really asked him to put some lock on so that they can see what the front tyres are doing. I wonder if he's picked up a vibration or something like that. Now, the circuit was cleared of all of the pickup, wasn't it, in the brake? But, yeah, mechanic with light. Driver being asked to turn steering lock to left and to right, and that is not good. As for Matt Bell, things are not good. You were talking about it was under investigation. The number 88 Dragon Racing Ferrari off Matt Bell. 5-second penalty for track limits.
Which I think was inevitable, wasn't it, that he was under investigation. So that is our first penalty of part 2. So 5 seconds go to Matt Bell. That's to be served when he comes into the pit. So at the first pit stop, the car will be forced to remain motionless. Nobody can go near it for 5 seconds. That's monitored by the team. Once that is done, then we can get that pit stop underway. So in the grand scheme of things, it's not a huge amount, but it can all be quite telling. Just go and ask the team behind the number 16 Porsche, with 15 seconds worth of penalties accrued in the first 8 hours, and that's why they dropped off the lead lap ultimately.
Yep, absolutely. It's fine margins, isn't it, where you're pushing the car as hard as you can to a very fine margin, and all you need to do is go the wrong side of that margin and pick up the penalty, and all of a sudden here we are with Sven Muller. We're still working overtime to try and get back on the lead lap that arguably they shouldn't have been off had they not have had those drive-through penalties or those additional time penalties. Andrew Gilbert has managed to work his way through and ahead of the number 4 Stephen Grove driven 2C's Motorsport car. That is not for position because we've mentioned that car number 4 lost so much time with suspension issues earlier on. Alan, what news from the pits?
Unfortunately, it looks like the 42 Porsche is going to be pushed back into the garage for the time during the race. Jules Westwood has just been over and had a word with Steve Licorice, who's still at the wheel of the car, but now the dollies have gone underneath, the car being pushed back into the garage, and I'll see once they get the car into the garage if I can find out what the problem is. It's probably only going to be a quick grab from Jules. What's the problem?
Not entirely sure. Sorry. The overall's a strike.
Right, apologies that we've rather lost Alan at the end of the pit lane. So the car in the garage. Alan, when you're a bit closer to base, you might need to just tell us what Jules said, because I'm afraid we didn't get anything of that. Just a bit too far out of range, I fear. Right, we'll come back to Alan when he's able to relocate with the camera. So 42 in the garage, Stephen Licorice staying in the car, so at least there's optimism to get it back in the race, I guess.
Yeah, certainly, and hopefully it will be a fairly short fix. You know, you were talking earlier on, you know, that the Porsche Carrera Cup cars are fairly bulletproof. Hopefully it's just a very small little niggle that they'll be able to sort out. They've plugged in the computer and double-checking everything at this stage, just to see if it's throwing up any faults, but clearly Stephen Licorice was concerned, and he's got plenty of experience in long sports car races, not just here, but things like Nürburgring 24 Hour he's been out in the past as well.
Number 4, Stephen Grove into the pit lane. That might be to finish off his drive time, because it's relatively early for it to be an imposed pit stop. Davide Rigon is under investigation as well for track limits, so I rather fear there's 5 seconds heading Kessel's way also. Door opens, so I think Stephen Grove will bail, and therefore Brenton, his son, and Jules Gounon can take the car to the end. Alan, hello. News from the pit lane to us only, sorry, not for everybody else, is that it was a vibration, possibly a wheel bearing for Stephen Licorice, but they've got the car back on the pit lane. Right, so that car hopefully will be able to rejoin, and driver change goes for the 2Cs operated Mercedes AMG. So yeah, 42 Porsche will be able to get back out in a little while, even though it's a long, long way back.
Let's have another go with talking to Jules Westwood, who has just gone into the garage. Hang on, he's walking away from me. Jules, I'm afraid the radio mic didn't work last time. So could you explain what the problem was?
The driver thought that he had, well, he thought the front wheel bearing had collapsed or something. He had movement in the front, so he did a shake on the side and seemed pretty stiff, but he wasn't keen to go back out, so we brought it in the box, take the wheel off, have a look. It looks like there's a lot of pickup on the front left, which can be horrible. So I guess it's that. Either that or my lucky overalls are strike.
Let's hope that's what it is, eh, Jules?
Yeah, that would be fine. I think it's if you get pickup round here on the fast stuff, you don't clear it, it's horrible. And let's wait and see.
Let's just explain to people what that is. It's when you pick up bits of rubber that have been discarded by other tyres or debris or whatever. The smallest amount can cause a big vibration.
Yeah, so you imagine you lose a wheel weight, or you have too much wheel weight on your road car, and it vibrates like mad. It's like that amplifies. Obviously, the cars are going very fast, so you need to go a little bit offline and pick up a chunk of rubber, and it's like that, and it sits on that chunk. You still don't have any grip, and it feels like it rolls over on it, and it gives a vibration. So it is horrible when it happens, and it makes you wonder. I mean, I've boxed before in the past and said I must have a puncher, and Stuart Parker, if he could have punched me in the face and sent me back out, he would have done. He said, look, it's just pickup. So I've fallen foul of this.
You've had great training. Thank you, Jules. There we go, Jules Westwood explaining what was up with, hopefully what was up with Stephen Licorice's car. It's back out on track now.
Does this now give him licence to do the punching if he's now the team manager rather than the driver?
Yes, I suppose so. Yeah, yes. I think it does. Yeah.
Right, Alan, thank you very much for that. So Stephen Licorice has been sent back out. You've got number 2 Audi coming onto the pit lane as well now. So this is Casper Stevenson, started in the pits, and that's a relatively early stop, isn't it? 40 minutes effectively. It's the stint.
It is. Now, are they serving a time penalty? Are they one of the ones?
Yes, because they've got a 10 to carry over, I'm guessing, yeah, because part 1.
Only now does the refuelling start. Casper Stevenson is about to jump out, and it does look as though we're going to get a driver change with this one as well. And who have we not seen a great deal of? Gregory Sauvé, Xavier Knauf. Have to wait and see as to whom it is that is going to jump on board. It is Gregory Survey who has got the crash helmet on and now sprints his way towards the car. So, refuelling having been completed, new driver already on board, Pirelli tyres swapped over, and Gregory Survey will shortly be bringing the number 2 Audi back out onto the circuit. Now remember, that is just the first of 3 mandatory pit stops that need to be done, or imposed pit stops as they are officially called, in this second part of the Gulf 12 Hours. No longer a all-through 12-hour race as it has been for the last couple of years as part of the Intercontinental GT Challenge. It's now back to being a 2-part race, but all the previous iterations where we've had a 2-part race, it's been 6 hours, then a gap, and then 6 hours. So you split it in half. Not this time. It's 8 hours part 1, 4 hours part 2. Through turn 1 goes the number 99 Patrick Kolb-driven Lion Speed Porsche. That car is 7th in Pro-Am at the moment. The car behind it on the road is the number 92 car of HRT Performance, and that is Yang Jie Tong. That car is 2nd in the Cup class. Now what we have seen is that even the Cup class cars have had some brilliant straight line speed as well. On occasions, the Cup class cars getting back past the GT3s again, subject to setup down the straight, but of course they don't have the braking ability to the same degree. They certainly don't have the same aero development as the GT3 cars, so through the twiddly parts, and there's plenty of those here at Yas Marina, around the 5.281 kilometre circuit, or just over 3.25 miles. It's 3.281 miles in the current configuration, since it was subtly reprofiled in 2021. So Aaron Tellitz has already chalked up 253 laps now. Over the last few laps, we have seen Sven Muller start to lose a little bit of time to him. I'm just looking for where Sven Muller is in the background of the shot. So here comes Adam Tellitz over the start-finish line, about to complete lap number 254. And there is Sven Muller, yeah, pulling away, isn't he? Having picked up a place, he has gone through and ahead of Aaron Tellitz. I think probably while we were talking to Jules Westwood in the pit lane, that took place, because Sven Muller has done the job that he was tasked with, and that is get the car back on the lead lap by the look of things, because he looks as though he is now ahead of Adam Tellitz. Let's just have a quick look, exit of this corner, if we get a long shot. Yes, he is, absolutely. Proton Huber competition on the lead lap, not by much, by what, the best part of 100 metres, but that is exactly what they needed to do. Now, they still need to keep ensuring that everything has gone green, possibly, because let's have a quick look. You know, if they get the safety car out, the safety car would pick up the race leader, wouldn't it? And Sven Muller would be able to join the back of the queue. So maybe if we did have a safety car, yeah, that would now suit Sven Muller potentially. So he's back on the lead lap, not by much, but he's still got work to do, which is to ensure that he laps the next little bit of traffic that is ahead of him. That will be one of the Ferraris, and he should be able to do that possibly at turn number 9. It's the number 74 car by the look of it, which will be Andrew Gilbert for Kessel Racing. So he's going to squeeze his way through and up the inside. Let's hope that Andrew has seen him as they head round through that part of the circuit. And we've got a slowing Garage 59 McLaren, that looks like, out on circuit. There is a problem for it, and what is that problem? Let's just have a quick look. We're looking at the number 17 Porsche having a bit of a moment heading through turn number 5, and was there then another issue? So the number 17 car looks as though it's just a spin and is circulating back as it was, but I thought I saw a McLaren starting to slow out on circuit there. Just keeping an eye on the sector times. Yeah, Benji Goethe lost about 3 seconds in Sector 1 and at the moment has not come through Sector 2. So the number 59 Garage 59 McLaren has stopped at turn 5 and then has continued again, is the information that I'm hearing. So that's Benji Goethe, who was running in 5th place overall, and also that now means that he loses the GT3 Pro-Am class lead as well. That is now inherited by the sister car. Louis Pret, the number 8 machine, goes through to pick up the lead of GT3 Pro-Am. Now, what caused Benji Goethe to stop, I don't know. Alan Hyde might be able to make his way in the direction of Garage 59. We've had a spin for car number 17 down at turn number 6. We've just had a bit of a moment also for Thomas Gostner in the MP Racing Mercedes down at turn number 6. Is there anything out on circuit? Let's have a quick look. That car, yeah, just didn't seem to stop. Brake too late. You could see the car was, I think, briefly locking up on the ABS as it came in towards the corner. Different settings on the ABS, but you could just see it was leaving some Pirelli tyre marks there as it was trying to anchor up, but I think that was just a small mistake from Thomas Gostner that cost that car. As for the Garage 59 McLaren, it is not anywhere to be seen, and there, that's turn 12, heading towards the W Hotel. That's Mark Rosser at the wheel of the number 6 Ferrari that's now had a moment. So you can see the tyre marks where he's slid sideways. Now, has he come round through turn number 10, turn number 11, which are both very fast right-hand kinks, and lost the car? Let's have a quick look. Comes round the corner, loses the tail end of the Ferrari, slides sideways, and then clonks the rector-cell barrier in almost an identical position to an off that we had yesterday in one of the sessions, David.
Yeah, and he's taken the rear wing off the car by the look of it, hasn't he? So there is damage, certainly, and let's see whether he can get going. Alan.
All we know about the 59 McLaren is that the problem is around the engine, and they've brought the car in. It's come to a stop. It's on the dollies. It's about to have the car swung around and reversed into the garage, but there is some kind of an engine problem for 59 McLaren.
Right, okay. As 25 Audi is in, and number 6 Ferrari has got going again. It has taken off the rear wing, but it is still moving.
Yeah, when I saw that car heading down the straight after turn 5, I could tell that it was slowing because it had moved offline and didn't look as quick, but I also did think there was something in the engine compartment, because when you looked underneath the car, it looked like there was a breather that was on towards the right-hand side of the car. You could just see something, whether it be steam, smoke, fluid, coming out of that breather on the right-hand side.
Worried faces from Garage 59. Worried faces from McLaren also in there as well, as they try and decipher what the problem is. So the first round of pit stops then cycling through. Dennis Marshall has been in and gives way then now presumably to Gilles Magnus. They're the two fast drivers, so they want to maximise then in this stint. And the gap was coming down anyway, wasn't it, between that and the McLaren, which is also in the pit lane. So number 69, which was the leading car in that opening stint, has pitted. Sven Muller, in the meantime, in number 16 Porsche, stays out. It's all rather crowded now down in the pit lane, where AF Corsa and Racing One all try and merge. And again, the dollies have to go under 51 to get it into the right place, rather than it being stuck in the queue. Garage 59 mechanics, having put the car into the garage, coming back onto the pit apron. Let's wonder whether they're having to address any liquid that may have come out of the bottom of the car. Looking at the Racing One number 6 Ferrari, then up on the jacks it goes. That's the car that has just pitted after the damage sustained by Neil Rosser, and there is quite a lot of liquid out of the bottom of 59 on the pit apron, we understand, as well. So that's going to have to be sorted, but it might be a long stop, might even be a terminal stop, sad to say, for number 59 with oil down on the pit apron. Number 6 goes to its box as well, because they need to put a new rear wing on the car. 51 Ferrari driver change. Giorgio Senagiotto gives way. And there's going to be a full course yellow in 20 seconds time. 20 seconds away from our first full course yellow of part 2. Now I wonder whether it is oil on the road. If a lot of oil has come out of the bottom of the McLaren in the pit lane, it may well be on the track as well, because I don't think there's another car that needs retrieving or any bodywork to retrieve, unless it's to do with the tyre barrier that the Ferrari hit. We'll find out, because we've gone full course yellow then. So full course yellow is instigated, and those cars that have just served a pit stop are nicely placed now, because that will go against number 16 Porsche, won't it? Because it can't do an imposed pit stop under full course yellow or safety car unless they stay in the pit lane for 5 minutes, and that's even more time lost that they can't afford to lose, having dropped off the lead lap already. The full course yellow is indeed to dress oil and clear debris, so it might be a long one, this. If that McLaren dropped oil all the way around the lap, then there'll be a lot to clear. And equally, if that McLaren has dropped that much oil, it's rather hard to see that it won't have done a lot of mechanical damage and thereful be in a position to rejoin the race. So I'm a bit nervy now for the future of 59. So officials trackside have identified this. More are coming into the pit lane, incidentally, such as Porsche number 17. Those that were in the pits before full course yellow, of course, can get that stop done and then go back out. But it is the regulation now that if you are going to serve a stop, it's got to be 5 minutes or more. And confirmation that 59 was losing liquid. So that's been reported by the teams operating the cars that were behind 59. And now the full course yellow is called. So this might be quite a lengthy one, relatively speaking, while the road is cleared and the oil is treated. So we'll have a look around the circuit and see where it is mostly. I wonder whether, in fairness, it was oil on which Mark Rosser spun rather than him getting it wrong on his own. He may have just caught a bit of liquid and suddenly the car snapped away, because it's not a part of the circuit you see many people go off at. So there is the clear up of oil in the pit lane. That's down to the team to try and soak up and mop up the liquid spilt by the 59 McLaren. And while that's going on, other engineers at the back are trying to work out why it's lost the liquid and indeed what they can do about it and whether the car can go back out into the race. It shows you how quickly things can turn, doesn't it, after that car was looking so strong early on. Alan.
And in the meantime, Andrew Kirkcaldy is pacing around the car. He's the one that told me that that was what the problem was. And he's got his hands sort of clasped behind his back and probably doesn't want to talk to me, but I might see if I could. I'm really sorry, Andrew. At many points in our careers, I've asked you questions at inappropriate times, but I need to know, do you know how terminal this may potentially be?
I think it's fairly terminal, yes. I don't think there's much oil left in it. So, yeah, the engine's gone. I don't know the reason why, but that's just the way it is.
I'm sorry, Andrew. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks for just giving us a bit of an insight. I did rather think that it wasn't going to go any further, in which case what I might try and do is try and have a chat to a few of the drivers, because it had been going oh so well, hadn't it?
They had, absolutely, and those McLarens were looking quick. And I suppose now the concern is if it can happen to one, whatever it is, could it happen to the other? So they'll want to have a look at number 8 on its next pit stop. 17 is in for Andrea Girondi to serve a pit stop. But yes, as I say, Alan, it might well be a good few laps, this. So if you do find people, they are all yours. We haven't had a Gossamer update for a while. I know they're not at the Garage 59 end of the pit lane necessarily, but the Jolly Gossamers, it's normally around this time of the race that they start wearing their toucan-adorned clothing, isn't it? Which is another trademark of the Gossamers. So there you just saw the green Mercedes heading down from turn 5. That is the Gossamer car. 17 has to sit there now for effectively 5 minutes before that's allowed back out, so it can tick off an imposed pit stop. Alan.
Oh, Benjamin Goethe, I don't want to talk to you at this stage. It's very unfortunate. How early did you find out?
Actually, not too long before we retired the car. It was going well, and then suddenly started losing power for about half a lap, and then oil started spilling out the car, and that's when I knew there was a serious problem. So, yeah, very unfortunate.
The massive disappointment about this is that the race had been going to that point oh so well. The car had pace. All the drivers were performing at the best, and such a shame leading.
Yeah, actually the car was really mega until then. My teammates and my team did a great job. You know, we were just controlling the lead in that stint. Pace was good, I felt, and yeah, it's a shame it had to happen whilst we were leading the race, but happens.
It happens, and it's all part of the motorsport experience, isn't it?
Yeah, it can be cruel.
I tell you what, there could be worse places in the world to be retired in.
Yeah, at least it's not freezing cold England. So.
Exactly, you're absolutely right. Benjamin, thank you very much indeed for talking to us. A big disappointment as the team have now completed the mop-up operation, but that's just on the apron in front of the garage and into the garage. how much oil is out there on the circuit, well, I think it might be a slightly longer operation.
Indeed. And Alan, while you're waving technology in front of the camera, what is on your Apple Watch at the minute? Is it a Gulf 12 Hours logo, or are you in Hello Kitty mode?
Oh yes, it is, but I could change it very quickly if you like.
No, that's absolutely fine. We like that. We're impressed.
I'm very corporate.
Very.
And just a little reminder of what the time is back in London as well.
Splendid. There you go. Everybody should have that on their Apple Watch. The Gulf 12 Hours logo.
That was what I did about 6 o'clock this morning. I need to get a better life, don't I?
I'm finding it hard to argue. Yeah. The number 16 Porsche is in, and we've gone safety car conditions now. So number 16 Porsche, I suspect, probably had to come in rather than brave it out any longer, thinking, well, it's going to be a long stop and we might be struggling on fuel soon. So the safety car will allow the car's pass that it does not require and then scoop up the leader, which is number 69. Sven Muller staying in number 16, isn't he?
He is by the look of things, of course, because that car's pitted when we've gone full course yellow or safety car. I think, as you were alluding to, it's got to be a minimum of, was it 5 minute stop now, in reality, from pit in to pit out. Anything shorter, it won't count.
Or they, as you can see, blast away, but still have to do another pit stop.
Yeah.
Still have to do another minute and 40. So you can pit, but you don't count it towards the tally. What that does do is put a fresh set of tyres on and see whether they can roll the dice and get the car up the order. So that pit stop, you see, was 1 minute and 22. So they've just bought nearly 20 seconds over the Optimum car, which came in just before we went to full course yellow. So they've rolled the dice to try to get back onto the lead lap by doing that, but they do have another pit stop
that they've got to serve
later on.
Yeah.
So this is where the strategists earn their corn, and at Proton Huber competition, they're trying desperately to buy back lost time. They're into the pit lane. Another of the Ferraris.
That's Racing
One car, isn't it? Yeah. Seems to have spent a lot of time in the pits over the race. The good news here is that Mark Rosser is now out of the garage, so repair work done and they can send the car back out. I was suggesting that, in fairness to Mark, he may well have hit the oil rather than losing it on his own. If he suddenly caught something slippy on that part of the circuit, that would explain why the car snapped away.
Well, in quick succession, we had the spin for the number 17 Enrico Fulgenzi Porsche. We then very quickly had a car running off the road, Thomas Gosner under braking into turn number 6, and then we had the spin for Mark Rosser, all within literally 2 or 3 minutes of each other. So yeah, I do wonder if they might all possibly be related with the retirement, I'm afraid, of Benji Goethe and the number 59 Garage 59 McLaren,
which by all accounts has got quite a hole in the engine. So Andrew Kirkcaldy was saying, it's very terminal. There's not much oil left in it, and that's that. So there's mopping up in the pit lane. There's been mopping up on the track as well.
So some of the engine internals decided to become external, did they? Yeah.
Sad to say. Bearing in mind that Garage 59 are sort of staying here for a couple of 3 days to do some testing. That's the last thing the team needed. So we have 69 McLaren then leading the way, and that is the car behind the safety car right now. Number 25 Audi is right back with it, isn't it now, because the margin is nothing at all. So Gilles Magnus at the wheel of 25. He's benefited really by this yellow period, hasn't he? Because from being 5 seconds back at one point, number 25 Audi is most definitely back in that lead battle now.
Well, yeah, just 0.4 of a second adrift as they come over the start-finish line under these safety car conditions. Still, the Proton Huber competition Porsche will remain still on the lead lap, but has now dropped to 3rd place and is, again, under safety car conditions, 7.7 seconds back. And also now Herbert Motorsport, Dustin Blattner, have managed to get themselves back on the lead lap as they continue to lead GT3 Am at this stage. The car that leads GT3 Pro-Am, of course, is the second and now sole remaining Garage 59 car in the hands of Louis Pret. And still leading the Cup class is the number 91 Porsche from QMMF by HRT Performance that still leads that. And that leads that fairly comfortably at this stage by 6 laps.
Crikey. Dustin Blattner, you say on the lead lap, but he hasn't pitted. So that's partly why he's on the lead lap. And a bit like Sven Muller for Proton Huber competition, the Herbert Motorsport car therefore owes us an imposed pit stop.
Yeah.
But at least Muller, for the moment, is in contention. Optimum and Santalot both were in just before that yellow came out, so perhaps they read the runes a little bit better, thinking, gosh, it's got slippery and there's a car off the road, let's chance our arm here.
Let's chance our arm, yeah. If that's the case, it certainly worked, didn't it?
Definitely. That's 42 after its prang in part 1 and its vibration in part 2. Stephen Licorice still at the wheel, trying to tot up the driving time. Others ahead you could see weaving around, trying to get the tyres back up to temperature or keep the pressures up as well. Number 6 has rejoined, still with Mark Rosser at the wheel, so after that big scare, undaunted, back out he goes.
Yeah, it was just a light touch with the barriers, wasn't it? The Recticel doing absolutely its job, but if you look down that side of the car, yeah, you can see a few little dusty marks down the door of it, but other than that, there's no obvious signs of much dint to the bodywork or bits of wing having come off the car, so he largely got away with that one. But that would have been a very quick snap sideways, wouldn't it? At that point, round through turn 10.
I wonder if the rear screen's missing just on top of the engine, the engine cover. But other than that, they put the rear wing back on, which is what it really needs for the aero, and sent him back out. That's that swan's neck way of attaching the rear wing, like the Porsches have and others, where it's anchored on from above rather than underneath, which therefore disturbs the aero more. So the field now under safety car conditions, and assuming that the track is clear and the speedy dry is down to soak up the spillage, then we can start to plot the resumption of the race, with many but not all having served a pit stop, some having timed it right, some having served a pit stop but not, that counts towards the tally of 3 of minute and 40-second pit stops.
Yeah, it is a big old roll of the dice. If I remember correctly, back to last year's race as well, did we not have the car that ultimately won it, which was the Group M Mercedes, that made a pit call and just got to the pit entry line just before a safety car came out. Yeah. Another car pitted on exactly the same lap, but was literally about 2 seconds late getting over the line, and therefore that pit stop didn't count.
Yeah, because we were concerned when we saw it on pit lane that it had stopped at, if you like, the wrong time. Yeah. But they'd gone across the safety car line just before the call came, so it was legit, but by the skin of teeth.
Yes, but the car behind, which did it literally a split second later, didn't get there in time.
No, exactly. Yeah. Now, I'm just thinking about the Porsche. It's now 6.6 seconds off the lead, back onto the lead lap. This is the Sven Muller number 16 car. If a flying lap is a minute and 51 and a pit stop is a minute and 40, and you apply that gap as well of 6.6 seconds, it could just about, if it stays up on the tail of the Audi, it could do a pit stop and not drop off the lead lap again, couldn't it?
Yes.
So
yeah, potentially, yeah.
Although it has to make an extra pit stop over the other two still, they might be okay to keep it on the lead lap. So that car's chances have picked up a bit.
But even through all of this, the reason that they are in that position and not at the sharp end is because of the extra time they had to spend in the pits compared to others because of track limits.
Did 69 get any penalties at all in the first part?
I don't recall.
I think it did.
I don't recall. The only thing it did do, it did an extra stop, didn't it? Purely when we're under full course yellow and safety car to get the bronze back in again, to get the timing going.
Yeah, the so-called bronze burn. Safety car in this time then. So Aaron Tellitz, the race leader, over Gilles Magnus. Well, it was Tellitz who was really good in the first stint to get himself up into the lead of the race at the expense of Dennis Marshall. Let's see what Gilles Magnus can do, or whether he's going to have to fend off Sven Muller, or indeed whether Muller can get past one or both.
Well, he's certainly had the pace because he got through both in the earlier stages, and now he will be desperate to see if he can do the same and try and build a little bit of a gap again. But as you say, he's done a pit stop, but it won't count.
So now, with the lights out, saying the safety car will peel in, Aaron Tellitz slows the pace right down, and he will bring the field down towards turn 12, turn 13 very shortly, getting them towards the resumption of the race, and then try and steal a march over Gilles Magnus. He'll decide when to accelerate, and once you go, you've got to keep going. You can't go and slow because of the carnage that will create behind. So Aaron Tellitz will commit and accelerate away. You can see number 2 of Gregory Servet there being a little bit slow away, but I think Aaron Tellitz now does pull the pin as he accelerates up towards the right-hander of turn 15, down towards a green flag this time around, And those two getting away from the opposition, and that means that Sven Muller in the Porsche, number 16 in third place, is still stuck in the traffic. Over the timing line they go, race back underway, and number 16 Porsche has a lot of traffic to try to get through. This ain't great news, I'm afraid, for Sven Muller. Change for the race lead at turn 1, because easily through on the inside goes Gilles Magnus. Aaron Tellett slots back in behind him. He might be able to try to retaliate, but I think Magnus is away and gone, because he's already 2 lengths of the good coming out of turn 3.
Yeah, well, it was certainly looking good, wasn't it, for Adam Tellitz once the race had started to wear on, but that safety car period has really brought Gilles Magnus back into it once more, and on this restart he's straight away out of the box. Good progress also being made by Sven Muller, who has nearly picked off all of the traffic now. He's just trying to get past Patrick Kolb, who runs a little bit wide heading out of turn number 5. Then he's got the sole remaining Louis Perret-driven McLaren from Garage 59 to deal with. As soon as we've gone back green, David Arrigon decides that it's time to conduct one of the pit stops. So the number 11 Kessel Racing Ferrari resides in the pit lane at the moment, in the hands of the 5-times former winner. And for Sven Muller, he is just desperate to crack on with it. Chops straight across the nose of the number 99 line speed Porsche of Patrick Kolb. He's taking no prisoners. He needs to crack on with it. He lost time through the traffic because there was back markers between himself and the front 2, and they're getting away.
Yeah, and Kolb there was a bit overly aggressive, I think, bearing in mind he's on a different lap. He was trying to get up the inside of Muller and almost made contact. And look, he's on the attack again. Patrick Kolb is a proper attacking driver, but sometimes he's attacking for the wrong reasons. He is going after Matt Bell, but they're on different laps, of course. Coming now up towards the W Hotel. Aaron Tellett's trying to build that gap, and Sven Muller elbows out trying to get through the traffic as the field heads now up towards the end of the lap. The leader is under investigation for exceeding track limits. So Aaron Tellett, having just been praising number 69 for part 1 and not having any dramas, now it's under investigation, and that normally goes only one direction. So 25 Audi leads on the road now, and 69 one fears might have a penalty brewing in the system.
Into the pit lane comes Benji Goethe at the wheel of the Garage 59. Sorry, into the pit lane comes, I should say, Andrew Gilbert at the wheel of the Kessel Racing car. Matt Bell is in for Dragon Racing. Santalock and Benjamin Ricci head in towards the pit lane. Rinaldi Racing and Renat Salikov into the pit lane. And Dustin Blattner, who we said was due to give us a pit stop, is in at the wheel of the number 7 Porsche that was there in 4th position.
Right, so that's 55 Ferrari. Also back down the pit lane has come 42, and the next warning flag has gone to number 51 and Marco Pulcini. That's the Herbert Porsche that has come in. So this can be a legit imposed pit stop. It's happening after we've gone back to green, but at least that means it can be 1 minute and 40, not the 5 minutes, and a driver change due as well, presumably for Alfred Renard to take over.
So it looks like a brand new set of Pirelli slicks going on. Santalock going to work, cleaning the windscreen, changing the Pirelli tyres, swapping over the drivers as well. And there's that Jim Pla that's getting back in that car. Let's just have a quick look. I think it might be looking at the crash helmet. So we'll wait and see. So pit stops all going on. Into the pit lane also came number 55 on that lap. That's the car that's running in 6th position. Renat Salikov was behind the wheel. Couldn't tell who the ingoing driver was on that one, but you would like to think it would be David Perel or Philippe Fernandez-Lezard, because those are 2 drivers that have sort of been saved up a little bit for part 2.
Yeah, I think they've not used very much of Lezard nor of Perel, so you're right, either of those makes sense. In the meantime, the race leader is about to rack up lap 263, and the margin between Audi and McLaren is still only 0.7 of a second, so it's changed back in favour of Santalock. Now, Sven Muller, having had to get through the traffic, is still 6.4 seconds away. That last lap was in the 53s, as it was for the 2 ahead of him, but he needs to be trying to somehow turn up the wick if he can. Away goes 55 down the pit road. Renat Salikov, having brought the car in, a winner in Asian Le Mans last weekend at Sepang, and actually Magnus trying to build the gap, but again Aaron Tellett's doing his best to go with him. Interesting, isn't it, how good he was to get past Dennis Marshall and build the gap, and yet here on that restart straight away Gilles Magnus goes through, and there's not much Aaron can do in retaliation yet.
It's Christian Hook that's gone out in that Ferrari according to the screens that we're seeing, so I can only imagine that he hasn't quite reached the minimum driving period as yet, because otherwise that's a strange call, isn't it, when you've still got some quicker guns that you can fire into that car.
42 for a penalty, it's away. Stephen Lickerish having brought the car in. down the pit road he goes. Race leaders in the meantime heading up towards turn 9, and Gilles Magnus trying to build the gap in the first sector. He was actually a fraction slower than Aaron Tellett, so the Optimum McLaren is certainly not giving up. Good battle going on here, not necessarily for position, but it's spectacular as the family Gosner Mercedes runs a little bit deep into turn 6 ahead of Mark Rosser in the Ferrari, and 92 Porsche in on the act as well, now with Liang Jiatong at the wheel. Thomas Gosner, the patriarchal Thomas Gosner in the Mercedes, and just being able to fend off the traffic as they come up towards turn 9, but eventually I think he gives up the unequal and gives the Ferrari of Mark Rosser racing room on the inside.
Yeah, Mark Rosser up the inside at turn number 9. Thomas Gosner, the 67-year-old Italian, head of the family, letting him go through. So that is position chained on track. Ernst Kirschmeier.
Right, leaders have gone by. 7/10 is the margin, and that last lap from Sven Muller is quicker than Magnus, but not as quick as Aaron Tellett. So it's kind of concertina. Garage 59's number 8 McLaren has arrived into the pit lane. Louis Pret at the helm of it. There it is. So that car serving the first stop of part 2, first of the 3 that it's got to do.
Yeah, amazing. Through the camera under the lights, it looks as though it's light blue and pink, doesn't it? But that is definitely Daylo orange.
Yeah, looking out of the window.
Yeah,
very orange. The Rofco colours, the Gulf colours, and the rather aggressive mouse on the side of it. Right, so that car ready for new tyres, and we'll see whether or not there's going to be a driver change. I can't see anybody standing by yet, so I think that's going to be Louis Pret staying in that car, because really he and Adam Smalley are the 2 faster drivers. So I think we'll probably have seen the last of Alexander West and Philippe Pret, having done the bulk of their mileage in part 1, if not all of it in part 1. So Louis Pret stays on board. New tyres and wheels going on, and this is now the focus of attention for Garage 59, the surviving car with the demise of number 59.
Yeah, of course, this is the car that was leading GT3 Pro-Am before it came into the pit lane. That honour should probably go the way of the number 26 Santalok Racing Audi now, I would imagine. So we'll have to wait and see as and when the timing screen settles its way back down again once you've cycled through these pit stops. You were talking about erstwhile race leader under investigation. Confirmation now, car number 69. Aaron Tellett, Optimum Motorsport, have picked up a 5-second penalty for track limits, so they might only be 7/10 of a second shy of Gilles Magnus in the race-leading number 25 Santalok Audi. But come the next pit stop, they'll be 5 seconds further back.
Absolutely right. So we'd better stop praising people for being good on track limits, hadn't we? Because we did it to 25. We've done it now to Optimum as well. So just as we got excited about the Santalok Audi in part 1, suddenly the warnings came, and we've done it now to the Optimum McLaren in part 2. The gap is widening to the eye. That's Patrick Kolb in. He had a penalty, I think, to serve as well. So now the team goes to work with the fuel, and we'll see whether Patrick Kolb is going to stay in that car. It's a real shame that the Lion Speed entry lost the 5-6 laps early on in part 1, because after that it's been reliable and it's been quick.
It has, yeah. It's been very, very quick, there or thereabouts. But yeah, damage was all done, wasn't it? It took quite a long period of time to take the front off the car, to replace some bits off the part they'd taken off onto the new part they were going to put on, then to bolt it all back on, and it was the best part of nearly a dozen laps with all of that taking place. Alan Hyde still remains down there in the pit lane. What news, Al?
Well, I'm going to have a chat to Adam Smalley, because we've not spoken to him so far during the race, because presumably, Adam, in the nearly 9 hours that we've had of the race, you've been terribly busy behind the wheel of the car.
Yeah, so busy. I've only done 40 minutes so far.
40 minutes?
Yeah, in fairness, a big thank you to Philippe and Alex. Those guys have done a fantastic job. We saw a good opportunity. We made an amazing start, 10th to first on lap 1. And then from there onwards, it just opened up the opportunity to run the bronzes. So we managed to get those guys out of the way early, and then it's down to us to finish the race.
So you become quite busy at the end of the race?
Yeah, very busy. So Louis in now for the next hour, and then it's a double for me to finish. So yeah, fingers crossed we can bring it home.
Did you know that was always the plan? I mean, keeping yourself bright and alert for the end of the race, it's not the easiest job in the world, is it?
No, if you look at my watch, well, I've not got a watch on, but I've been up since like 5:30, 6, and I've only done 40 minutes. So that's my point. When did they tell you? Because, I mean, you could have come in about
about half-five-ish, couldn't you?
I know, yeah, but I'm really looking forward to it. It should be a good finish. As you know, anything can happen in this game, but the car's good, seemed a good place. Louis doing a fantastic job, so yeah, fingers crossed.
So the only thing that I sort of have to temper the excitement is obviously there was no warning that your sister car was going to all of a sudden do what it did.
Yeah, we don't talk about that. We don't know what's happened there. No, that's something gone wrong, unfortunately, but completely out of their control. So I feel really, really sorry for those guys who were doing a fantastic job up until that point. But yeah, sometimes that's motorsport, and it is unfortunate, but everything crossed for us, and we can bring it to the end.
I have to ask the question, your first Golf 12 Hours race, I bet you've never been to anything quite like this, have you?
No, it's cool. It's good. It's a nice sort of relaxed environment compared to the likes of GT World Challenge, but it's mega to be in the class, fighting at the front with these guys. Yeah, it's mega. I just really hope we can bring the team the result they deserve.
How many races have you been to where they, on the Saturday night, just after qualifying, you have a little barbecue, waterfront laid on for you?
Yeah, it's cool. It's nice. You know, finished qualifying yesterday, a little barbecue, then off the bed. But it's cool. So yeah, big well done to all the organisers. It's been a fantastic weekend, and yeah, hopefully we can make it on a high.
We'll be cheering you on for the last 2-hour stint. Well done. Thank you very much. Adam Smalley down here in Garage 59.
Yeah, the busiest man in Abu Dhabi, isn't he, honestly? And I like the way that you managed to ask him about you could have got here at 5:30 without a hint of bitterness in your voice. Oh, you did it so well, Hyde. Brilliantly done.
Adam should be used to barbecuing at the side of the sea. He lives Blackpool way, doesn't he?
Yeah, that direction.
Yeah, that direction, yeah.
Right, 92 Porsche, which has been one of the key cars in the Cup class, is in. It's second in class at the moment. Liang Jiatong has brought the car into the pit lane. We've got a new personal best lap out of Gilles Magnus in number 25 Audi. He stretched the margin by a gnat, really, hasn't he, up to 9:10. So we're nearly at the 1 second mark. Sven Muller is doing his absolute utmost, but he's just not quite being able to reduce the margin enough. I think he needs a bit of help from the traffic, and it might be coming because here, look, Tellitz is stuck behind Stephen Licorice.
Yes, he is, yep. So that's coming out of turn 6 and towards turn 7. But I think there's not just Stephen Licorice between Tellitz and Sven Muller. There's also one of the Ferraris as well, which I think might be David Fubinelli's car, the number 11 Kessel Racing car that is between the two. Yes, it is. Yeah, I can see it's the black and red number 11 now that's there between the pair. So there's still those extra bits of traffic that Sven Muller will need to deal with, and he's not really even in the background of that shot as yet, is he?
No.
He will know on the radio, though, that the car ahead of Alan Tellitz still has to serve an extra 5 seconds in the pits come the next pit stop, and he's only 6.8 seconds ahead.
But equally, he can't stay in that car for the entire 4 hours. He's going to have to give way to Sergei Borisov at some point.
Yeah.
Now, Ralph Bone is in the AM leading Porsche in 4th place. We know that Ralph Bone is a shiny bronze, so they're still using him rather than putting Alfred Renauer into the car, and Ralph Bone way ahead in the AM class. Why wouldn't you, I suppose, really? They've got a big lead, and he can still do good lap times.
Well, I suppose the one good thing with that being a car that's in the AM class, there's no minimum driver period because they're all on the same page, aren't they, in reality? Here we're just seeing almost a little bit of contact there. Matt Bell really squeezing David Fubinelli towards... No, Matt Bell really squeezing Marco Pulcini towards the very edge of the circuit. It was almost contact Ferrari to Ferrari there. Yeah, but for Herbert Motorsport, they can do what they want, really. There's no minimum driving time applicable because they are all bronze class drivers.
Renauer as well, yes, because it's an AM. Personal best lap for Paul Everard now in 26 Audi. Personal best for Thomas Gossner as well. So the ever-enthusiastic Gossner's getting a bit more pace out of the number 58 MP Racing Run Mercedes.
So Dad's got the bragging rights then, hasn't he?
He has, yeah.
At the wheel of the 58 Mercedes.
Yeah. So Aaron Tellitz then running in 2nd place. He is now over a second back, but he's still pushing hard, no question about it. There is Ralph Bone, one of the 2 bronzes to go with silver Alfred Renauer coming out of the chicane, and he's on the back of Matt Bell. So Bone's still well clear in the class as into the pit lane comes, that's 91, isn't it, which is leading the Cup class. Oh, Khanim Salah Al Madheed at the wheel of it, and a driver change will take place. The HRT run car of the Qatari team, ready to go back out at the end of 1 minute and 40 seconds, which is the regulation stop time.
Yep, so they'll count that down. And everybody has been really good. Have we seen any more joker stops have to take place because they were within a second of being too short? Just the one in part 1, wasn't it?
As far as I know, yeah, I haven't double-checked all of those,
yeah.
But I haven't seen many other instances where they've cropped up and had to be notified to the organisers.
Which is in stark contrast to last year, where we did have several fall over that, yeah.
But I think maybe because it's not part of a championship, like we were discussing in another context earlier, you know, people are a bit more relaxed about it. They are slightly less on edge. We've got, I think, Santaloc's 26 might need a joker, and others were doing short pit stops under full course yellow and safety car, and they weren't imposed pit stops. It didn't really matter what the time was.
As quick as you can, yeah. I mean, Santaloc, we're only, if they're short, they're only just short by a few thousandths, aren't they? So we are 1 minute 39 from them. We don't know how many thousandths after that there are, but it is timed to the nearest thousandth. We just don't see it displayed. So if you are within 0.999 of a second being short on the minimum pit stop time, then you can do it once, and that is your joker pit stop. If you do it again for a second stop, that's too short. 140 seconds from pit in to pit out, then you start to pick up penalties.
Number 11 has had its last pit stop as a joker, and interestingly, Santaloc have said car 26, second joker used. So you allowed one per segment.
Begs the question, doesn't it, for which...
I'll let you research for a moment.
Yeah,
while just to have a look at what's going on track. The lead gap between Gilles Magnussen and Aaron Tellitz is 1 second, and Sven Muller still there in third spot. We're looking at Ralph Bohn, who is currently in fourth, but a lap down. He's the first driver off the lead lap now in the AM leading Porsche, and behind him is number 74, which has gone back to Fran Reda, the Spanish driver in the Kessel Ferrari, and Reda carving his way through on the inside. This isn't for position, but at least the Ferrari goes ahead on the track.
In answer to your question, I think Santaloc are trying it on.
Oh, okay.
Right, because the regulations state, should the numbers of or duration of any imposed pit stop time for any car be shorter than that specified by the organisers, then the following will apply. A, up to 0.1199 seconds shorter will be considered a joker stop without penalty for one imposed pit stop only throughout the entire 12 hours.
Okay. Okay.
You're not going to get a second one. But according to their request,
hold that thought.
Their second one. Unless the regulations have changed since my version was issued, it's probably 2.5 weeks ago now, so yeah, there may well have been a subtle amendment to it. So here we go. Herbeth Motorsport and Ralph Bohn coming under pressure from the next of the cars that is behind it. And this is the car that is second in the GT3 AM category, attacking the car that is leading the GT3 AM category. But there are 3 laps different between the pair of them, so it is purely the number 2 Audi trying to unlap itself from the car that leads the class at this stage, and therefore, again, it's not a fight that Ralph Bohn needs to have. Let the Audi go. It is 3 laps adrift of you. Well, it's now 2 and a lot, but not quite 3, so let it go. Let it go. It gets one of its laps back, but that's all. You were looking for something else, were you? Could you find anything?
Just hold that thought, okay?
Right,
about the joker pit stop. I'll come back to you.
Right. Okay.
You open this can of worms.
You've sent a request off to somebody else in race control.
Seek clarification, that's all. That's all. But if you see a bus, it might be heading somebody's way.
Right. Okay.
See if we can throw anybody under it. Brenton Grove you're riding on board with. This car badly delayed in part 1 with suspension damage. It lost 20 laps plus, didn't it? And it's a real shame because Grove, father and son, very quick. Brenton, his son, and Jules Gounon as the third driver. I think it was probably most people's tip for the win, but circumstance has most definitely gone against it.
So it's Audi, McLaren, Porsche, McLaren, Audi, Ferrari. The top 10 as things currently stand. That top 10 includes the top 3 in GT3 Pro, which are the top 3 overall in the race. The car in 4th place leads GT3 AM, and then the next 5 cars are all in GT3 Pro AM at this stage. We've still got the number 91 Porsche leading the Cup class. Ibrahim Ali Al Abdelghani. So that is running down in 15th position and still comfortably leads that class as well. It is, what, 4, if not 5 laps ahead of the next car in that category. Getting some good onboard shots of Brenton Grove working hard at the wheel of the 2Cs Mercedes that still is down in 21st position. Is really very much a case of, oh, what could have been for that car. Just light contact between itself and another competitor, not of their own making as well, but caused front suspension damage to them, and by the time the car had been limped back into the pit lane area by Stephen Grove, and then had been repaired by 2Cs Motorsport, then all of the hard work and what they were looking to try and do all came undone because they rolled the dice. They tried a different strategy in part 1 of the race. If you weren't watching, they got one of their pit stops out the way nice and early, and then they got their second pit stop done just as everybody was taking their first almost. So they were always one of those imposed pit stops ahead. So it was looking as though, you know, that strategy would sort of play out over the 8 hours, but just wasn't to be. What was it? 3-4 hours in where they had that suspension trouble, and that was what lost them all of the time, and means that at the moment they've only completed 250 laps. Race leader is 22 laps ahead of them at this stage. 35 minutes away, David, from being halfway through part 2 of the race.
Again, time marches on, doesn't it? As we would therefore be heading in 35 minutes to the end of that hour, we can start thinking about pit stops again.
Yeah, you're also 2.5 hours away from packing things up and having to dash to the airport for your flight home as well.
Well, there is that, yes, but a lot can happen in 2.5 hours.
So Brenton Grove looking to try and squeeze his way through and head past Ralph Bone, but again, Ralph Bone doesn't need to have that fight. The Porsche from Herbert Motorsport lets the next car go. The next car then that's going to attack him is going to be the AF Corsa Ferrari in the hands of Marco Pulcini, and again, that's another squabble that Ralph Bone doesn't need to have. That is purely, again, a Pro-Am car getting past an AM car, and again, there's still, between those two, a full lap difference. So even if the Ferrari goes through and ahead, it is still the best part of a lap adrift. Back to our overall race leader, Gilles Magnus. He's still not that far up the road, is he, from Alan Tellets, who sort of did lose a little bit of ground, but he's now sort of stabilised, hovering around a second, hasn't it?
Which will probably do them, won't it? Because they are therefore always in the mix. Admittedly, the McLaren will drop down on that next pit stop. It'll lose 5 seconds, but what's to say that the Audi won't hit trouble at some point? We're getting improved lap times all the while, aren't we? Fran Reda for number 74, Paul Everard getting quicker and quicker in the other Santa-Lock Audi. The gap to the eye does look as though it's stretched a little bit. Yeah, it has, 1.4 seconds now, so about half a second or so lost that time around. The McLaren falling away, and Sven Muller is 5.6 seconds back, so on that lap he was quicker than the two ahead of him.
Quicker than the two ahead of him, and now only 4 seconds adrift of the McLaren that's going to have to stop for an extra 5 seconds come the next pit stop as well. But as we continually say, you know, we've still got this cycle of drivers to go through. So for the number 69 McLaren, they still have the very rapid Frederick Schandorf up their sleeve that they can drop into that car, whereas for the number 16 car, once Sven Muller drops out, he is arguably the quickest of those drivers in there. Sergei Borisov, as the silver, you would expect to be the second quickest.
Yeah,
so
indeed.
He's the next one that they'll try and utilise.
Marco Pulcini has had a spin at turn 12 and is continuing, but has lost time on that lap. Marco Pulcini then is 7th, but has fallen away from Paul Everard. So the race leader is on lap 274, and Gilles Magnus getting up to the traffic. The Gossamer's ahead. I think he got a bit of aero wash there as he caught the Mercedes in the middle of turn 9, and it looked like the Audi drifted out wide. That is the recovering Pulcini after his spin. Gets going again at turn 12 in front of the W Hotel. Back on track and rejoins. So no damage done and just a bit of time lost.
That's almost the last little part of that complex where you can afford to have a spin, not clonk the car into the barriers.
And gets a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits, as also does number 74, which is the Gilbert Rueda Saturn Tiracool Ferrari, and also does number 91, which is the Porsche Cup Class 911 of Al-Madhid, Al-Khalifi, Abdelghani and Hanses. And there is number 17 off the road of Patron, Enrico Fulgenzi, whose team it is. And that's looking a bit terminal to me.
It certainly does, yeah. I'm not quite sure exactly where that is. The Gosners are in as well, so into the pit lane comes Thomas Gosner, having set the fastest lap that car has done in the race not that many laps ago. But the number 17 car stricken out on circuit at the moment. Yellow flags remain, and that is at turn 5, is it not? So as he come over the top and the crest at turn number 2, 3 and 4 and something's let go, has he had a spin? But the car is not going anywhere, and just the body language instantly will tell you that Enrico Fulgenzi knew that that car was not going to be able to limp its way back around to the pit lane.
No, indeed. Thomas Gosner bails from 58, so it's not going to be David to replace him, because you can see him standing in the garage with one of his daughters. So 58 serving its stop, the MP racing car. And now we wait to find out what happens to number 17 Porsche, whether it's an electrical gremlin, that Carina fire up, get going again, or whether or not we're going to have that car retrieved with
Manuela.
Maybe the race being neutralised.
Here's Manuela,
Yeah, Manuela Gosner getting in the car. So she will take the next stint. As for car number 17, still stopped out on circuit, sorry David.
So Gosner ready to get back out into the race. The number 17 Porsche remains stranded for the moment. There's no call yet that it's going to have to be neutralised. Hopefully that can get behind the barrier. But it's hard to see it coming back from that, isn't it?
It is, yeah, and that is a car that had been running third in the category. So that gives a glimmer of hope to the Porsche that lost all of those laps earlier on, which is the number 42 Toro Verde GT car. It's still got plenty of laps to try and make up to overhaul the tally. What is it, 22 laps adrift of that car that's just been pushed back behind the barriers, but you can more than do 22 laps in the next 2.5 hours. So we could as yet see a car that lost loads of time earlier on in the race back onto a potential podium in the Cup class.
Possibly so, possibly so. So we've had the number 17 Porsche run out of fuel once, we pretty much worked out, didn't we? And so I don't think it's the same again, because that was only about 37 minutes of a stint, or sorry, 37 minutes now, so 35-ish when it stopped. So can't believe it's fuel this time. It's now been pushed behind the barrier. Now, if he can get it going from there, Enrico Fulgenzi will certainly try, and if anybody can get it going, I guess it's the man that owns the team. But I'm a bit concerned about that car. I'm not sure we're going to see a great deal more of it. I hope I'm wrong in saying that, because we want as many cars circulating as possible, especially as that's a kind of honorary Middle East team. It does its racing out here, doesn't it, in the Pro Car Middle East Series. So it's a kind of, despite very Italian drivers, it is an honorary Middle Eastern team.
Yeah, there was no obvious sign of any damage to it. There was no obvious sign of any steam or smoke or anything. It just makes you wonder, was it an electrical issue? So it will be towed back to the circuit via the service road. And that's the one good thing about this particular circuit, is that there is a perimeter road which you can get vehicle access pretty much all the way round. It doesn't necessarily track the exact shape of the circuit all the way round, but it does allow recovery crews, once the car is back behind the barrier, to get car, driver and everything else back into the pit lane without having to go along the circuit.
Yeah, it's a long way away at turn 4, and it's on the outside. I'm trying to work out where the tunnel or the bridge is to get it onto the middle, but yes, it'll get there.
It will get there. They'll probably have to go around the outer road to come over. Yeah, that's a very good point, actually. Yeah, so how would they do that? It's on the outside. They would have to go all the way round, would they not?
Almost out of the track and come back in.
And come back in again, yeah.
So it might take a while, is what we're saying. 25 in the meanwhile. Gilles Magnus goes through that incident zone and is now 3 seconds clear of the Optimum McLaren, which in turn has got this 5-second penalty to serve on the next stop. Now, Gilles Magnus is in his first stint in that. Tellit's double stinted, didn't he? So he's already done 91 minutes. So presumably it's 2 hours for him, 2 hours for Frederick Schandorf. So another half an hour and Aaron Tellitz will be in, whereas Santalot possibly are going to bounce Gilles Magnus and Dennis Marshall, which has the effect of keeping them a little bit fresher.
Yeah, that's a very good point, actually. Yeah, we'll wait to see as to whether that's the strategy that those two respective teams are working towards. As for the Gosners, well, they've now dealt with their pit stop. What we have just seen is very good first sectors coming in from Stephen Licorice. He's just gone screen and in the first and the second sectors at the wheel of the number 42 Toro Verde car. So if it's still Stephen behind the wheel, I thought he jumped out and someone else had got in, but the transponder's still suggesting it's him. He said he didn't like driving at night. Maybe he wants to reconsider.
He's the only person that's done any driving. It might be worth double-checking, Alan, if you can, in the pit lane about Stephen Licorice. We know that he thought the car had the vibration. I'm pretty sure he was behind the wheel when the car rejoined, but it has had 2 pit stops. Unless he just didn't do enough driving in part 1. But anyway, sadly, that's the car that's very last, if you like. The car is 52 laps down after all its travails. This car, though, is back to do what it was doing early on, just go round and round and round very quickly, and the gap is being built by Gilles Magnus, so he's getting clear by now 3.4 seconds over anybody else. And if it took Gilles a little bit of time to get into his stride in this stint, then he's well into the stride now. Aaron Tellitz has certainly looked committed during the course of this race, but now you might argue normal service being resumed in as much as that Santaloc Audi is doing what it was doing in part 1, and that is edging away and looking just so stable.
It's been strange, hasn't it, from Gilles Magnus? When we first got part 2 underway, he didn't seem to have the pace of the Optimum Motorsport McLaren. We then had that safety car period and the virtual safety car, the full course yellow, but post that he seems to have had the upper hand again all of a sudden. Yep, the car hasn't had anything done to it. It's been pounding round as hard as he can, but it just seems as though didn't have the pace to start with, has now.
Unless it's anything to do with, you know, the car works better when it's a bit lighter on fuel, or when it's got a bit more, you know, the Audi turns on the tyres differently from how the McLaren might do it, things like that, or whether Gilles just has a different approach, which is that he you know, works up to ultimate pace rather than going for it straight away. I'm not sure that's strictly true, because normally when you throw him into a car in World Challenge, he's bang on the money straight away. Right now, the lead gap 3.4 seconds, and Gilles Magnus heading down towards turn 16. This is going to put lap 278 in the book. He's just broken the beam and gone through. And the McLaren there in second place, currently 3.7 seconds back, and that means that, again, on that last lap, Aaron Tellitz just that little bit slower.
Confirmation just reached us that the quick sector times we were seeing coming in from the number 42 Toro Verde GT Porsche, not Stephen Licorice. The timing screen is still suggesting it's him, but it's Steve Laidlaw that's behind the wheel, and that car has just done the best lap that it has done in the race so far in his hands, Alan.
And the team have very kindly given me some inside information. The Steve that's at the wheel now is known as Big Steve, and Stephen Licorice is known as Little Steve.
Thank you, Al.
You're most welcome.
I'm not sure what for, but thank you.
I've got my ear to the ground. I've got my feelers out.
Oh dear. Heavens above. Have a fight in the horses. Put them away. Well, that car, number 42 Porsche, which has got a Steve of indeterminate size, did do its best lap last time around. Number 2 Audi is under investigation for a short pit stop, and 55 is under investigation. This is the Rinaldi Ferrari for track limit abuses. In other words, there's a penalty brewing for that car as well. We're about 23 minutes off the next round of pit stops, give or take, aren't we?
Yeah, we're not that far away, are we? So I'm just trying to look to see exactly when Haas RT, the number 2 car, had the pit stop, because I'm just looking at the timing screen, and I'm going back the best part of nearly an hour from where we are now, and it mustn't have had that pit stop within the last hour, because it's not showing on the screen.
Well, it's only done 1 pit stop.
Yeah.
And the time of that stop was 1 minute and 49, and it should have been 1 minute and 50.
Right.
Because
okay.
it had a 10-second penalty, so it was
penalty.
1 second short.
Yep.
And it played its joker in the first race.
Yeah, so that was Casper Stevenson, wasn't it, given away to Gregory Survey?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the extra 10 seconds was the penalty carryover from part 1, and so it was slightly short with the penalty.
Right. So if they've already used a joker, then potentially, subject to any clarification that you get on the regulations, that could potentially be another penalty heading in that direction.
Yeah,
which would be a drive-through, possibly.
Is that the next one up?
That's the next one up, yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
And that car is therefore going to lose yet more time in AM to the one it's chasing, which is the number 7 Porsche of Ralph Bohm. That's done 277 laps. It's got a 3-lap lead, so really Number 2, Audi, just needs to get to the finish. The drivers will be on the podium, they'll all be happy, but they are a distant second in class. Another personal best lap offered up by number 26, Paul Everard, doing what he did at the start of part 1 when he was at the back of the grid and carving his way forward, charging merrily. Brenton Grove in number 4, Mercedes, doing personal best laps. And which Steve did Alan tell us it was, big or little?
Laidlaw, Big Steve.
Big Steve Laidlaw. Still masquerading as Stephen Licorice on timing and scoring, but that car doing personal best laps as well. So now we're at the coolest part of the day. Yeah. The lap times are improving all the while for some.
Yeah, so tyres not having to work as hard, the driver's not having to work as hard, the engine's not having to work as hard, the air is that little bit cooler, it's denser, so the engines deliver a little bit more power as well. As we look at the car of Aaron Territz, still there in second position, but he is now 3.5 seconds adrift of the race leader, but has got traffic to deal with, which he does pick off. That's the number 55 Ferrari, I think, and it is the hand of Christian Hook that he got through. Up the inside at turn number 14, he heads towards turn number 15 and is about to complete what for him will be lap number 280 this time through.
And although he was closer a lap ago, the traffic's got in the way this time to the tune of 9/10 of a second, so 4.3 seconds is the margin. That's number 16 Porsche of Sven Müller, still third, lapping quicker than Territz last time. The trouble is now Müller has to get through the traffic that Territz had to get through, so you can see how much he's gained on that last lap. Now he might be able to have a go for second place. Let's see, coming up towards turn 4. Yeah, he's cleared the traffic himself, hasn't he? So out of 5 now through the hairpin. Sven Müller runs way wide there. Let's hope that's not a track limit drama, but nothing spurs you on like being able to see the car you're chasing, and he can very definitely see it now. So once more, Sven Müller is on the attack, coming down to the chicane.
There's a bit of a replay of what was going on towards the tail end of the race earlier on, wasn't it, in the first part, the 8-hour race. So through turn number 6, McLaren still leading Porsche. McLaren there in second place, Porsche there in third place. This squabble might just allow Gilles Magnus to escape further up the road as well. Remember, even if Alan Territz can hang on to the position he's in, he's still got a 5-second penalty hanging over that car when it comes into the pits at the end of this next stop. Has it served that one already on that stop?
Sorry, which one?
Alan Territz, has he been in and served that penalty already?
No, so that's due.
Still got it to do. Yeah.
Yeah, he served an imposed pit stop, so he's clear there. He's a stop up, don't forget, on number 16, which has pitted, but not for the regulation pit stop. But no, the penalty will come at the next pit stop for the McLaren.
Yeah. And we've got one taker for the pits, and it looks as though the one racing Ferrari is in. Kirschmeier.
Again. It's had a horrible race, this car, hasn't it?
It's been rotten, hasn't it?
Yeah. I think almost in every GT race of length, there is one car that's like Rasputin and just will not die, and this is it. No matter what you throw at it, or how many penalties, it keeps coming back for more. And Kirchmeier, Ferrari challenge expert, out of the car. And takes his seat with him. Anybody want to go? Come on, then. So Giacomo Altway, Roberto Merhi, the top 2 in terms of pace in that car. And another set of Pirellis goes on. Yeah. Right. We're about 18 minutes away, I was just going to say, from the halfway point of part 2. And Aaron Territz has now done 1 hour and 40, and Sven Müller has done 1 hour and 40. And Louis Pret has done 1 hour and 40, and so has Matt Bell. So they are the ones that are going to be quite eager, I think, soon to clamber out of the cars, have a breather, and hand to their co-drivers. But again, the co-driver pace will affect the gaps, affect the order.
Yeah, enormously. So, still just waiting for the final few seconds to tick away. Back out onto the circuit goes the rather troubled number 6 Racing 1 Ferrari. Ernst Kirschmeier having now handed the car over to someone else that can go out there and maybe cause an extra little bit of trouble in it. We'll have to wait and see. And who has he handed it over to? Ernst Kirschmeier has handed that car over to, according to this, Ernst Kirschmeier. No, there was definitely a driver change took place. Transponder is in the right position.
I think it was Altway, but I'm not convinced. I'm right in saying that, but I think it was. Ralph Bone still dominating Am, coming out of turn 5. And had we mentioned that 55 had got a penalty? Because it just has, 55 being the Rinaldi Ferrari. That's a 5-second penalty. Not for the first time has that car been in strife. It was Christian Hook that we put into it last time. and second and third have just gone over the timing line. You're looking at the car that's fourth, but it's now about 0.6 of a second, that's all, between Tellitz and Muller. So Sven is still striving oh so hard to get himself up into second place. Now, driving standards flag for Ralph Bone, number 7 Porsche. That effectively is your last warning, isn't it? When you get the black and white flag, you know that the next transgression is going to be a time penalty. So Ralph Bone needs to just wind it in a little bit now.
Yeah, he only needs to, well, I suppose, yeah, I was going to say he needs to wind it in for another 16 minutes, but no, it's after 4 hours, isn't it? The slate gets wiped clean.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they've got now 2 hours and 16 minutes of this race still to go, and no further opportunity to go beyond the circuit limit and do anything other than pick up a penalty. So the car we're looking at is that very car, Ralph Bone, who has completed 280 laps. He's about to come through and complete 281. They still remain, and I still find this remarkable, they dropped off the lead lap in the first 5 minutes of the race, having qualified on pole position as an AM car. And here we are now, the best part of 10 hours later, they are still just 1 lap off the lead. It is a case of, oh, what could have been?
Totally. Yes. Didn't Dustin Blattner have a spin as well?
He had a spin as well,
than that, yeah. I think you said on the grid, all the dramas came really early, and then it all calmed down, and they've got on with it. But this is why the Herberth team has won things like Dubai 24 in the past, and has got such a good track record. It's kind of a bit of an unsung Porsche team in a way, because the bulk of its success has been either in classes, in World Challenge, for example, like in gold or bronze, or it's been winning in Creventic, which tend not to get as much limelight. You overlook it as against, let's say, a Manthey Porsche team.
Yes.
But it knows exactly what it is doing. Robert and Alfred Renau, the twins that run Herberth Motorsport, and accomplished drivers both. Gilles Magnus then, race leader, goes by 6 seconds to the good now. He's really building this, isn't he? He's getting to the end of the stint, I'll grant you, so the car is lighter on fuel, but the further into a stint he goes, the more comfortable he looks, and the bigger the gap becomes.
And he's just managing the traffic, isn't he? He wanted to make sure that he got past the Gosner's Mercedes on the run up towards turn number 5, but as soon as the gap was there, he was through. Had it not have appeared, he'd have just waited. He'd have just waited patiently until the exit of the corner, knowing full well there's a big long straight coming up. We've actually got the gap from first to second up to 6 seconds, but the gap from second to third is very similar now. 6.4 seconds, is it not, between those pair, or is that cumulative?
I think it's only 3/10.
Only 3/10, right?
6.3 first to third. So we could do really with seeing the McLaren versus Porsche battle, which will emerge from the chicane in a moment. And if I look across, then the car's pretty much the eye, nose to tail. So they might have lost touch with the leading Audi, but I think there's a change imminent for second place.
Yeah, Gilles Magnus was taking very much the Louis Pret line in towards turn number 9 there, right the way over onto the red and white painted curbs. There's another white line beyond that, but almost dipping a couple of wheels on the outside of that. I think that's where Louis Pret was picked up for track limits earlier on. So Gilles Magnus just needs to be careful. Might be able to get away with it once or twice, but if you've already got a couple of track limits in the book, he might be heading towards a penalty.
And Sven Muller has got a black and white flag as well, so Sven Muller needs to be careful. And of course, even though he will be out of the car soon, his co-driver is still going to carry the tally with him. So you kind of hinder your co-driver. You don't give him as much leeway really to play with. Leader comes across the line, and in the background there's a McLaren. Now, has Sven Muller managed to do it on this lap? I think he has, as Neasy goes by. Yes, the Porsche is through, so Sven Muller is up into second place now. So 7 seconds split. Gilles Magnus from Sven Muller. It might be down to driver fatigue, but Aaron Tellitz has been losing time against the leader, and he's now lost more time and a place at the Porsche, and has dropped another, what, 3 or 4 lengths?
Yes, he has, yeah. So not only did Aaron Tellitz lose the place that time through, he is already starting to fade away from the charging Sven Muller. Sven Muller's lap time was a 1 minute 54.3, so he was still the best part of 0.7 of a second slower than the race leader. But yeah, it's Aaron Tellitz that's just dropping off, isn't he, at the moment? Tyres getting tired, driver getting tired, car getting tired. That car is lapping pretty much 4.0 seconds slower than the best that it's done in this part of the race so far. And all of that has been in the hands of Aaron Tellitz.
It has. Ralph Bone is under investigation for exceeding track limits, so is Brenton Grove. So you know what that means. It means that there's a penalty due in the system somewhere. So poor old Ralph Bone is still pressing on, but looks like a penalty might loom either on the next pit stop or the one after that. So it depends how quickly it gets through the system. Sven Muller then, second. Now, having got himself up into second place, he is fractionally quicker in Sector 1 and fractionally quicker in Sector 2 than the leading Gilles Magnus. But he's got to make up 7 seconds, and I don't think he's going to have a hope of doing that before he ends his stint.
No, he's about 0.3 up, isn't he, through the first 2 sectors compared to the race leader. But yeah, 7.1 seconds to make up, and he's been driving now for pretty much 1 hour and 50 minutes, heading towards before too much longer, or he will be by the time he completes the next lap, because he's not coming in this time through. So bounces over the curbs at turn number 15, chalks another lap into the book. That's going to be lap number 285.
And he did the last hour plus, didn't he, of the first part? So he finished and then started, so he didn't get much of a break.
He'll sleep well tonight.
Will he ever? So Sven Muller up through turn 2. The gap is down 6.8 seconds then, so it's a step in the right direction. And that last lap from Aaron Tellitz was a 1:53.2. There's a drive-through going the way of number 2 for a short pit stop.
So they must have already used their joker, potentially.
Yeah, they used it in race 1.
Or they were short by more than 5 seconds. Sorry, up to 5 seconds, up to 4.99 to give them the drive-through.
That's Paul Evrard into the pit lane, who again has been impressive, hasn't he? French driver. So door opens, out he clambers. Also in Patrick Kolb to give way in 99 Porsche. And Patrick Kolb and Kyle Tilley, the 2 silver-graded drivers there. So it makes sense, doesn't it, to maximise Kyle Tilley now to the end, I guess.
It certainly does, yeah. Kyle Tilley, who has been a champion in the Asian Le Mans Series in the P2 category in the past. Did go away and do a bit of NASCAR, didn't he, Kyle Tilley?
Yeah, yeah. In the cup level, wasn't it?
Cup level. He did Xfinity, but he also did some cup level ones. But he did the road courses, so he did the likes of Watkins Glen, Road America. But
right.
Yeah, a couple of years on the trot we saw him in NASCAR.
Can you think of another Castle Combe Formula Ford racer that went and did NASCAR? I don't think there's an answer.
Your anorak's thicker than mine, but I'd be gobsmacked if there were.
I don't think there is. I need to go back a long, long way, but I don't think there is. Carl Tilley, American-based Brit, started off at Castle Combe. That's why we're going down yet another rabbit hole. So there is the Santalok Audi number 26, Paul Evrard and silver. Now Jim Pla is the gold, so surely now you've got 2 hours and 8 minutes of Jim Pla.
Which will be very interesting to see as to what he can do. Yeah, we saw him in for one stint, didn't we, in part 1 of the race, Jim Pla, but that was all we saw of him. The sole remaining Garage 59 car in the hands of Louis Pret continues round for a further lap. He is also due in to vacate that car before too much longer, you would have thought, and it will be Adam Smalley, who Alan Hyde spoke to in the pit lane before too much longer, will be getting in. He was going to do a double stint, wasn't he? And therefore, I would imagine the next 10 minutes maybe, if they want to equalise the driving between the pair, and then Adam Smalley will be in to bring that car towards the checkered flag. Back in, one can only assume for its drive-through penalty, does come the number 2 Haas RT car of Gregoire Survey. So the Audi trundling its way down pit lane, doesn't call into which garage, conducting the drive-through. Gets
that done. This is Sven Muller, who's also coming to the end of a stint, isn't he? He has done an hour and 51 minutes, give or take a few seconds, and I suspect that at the 2 hour mark he'll be in. So another 7 minutes for Sven Muller, another 4 laps?
Something like that, yeah, it will be, won't it? Yeah, should be able to squeeze 4 out. We're heading towards 300. We're a while away yet still, 14 laps to go, but I wonder how many we're going to get to in total. What did we get in the first part? We got 232 in part number 1. So we've added to the tally another 54 so far in the first 2 hours of this one, pretty much.
With just that one interruption for the oil. I wonder whether that also was what was slightly affecting Gilles Magnus at the start of this stint. Maybe the road was still a little bit slippery, or he's being a bit more cautious, and maybe now as it's gone back to a totally dry state and the oil is no longer a factor, the car's responding in a different way. We've got yet more penalties, number 4, number 6, number 7, all getting 5-second penalties. So the Groves, the Racing One Ferrari and the Herberth Motorsport Porsche, all 5 seconds.
we were saying that somebody was going to jump on board the number 6 Porsche and cause, number 6 Ferrari and cause a few more problems. And yeah, Ernst Kirchmeier jumped out of it. I don't think that's been updated as to who it was yet. But into the pit lane has come finally. Aaron Tellitz, has he not, David?
Yeah, so that should be Frederick Schandorf, shouldn't it now? So that car was fading a bit in third place, but a fresh Fred to jump on board. Frederick Schandorf, there he is, who was mighty in qualifying. He will take the car to the end, and I suspect the same is about to be true of number 4, because Jules Gounon will be installed in that to go to the end of the race. We'll see if there's any news as to who took over number 6. It's not on the timing screen, but we'll see whether we can trace it.
Yeah, we saw a driver change, didn't we? So one would have thought it would be Giacomo Altway, which I think was what you alluded to, because we haven't seen that much of him, unless it was Roberto Merri that jumped on board.
It is Altway. Teams confirmed it.
Okay.
So Altway it is, who is at the wheel of that car. And there is number 69, serving 5 seconds of penalty, and then a minute and 40 of the regulation stop and away class. So Frederick Schandorf now on fresher tyres but on a heavier fuel load sets off in pursuit of, in real terms, Gilles Magnus, well, not just for the race lead but for the win. Now, do we assume as 25 comes into the pit lane that Gilles will stay behind the wheel or give Dennis Marshall another stint?
Well, we'll find out, because we can look from our commentary box. I can see where I am. It does look as though Dennis Marshall is there ready to jump on board. He's got the seat insert in his hand, and once the refueling has taken place, he will sprint towards the car. So the door is opening. Yep. Gilles Magnus is heading out, but we are going to see the driver change, that's for sure.
So Gilles done for now. And Dennis Marshall awaits the command from the car controller that he can now go. He sees the refueling hose be pulled back and off he sets. So Dennis Marshall heads to the car. The new Pirellis will go on board that. And 69 Frederick Schandorf, that was a minute and 47, which is okay, because it should have been a minute and 45 minimum with the penalty. So this is an opportunity for Santilok to gain a little bit of ground, and Aaron Tellitz out of the car has found an Alan Hyde, who is ready to have a word with one of the stars of the race, Al.
Absolutely, and he's remarkably relaxed now, because you can relax, you can enjoy the rest of the race. Your job is done, and a jolly good job it was as well.
Yeah, it was good fun out there. The race start was pretty fun. I do a lot of rolling starts in America, so that was awesome. Getting to take the lead and then lead the race for quite a while there was really good. After the pit stop and the restart, I have no idea what happened. Just didn't have the pace there after the restart. Got past, but hopefully Fred reels him back in and gets back to the lead.
So do you think that was pacing yourself, pacing the track surface? What do you think?
I honestly don't know. The tires didn't feel as good. Not sure if I didn't prepare them well enough after the safety car period. I'm used to cold tires, but they just didn't fire off and then didn't keep going after that. So could have been on me, something I'll learn from. I'll go talk to the guys and see if I let them get too cool or something.
But still, a great job. You're proud of yourself.
Yeah, it was great. That was awesome. Hopefully Fred can go get it done for us.
Let's see what happens. Aaron, thank you very much indeed for talking to us. Super work. There we go, down in pit lane.
And thanks, Alan. That last pit stop for the Santilok team, absolutely banged on the money at a minute and 40. Number 91 has got a 10-second penalty now, which is the Ibrahim Ali Al Abdulkhani QMMF by HRT Performance Porsche. There's confirmation of it as you watch 99. We put Basha Mardini into that car, not Carl Tilley. Basha Mardini, a shiny bronze. So Lion Speed still cycling drivers through. 88, which is the Matt Bell Wayne Boyd Ferrari, still has Matt Bell at the wheel, and he's under investigation again for track limits, and that's another penalty. Matt picked one up early on in part 2 with, I think he's the first or the second to cop a penalty, and another one bruised for him.
Yeah, absolutely. He's sitting there in 10th position, and everybody from 10th backwards at this stage is on a different lap. So 10th has completed 285, 11th is 284, 12th is 283, 282, 280, 276, and so it goes on. So the only cars that are on the same laps at this stage, likes of 6th, 7th and 8th, are all on 286 laps. As into the pit lane, we get somebody working their way, and that is one of the Audis that has come in, and that is the car that I was talking about not so long ago. Haas RT, Gregoire Servat is in the pit lane. Marco Pulcini at the wheel of what is the 6th place Ferrari, and the lead Ferrari in this race also heads down pit lane. So comes to a halt, serves its penalty, and only now, once the initial 5 seconds have ticked away, can the refuelling start. And this is also going to see a further driver change take place at the wheel of that 51 car, and I would imagine Alessio Dono will be the incoming driver.
Makes sense, wouldn't it? Very, very quick silver. Giorgio Senegiotto walks away, just sort of clutching his back. Sorry, Marco Pulcini walks away, clutching his back, as they might have hurt himself in that stint. It's, they're not the most comfortable of things to be crammed in, are they? Even for an hour. Relatively short stint. Alessio Dono will get on board for the next part of the race. Another pit stop for number 2 Audi. So that's the AM opposition to number 7 Porsche, isn't it? Even though it is now a good number of laps back, like 3 laps off it. Alessio Dono aboard 51. And Jim Pla carrying on the good work of Paul Everard in number 26 Audi, personal best lap last time. So Alessio Dono now with new tyres, full load of fuel, and a totally clear screen, one of those tear-offs ripped from the car. Great feeling for a driver, this, and Dono, when you like the blue touch paper, should deliver now.
And the main reason for the 2 Santalot cars being, what is it, 2 laps adrift of each other, 2 laps adrift of each other, is largely down to the totting up procedure on the number of penalties they've received in the pits, is it?
Largely for 26, yeah, from earlier on in the race, but also 26 is a pro-am, so you've got a couple of slower
drivers in it, yeah.
You've got 2 bronzes, not just 1 in that, and therefore over the course of the race it's going to affect the pace. Yeah. But certainly the totting up of track limit penalties, and there have been a lot more for 26 than 25, have not helped. Frederick Schandorf has done an absolute best middle sector now in number 69 McLaren, so it might be heavy on fuel, but he's fresh into the car, he's got a brand new set of tyres, and Frederick Schandorf has pulled the pin.
He's been hugely impressive, hasn't he, throughout the course of this race? Yeah. Hugely impressive.
One of many, in fairness. I mean, there have been lots of people that have been impressive, but yeah, Schandorf stands out, and still as a gold-graded driver rather than a platinum, he's available to drop into different drives.
Well, I think, Aaron Tellitz as well, his first visit to Yas Marina, he's been on it as well.
Yeah.
And was very honest, saying, don't know what happened in the second part, just didn't have the pace.
No, it's interesting, isn't it, how the tyres wouldn't turn back on. Louis Pret's pitted to give way to Adam Smalley. About time too, Adam. Get on board, do some work, having had a pretty easy time of it. But the door opens, and Louis Pret, who's done pretty much 2 hours and a bit, clambers out.
Yeah, congratulations between the 2 of them. The holiday's finished for Adam Smalley. The work begins.
Yeah, such as it is for just under 2 hours, an hour and 58 minutes. So, and he gets 40 minutes this morning and just under 2 hours now. 96 into the pit lane as well. The Dennis Romanico driven Audi. Door opens for the Simpson Motorsport squad. He will get out of that car. They've done a really good job, this team, because they've not had the pace of others, but we've not seen the car spinning off the road. It's not been unreliable. It's still there, just outside the top 10.
Yeah, it's been inside the top 10, outside the top 10, inside the top 10. It's been sort of bouncing around between the two, and it looks absolutely immaculate still. There's not a dint, a bumper scrape, or anything on that car.
No, indeed. And the Simpson Motorsport team, which you don't really associate with the Audi, done a very, very commendable job with that. Taking drivers that either don't know the car and or GT3, but certainly don't know the team.
Into the pit lane comes the race leader, so Proton Huber competition. Sven Muller finally has come to the end of his stint. Is there anything more he could have done in that stint, David?
Fastest lap of the race, maybe, but I'm splitting hairs. He's thrown everything at that, hasn't he? So out of the car will get Sven Muller.
And the kitchen sink?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I think they had to sort of prize him out. Yes, you can get out now, Sven. So, job done. But a great effort to try and get that car back into contention. But effectively, this is the first of the imposed pit stops. Still got to make another 2.
Yeah.
So it's out of sequence with the cars around it.
Yeah, and this pit stop is just about going to keep it back on that lead lap. But by the time it does another pit stop relative to everybody else, it's probably going to drop back off the lead lap by the end of the race.
Yeah, Sergei Borisov will take the car over. He runs round. There are the new wheels to go onto the Proton Huber competition entry. And once they're happy, that car can drop down. Now, is there a problem? Door opens on the passenger side. Driver strapped in. Nope, all good. Door closes. Car drops down and will blast away in a moment then. Car controller on the radio, making sure that Sergei Borisov has done what he needs to do by way of admin, like reset this dial and adjust the transponder switch and everything else. Number 99 under investigation. That's the Bashar Mardini Porsche for track limits. So 16 rejoins the race. And as it does so, minute and 45 seconds. So a decent enough stop.
Yeah, there was no additional time penalty to serve, was there, for that car? Don't think so.
I think so, no. No, it had a driving standards flag, but nothing else after that, no.
Yeah. So they've given away 5 seconds. They didn't need to, but equally as much. I think he was a little bit slow getting away as well. The car came down off the air jacks, and I'm not sure again whether he sort of had to re-dip the clutch again on the car to prevent it from stalling. So a little bit was lost at pit lane exit for that car.
Although you could argue better to be 5 seconds over than 2 seconds under, because there's less of a penalty that way. So we're into the final 2 hours of the race, aren't we? An hour and 55 minutes to go. We've done 292 laps, and this car, number 7 Porsche, way clear in the AM category, which it has been really since lap 1.
And we're starting to see some fastest laps for individual cars coming in. Didn't take long for Alessio Dono to get up to speed once he was back in the number 51 AF Corsa Ferrari. He's just gone through and set the best lap that car has done in the race so far, 153.334. And Matt Bell, who is now 2 hours and 3 minutes into his stint and is still plodding round. Well, plodding is probably the wrong word to use, isn't it? He has just set a 1 minute 53.582. We've got other cars out there that, particularly in the middle sector, also are going quicker than they've previously gone. Alessio Dono, we have got Vasily Vladikin, and we've also got David Fuminelli, all going quicker than they've previously gone in that middle sector.
Christian Hook into the pit lane, so I think that's him done. Also in is Ralph Bone in number 7 Porsche. Now that is going to have to serve a penalty this time, isn't it? 5 seconds before they can go to work on that car.
So Christian's off the hook for the rest of the race, is he?
It is indeed. Yeah. It is indeed. And hopefully we can see Felipe Lazo maybe in the car next, or David Perel. I think it's David Perel indeed looking at the helmet. Nope, he's there to help. So 2 drivers togged up, but one is there to assist, and the other one is there to get on board the car. That's number 7 with a driver change as well. So Ralph Bone to give way to. We'll try again to put Alfred Renauer in the car. Number 17 Porsche is under investigation for a short pit stop. That was the one that was stranded out on the circuit. They got the car back, and it's in the pit lane, but it's now being investigated for a short pit stop. And number 99, I think I mentioned, had Bashar Mardini 5-second penalty for track limits when he next comes into the pit lane. Away goes 55 then. So Christian Hook done, and the car now trips the beam at pit out back onto the circuit. 7 Porsche likewise ready to go. So Dennis Marshall leading the way by 9 seconds from Frederick Schandhoff, and is 7 Porsche ready to go.
The lollipop's been up for a long period of time.
Gets away now, yes, but there's no real urgency to get going there, was there?
No, that car did have an extra 5-second penalty to serve, didn't it, in that pit stop?
But you do that at the start. Yeah.
It still comes out of the pit lane, 1 minute 46.
Okay.
So,
all good.
Yep. Yeah, so I suspect the lollipop was up because the team are ready for him to go, and they're probably counting him down on the radio. Yep.
Yeah, it would make sense. I mean, again, this is a well-drilled team, isn't it, Herbert? So they know how to treat these pit stops.
And all the teams work in a subtly different way, don't they? The process that they use, the lollipop will only come up when you're ready to go, and I suspect for Herbert, they bring it up when the crew are ready, but until you get the call on the radio as a driver, you don't roll forward.
No, true enough. And just got David Fuminelli into the pit lane. So for number 16, Sergej Borisov has taken over from a rather exhausted Sven Muller, who once he's caught his breath and taken some liquid on board, might be able to have a short word with Alan. But a fantastic stint it was by Sven Muller.
It was a absolutely stunning drive from him with an enormous amount of effort that he put in. I don't think he really could have done anything more in that, but yeah, because that pit stop that they came into the pits just as that full course yellow came out and had to deal with it as one of the non-enforced pit stops. They are still a pit stop adrift of everybody else. Right, the change of driver happening in the number 11 car, so David Fuminelli getting out of the car. Who might we get back into that one? Are we going to see David Arrigon jump back in, one would have thought, because he's not done a huge amount of work just as yet. The window net comes over. The number 11 car still bearing some scars down the left-hand side of it. You can still see gaffer tape on the front edges of it. Such was the contact that I think it was Murat Chahadaroglu that had contact that he made when he assaulted another car heading into the braking area at turn number 6 in part 1 of the race. But the number 11 Castle Racing Ferrari now trundling its way down the pit lane with the pit lane speed limiter on, and when we get towards pit lane exit, David Fuminelli has given way to Giorgio Roda is back on board. So Dennis Marshall still leading the way for Santalot Racing, and the number 25 Audi only has not led in the first part of the race at the end of one of the hours, and in the second part of the race it has not at the moment led either.
No, perversely. The dominance of the car.
I wasn't trying to steal your... I didn't realise that's what you were doing on your sheet. I was hoping you would give the update. So, yeah, well done. That was good timing, actually.
So, yeah, the first hour was led by the McLaren. At the end of the second hour, it was number 16 Porsche that was ahead. So you kind of think this has been the dominant car. But actually, the way that the pit stops have fallen on the hour mark, or around the hour mark, 25 has not yet led across the line at the end of the first hour, nor the second of part 2, and Santalot may well shrug and say, yeah, but it's where we are at the end of the 4th hour that rather matters, the 12th totally. But yeah, having been so dominant in part 1, where it only missed out on leading one of the hours, it's all been a bit different this time around. So 25 Audi is clear by 8.3 seconds. The last lap for the chasing McLaren was quicker than Dennis Marshall, and he is about to encounter traffic as well. Number 2 is under investigation for exceeding track limits, so we've got John Corbett behind the wheel of that car right now, and a penalty brewing perhaps.
Now at the moment, with the pace of this race, David, we will end up with potentially one more lap being covered, such as the pace that we've got to at the 10-hour mark. We might end up with one more lap than we did last year over the 12-hour solid stint.
Okay.
So, yeah, average pace at the moment, so divide how many laps we've done by the time and then multiply it back the other way. Yeah, we could end up on 349 laps potentially by the end of the race. We did 348 last year.
And how many safety car / full course yellows last year?
We had 8 last year, which in total lasted for 1 hour and 42 minutes and a few seconds.
Right.
So we've had less this year, so the pace of the race might potentially be quicker, but
yeah.
There's been more green flag, so you could argue it's not been as quick.
True, but fewer interruptions.
Yeah,
lengthy interruptions from the full course yellow or the safety car. So 3 in the first part, 1 in the second, and there Dennis Marshall comes down now towards turn 6, turn 7, and the margin last time 7.8 seconds. We saw in the first part, didn't we, that when he needs to, Dennis Marshall can turn up the wick. He might be thinking about doing that over Frederick Schandorf, but right now the target really is to get through the traffic. Because number 6 Ferrari of Giacomo Altway is Giacomo in the way rather, and goes a little bit wide out of 9, and oh dear, number 11 Kessel Ferrari, Giorgio Roda at the wheel, being investigated again for track limits. This is not an easy pass for Dennis Marshall right now.
No, it's not. So he just needs to bide his time though. He's got enough time so as not to overly worry. It's a difficult point of the circuit also where he's caught that car as well, so he's just got to be patient. Wait until probably the exit of turn number 15 to try and squeeze his way through, and then see if he can do something on the run down the start-finish line to pick off the Ferrari that lies ahead of him. So round through turn number 15 there, onto the straight, get a good exit, see what you can do, but I'm still not sure he's going to be there by the time they head up towards turn number 1.
So Audi to the inside, goes ahead of Altway now, and we'll see what that has done to the gap. It's 7.3 seconds, so a little bit of time lost by Dennis Marshall. And Frederick Schandorf will still have to get past that Ferrari, but it rather depends where he encounters the car. If he gets behind the number 6 Racing 1 Ferrari in the same part of the racetrack, around 12, 13, 14, that sequence, where it's a bit more fiddly, then he will lose time as well. If he can clear the Ferrari elsewhere, then there's a net gain.
Yeah, he's the best part of 4, nearly 5 tenths up in the first sector of this one, but of course Dennis Marshall was still finishing off the overtake on the Giacomo Altway Ferrari at turn number 1, so he'll have lost a little bit of time on entry and a little bit of time on the exit of it, because he was on the tighter line going in as he overtook the Ferrari that still resides behind him. Frederick Schandorf is going to take a few laps to catch up with that Ferrari. So it's Santalok that lead the way, Optimum in second place, Proton Huber competition in third. All of those cars are in GT3 Pro. In fourth place, it's the number 7 Herbeth Motorsport Alfred Renauer driven Porsche. That leads GT3 Am. Fifth place is Garage 59, number 8 McLaren and Adam Smalley. That car leads GT3 Pro Am, and just to give you the top 6, it's the second of the Santalok Audis. Jim Plant in the number 26 car that's second in Pro Am, and that wraps up the top 6.
And that was Dennis Marshall being very committed, getting past Manuela Gosner. Very, very close indeed, but leaving nothing on the table, though, was Dennis Marshall. He knew he had to get past at that very moment and was totally committed to getting through. Giacomo Altway likewise in the Ferrari behind. We've had a personal best lap coming out of 1 or 2 more cars, and one of them is the Rinaldi Ferrari number 55, Felipe Fernandez Laza at the wheel. So that car 10th, but going quicker than it was hitherto. Race lead gap is down to 6 seconds, so a little bit nearer Frederick Schandorf that time through.
The pit stop coming in, Manuela Gosner into the pit lane at the wheel of the family car, and that is David's crash helmet, I think. So I think with David Gosner, that's the incoming driver into that one. How long have we got? Under 1 3/4 hours now in this race. So Adam Smalley flashes his way over the start-finish line in the Pro-Am leading car. He is 38 seconds adrift of the GT3 Am class leading car of Alfred Renauer. And such is the pace of Adam Smalley on the last lap. He actually gave time away to Alfred Renauer. 52.8 for Alfred Renauer. He is, at this stage, it might be the Am-Class car, David, but he is, on the last lap, second quickest of all of the cars circulating.
Yeah, Alfred Renauer is another, I think we said early on, Porsche specialist. Doesn't really get the recognition he deserves, because so often they're fighting and running cars for class position, not overall, but very, very competitive indeed is Alfred Renauer.
The mammoth stint for Matt Bell is finally over, by the look of
it.
He started at part 2 of this race, and with 1 hour and 43 minutes to go of this 4 hours, he's finally into the pit lane. And that Ferrari has been, I'm sure, driven as hard as it possibly could from Matt Bell, but yeah, his stint is done.
Well used. So out he gets, doesn't exactly leap out of the car, does he? But Matt's a fit bloke. And number 17, which ground to a halt trackside, it's back into the pits, but it's a drive shaft that went on that, and that's being replaced. So they're going to try to get the car to the end if they can, but a drive shaft change or replacement is not the work of a moment. So David Gosner, Mark was putting into 58 Mercedes.
Yeah, it looks like his helmet, I think, doesn't it? From what I remember earlier on. As for that number 17 Porsche, they've got 10 laps in which to fix it, otherwise they'll lose third in class.
Right.
Which equates to what, about 20 minutes?
Something like that.
Yep.
Yeah, and then they've also got to make sure they do enough distance to be classified and take the checkered flag. So according to sources in the pit lane, 20 minutes is the time for changing a drive shaft on a 911 GT3 car.
That's what they've got. They haven't got any more than that. That could be quite tasty then.
Could be, couldn't it? And that would get them into the mix against Big Steve Laidlaw at the wheel of 42. Right, the Gosners are on the way again, and we're putting Wayne Boyd, we anticipated, to 88, don't we?
I would have thought so. We thought he was going in earlier on, but we found out otherwise. So Matt Bell, having vacated the Ferrari, heads into the garage for a well-earned rest and some drink. And you're absolutely right. Yeah, Wayne Boyd is now on board the number 88 Dragon Racing Ferrari, and it is, according to MP Racing, Karina Gosner that jumped on board the number 58 car, but I thought she was the outcoming driver.
I thought Manuela brought it in.
Right. Right, so Manuela was driving that. Yes, it must have been Karina that jumped on board then.
Looking at Jim Pla here, who is 6th, now 2nd in Pro-Am. And we've got a proper battle now for Pro-Am honours, haven't we, between Adam Smalley and Jim Pla, with about 12 seconds between them. And last time around, Adam was quicker than Jim Pla, but that is another tasty battle to look forward to, I think, before the end of the race. An hour and 48 minutes to go. And 51 is the latest car to be investigated. Alicia O'Donoghue at the wheel of it for track limit offences. We've got another penalty looming for number 11, a 10-second penalty this time for the Kessel Ferrari of Giorgio Roda.
Yeah, for Alessio O'Donoghue, he is the leading Ferrari at the moment. He is 3rd in GT3 Pro-Am. He's about 19 seconds ahead of Giorgio Roda, who is 4th in Pro-Am and the 2nd of the Ferraris. So, yeah, he can get away with an extra 5 seconds in the pit lane, but, yeah, needs to be careful thereafter because he could get tight.
Indeed, so another improved lap time from 74, the Kessel Ferrari. Fran Rueda doing the lion's share in this second part. And the lead gap down a little bit further, 5.9 seconds. So the McLaren at the moment looking very strong. It is chipping away at that gap, not by massive increments lap after lap, but a little bit filed off here, a little bit filed off there.
It all helps, doesn't it? And there's still an hour and 40 minutes to go. So, yeah, keep chipping away, keep pushing hard. I think Adam Smalley has got the hurry up now at the wheel of the 5th place Pro-Am leading number 8 Garage 59 McLaren, because through Sector 1 and Sector 2 he was a little bit quicker than Jim Pla. So the gap between the pair of those is now, what, 12 seconds, isn't it, as he come over the start-finish line. Last lap from Smalley, 153.2. Jim Pla, 153.4. Yeah, it did come out.
Yeah, well, that's going to be an interesting one to monitor, that, isn't it? Because we know that Jim Pla is very quick. He spent a season in that Santa Lock Audi, and Adam Smalley, of course, although he might be less experienced in GT terms, has spent a season with Garage 59 and that McLaren. New to the circuit, mind you. So the leader goes by. 5 seconds was the gap. And that time around, again, fractionally the quicker was Frederick Schandorf. So Dennis Marshall here preserving the lead, but the lead is coming down. A stop-go penalty of 14 seconds to number 17 Porsche for a short pit stop. Well, first of all, they've got to let him place the drive shaft. Then he can get copped with the penalty, can't he, Enrico Forgenzi? Because at the moment they're still trying to get the car back in the race.
It's a double whammy, isn't it, that one?
Yeah, yeah. It has certainly stopped for a lot more than 14 seconds while they sort out the drive shaft, but that was before the penalty was applied.
So Dennis Marshall still dealing with traffic. That is Alessio Donoghue's car that he goes through and past. So the race leader is on lap number 302. On 299 is the car that he's just passed, so that will then put that Ferrari 3 laps adrift of the race leader. Alessio Donoghu still remains as the leading Ferrari, but of course also has that extra 5 seconds hanging over him come the next time that car comes into the pits. And we should see all of the cars bar one back in the pits for just one further stop. The other car that we need to see in twice is the number 16 third place Proton Hubert competition Porsche. That's done 2 stops, but one of them wasn't one of the imposed pit stops.
And the way the Ferraris are going does kind of give credence to Rob Bell's concerns about the BOP, because you've got 4 of them all in a line. Dono, Roda, Lazer, Boyd, Ferrari, 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 Ferrari. But the best Ferrari is 7th. So they're all sort of in a clump, but not far enough up the order to make a real difference.
No, and 3 of them are on exactly the same lap.
Yeah.
The 4th of those, Wayne Boyd, is just a lap adrift, isn't he?
Some of the shuffling of the gaps and the laps between those Ferraris is down to penalties, admittedly, but they've never had the overall pace to go with the leading Audis or McLarens.
It looks as though another penalty is going to be applied in the next pit stop. This time it is for car number 96, a 5-second penalty for track limits for Simpson Motorsport. Vasily Vladikin behind the wheel of that car, and a 10-second penalty coming in now for Alessio Dono. He picked up 5 seconds, hasn't he?
Yep.
Hasn't heeded the warning. He's run wide again, and that's 10 seconds that he's picked up. So that is going to drop him further away from Jim Pla, who was on the same lap as him, and he's going to drop him more in towards the clutches of the Kessel Racing car of Giorgio Roda.
But doesn't that have a penalty to serve next time? 10 seconds for Giorgio Roda as well.
Right.
So earlier on, so that kind of balances out. And of course, drivers will say, oh, it's all ridiculous now, all these track limit penalties, it's silly. Ugh. Yeah, but you're the ones doing it. You're the ones transgressing. The stewards are applying a rule book. So if you don't want the penalty, stop running wide. And proof that it can be done, well, look at Optimum Motorsport, which has only had one in the entire race, and the same for number 25, only one in the entire, what have we had now? Nearly 10 and a bit hours.
Yeah. Yeah, so if they've only had one, then the maximum times. Okay, the slate does get wiped clean, so you don't know whether they were teetering on the edge and then it got wiped clean again and teetering on the edge and it was wiped clean. But yeah, to only have had one penalty over the course of the best part, as you say now, what, 10.5 hours is quite staggering. And that's why they're up there.
Yeah. And the gap between the leaders is coming down again. 4.6 seconds last time around. So Frederick Schandorf has now done half an hour, and Dennis Marshall has done 28 minutes. So they're comparable, aren't they? There's not going to be much between them when they pit in terms of time of the race remaining. So this is, oh, blimey, a big gain on that lap. 3.2 seconds the margin. So a second and a half pull back on a lap alone by Frederick Schandorf. What's going on with this Audi? Is Dennis Marshall doing what Gilles Magnus did? In other words, not being able to maintain the pace all the way through the stint? Does the Audi have some sort of issue later in these slightly cooler conditions? Because although it still looks good, it doesn't look as dominant as it did in the first part of the race.
No, you're right, and even in the first sector of this one, he's another 1/10 of a second quicker. I wonder if it was maybe just catching a little bit of traffic, and did he catch Alessio Dono just towards the tail end of the lap down through the Marina section where it's that little bit more difficult to overtake. We're still seeing green sectors come in from people as well, the likes of Alfred Renauer in the 4th place Porsche that leads Am. Green through the first sector. We've got Wayne Boyd going green through the first sector. We've got Fran Reuter going green through the first sector, and Jules Gounon going green through the first sector. So yeah, cooler conditions, the quick guns in, and the pros, whether they be golds or platinums behind the wheel, and we're starting to see some ever improved sectors come in very late on in the race.
You saw the Audi go through shot. There you can see the chasing McLaren. So Frederick Schandorf started this lap 3.2 seconds back, and the gap continues to come down. In the first sector, the McLaren was ever so slightly faster. In the second sector, by hundredths, it was advantage Audi. Let's see what happens at the end of the lap. They've still got half a stint to go before a pit stop, and then another stint to the checkered flag. And Frederick Schandorf hustles on the leader, coming up towards the line. So 3.2 it was, and 304 laps are done, and the margin 3.3. So Dennis Marshall stretching it just a little across the last sector of the lap, but the message will have got through that McLaren is becoming more of a threat once again. What was it that Aaron Tellett said? Let's see whether Fred can bring it home for us. Well, Frederick Schandorf is rising to the challenge.
He certainly is. So it's been a good stint from Alan Tellett. It's been a good stint from Frederick Schandorf, but the work is not done as yet. There's still another 3.4 seconds of work, which sounds easy, but 1 hour and 32 minutes to try and get the job done and deal with the little bit of traffic that will need sorting as well before too much longer, because again, I think it's going to be Alessio Dono, is it, at the wheel of the number 51 Ferrari, that is the next car that Frederick Schandorf is going to catch. Well, he's not with him as yet, so doesn't need to worry about him as yet. He's probably only just going to get anywhere near him towards the end of the lap, and Alessio Dono, I think, will be focused on making sure that he, at the moment, hangs on to 3rd in Pro-Am, and see if he might be able to close the gap a little bit on Jim Pla, who is a full lap ahead, but also, more importantly, make sure he keeps Giorgio Roda, who is 4th in Pro-Am at bay, because those two are on the same lap, 3rd and 4th in Pro-Am, 2 Ferraris.
Yeah, Giorgio Roda, we know, is good. The benchmark bronze, he was described as when Tim Fulbrook and I were talking about him many, many hours ago. But Giorgio Roda, who's as quick in a prototype as he is a GT3 car, back to his roots, if you like, this weekend. And 42 Porsche is the next one to be investigated for track limits, so we await the penalty for Big Steve Laidlaw. And 69 McLaren then, up towards the end of the lap. Sector 1 was better, Sector 2 was better. So 3.3 was the margin, and 3 it is now. Another gain.
Another gain on that lap, but for Frederick Schandorf, he's still got potentially some traffic to deal with on this lap, whereas for Dennis Marshall, he's already dealt with Alessio Donno's Ferrari, can now fully focus his efforts on the clear track that lies ahead of him. They are on their 306th lap at the moment, up towards turn number 5, onto the brakes, pitch the car in, concentrate on the good exit of it. You can see the clear track that's up the road for the next few laps for Dennis Marshall. For Frederick Schandorf, well, where is he going to catch Alessio Donno? I suspect, again, towards the very tail end of this lap before he even gets anywhere near him.
There's the lead car. Dennis Marshall doesn't seem to be able to really get away now, does he? He is running at a pace, and the McLaren's pace is better. Lap after lap after lap, the gap is coming down. So Dennis Marshall has got roughly half an hour to do before he can pit and presumably give the car to Gilles Magnus to bring it home. Frederick Schandorf will stay in the car, so he doesn't want to be too weary by the end, although in fairness he's a fit driver, so I don't think 2 hours, especially with the temperature dropping, is going to phase him that much.
Yeah, certainly far more comfortable now, the conditions inside the cockpit, than they would have been in the heat of the day that we had earlier on, albeit that enormous heat didn't last too much. It has been cooler here today. There has been more cloud cover. It did disappear for a period of time, but then, you know, a couple of hours afterwards came back, so it has been a better day weather-wise. Now, just having a look underneath the number 69 McLaren as it went through that part of the circuit, it did look as though there was a bit of vibration on the under tray of it as it reached a higher speed. Let's just have a look and see whether we can pick up on that as it came over the start-finish line this time through. We won't through it as it heads towards us there, because all we can see, yeah, you can see it bouncing around underneath, I think. So it's probably on the exit of turn number 5. We might get the better view of it. So there was definitely, yeah, you can see almost there, the rear Venturis were hopping around at the top, but it was underneath the car that I definitely saw something. We'll probably only get a better view of that when, rather than looking at the headlamps, you're looking at the tail lamps on the exit of this corner that they're coming up to now.
And the car dropped half a second on that last lap. Okay, let's have a look out of the hairpin.
So as it builds the speed, you can hear it. You can hear it on the...
I was just wondering whether it looked a bit lower on the left rear corner.
Yeah.
Okay, so Alan's next task is to go and see what he can learn from Optimum about whether the car's picked up a problem. That last lap was a 53.8, so okay, half a second dropped. That's at the 2C's Motorsport team, where all is quite calm, to say the least. And just looking at sectors of that McLaren, well, it's quicker by a tenth in the first sector than is the Audi, and it's quicker in the second sector.
Yeah, so it's not having any ill effects. I'm sure I could definitely hear something, noise from the camera that was just picking up on the bouncing of it. There you go, look.
Yeah.
Underneath, there is definitely some. Now, how loose it is a bit of a moot point, but there's something that's banging around there. So at least one of the clips that secures that is not quite doing what it ought to have done. And again, we might get a better view here, because I think this was another section where I spotted it.
Yeah, you can see it.
Yeah, you can see it.
Flapping.
Yeah.
Trouble is, if you can see it, so can the scrutineers,
yeah.
And that might mean that on the next stop they say to Optimum, you need to do something about that, and then there's a delay and there's time lost, and this could be the end of the chance of a win.
Well, even
stop mentioning it.
Even if the scrutineers don't see it, we know race control are listening to the commentary, so yeah.
We'll whisper it next time. So yeah, there is something flapping. Whether it's dangerous or not, well, the lap times would suggest not, but it has lost effectively a second in 2 laps now. So it's having an effect, even if it's not a massive effect, but it is getting Dennis Marshall away from the jeopardy that he was in a couple of laps back.
Yeah, I would imagine the effect that it's having on the times is purely down to confidence, because of course Frederick Schandorf won't be aware as to exactly what it is, and therefore you'd probably just that small confidence drop is what's dropping the time.
So there's the leader. This is Dennis Marshall on lap 308. That's the car that's doing the chasing. And in the first sector of this lap, it's still faster. So Frederick Schandorf still committed to the task, isn't he?
Forget what I said about the confidence.
Well, maybe, but perhaps having driven it like that for a lap or two and thinking, OK, well, I'm still going and nothing's fallen off and it's not getting any worse, I'll push. And no doubt the team have looked at this as well and they've said, yeah, we've just seen a flapping diffuser. It's not going to fall off. It's not going to do anything immediate. You're OK. Press on. That's Alessio Dono, who's got another litany of penalties to serve when he comes into the pit lane, like 15 seconds worth before he starts the pit stop proper. So out of 14 goes the chasing Frederick Schandorf McLaren. Dennis Marshall up the road. 25 minutes we are away from the end of this hour. And it might well be the first of the hours of part 2 that number 25 is atop the leaderboard when you get to the hour mark. Lead gap then is 3.8. It's in the last sector where the time is lost.
Yeah, which is, I would imagine, on average pace, the slowest sector, isn't it? Yeah.
Which surprises me is it's there that you would lose the time.
Yeah.
You'd think the aero would work better on the fast.
On the fast section, yeah.
Right, Alan, you need a debrief at Optimum, I think, to find out what it is and what it's doing to confidence, to lap times, and why particularly it's the last sector that the McLaren seems to be struggling. So I'm sure Alan, once he's found either a driver or a team member, will be able to interrogate. And Dennis Marshall, in the meantime, thinks, right, this is good. We can build the lead again.
Going back to that lead squabble that we could see could potentially form for Pro-Am. Adam Smalley in the McLaren, Jim Pla in the number 26 Santa Lock Audi. Last time we looked, 12 seconds between the pair of them. Here we are several laps later, 12 seconds between the pair of them.
So one lap Adam Smalley has the advantage, the next lap Jim Pla has the advantage. There goes Frederick Schandorf down to turn 9, turns into the hairpin, looking good. But Dennis Marshall is still clear up front. Now, in sector 1 of this lap, the McLaren fractionally quicker, sector 2 fractionally quicker, and at the end of sector 3, well, let's see, because even though it's the slower sector and the tighter sector, this is where either the Audi is quicker or the McLaren is the weaker of the two. It's where the time seems to be lost, that's for sure.
Yeah, so 3.8 seconds last time through. Dennis Marshall over the start-finish line. 1 minute 53.0. Through goes Frederick Schandorf and loses a tenth of a second through that sector that time through. It's 3.8 seconds the gap now. Alan, what news?
An Optimum Motorsport answer. I've just come down to garage 14. At the back of the garage, I spoke to Baz Linders and I said, I very tentatively, you know what I'm like, I very tentatively said, everything all right? And he said, yes, yes. So I said, is everything okay? Is there a problem? And he said, yes, there is a problem. We're not leading the race. So I said, no, I fully understand that. I'm thinking more the pace in the final sector. He said, no, just the end of the stint. Nothing to worry about at the moment. There you go. That's your answer.
Right.
Okay. So
and he looked at you as you asked, is there anything wrong, and thought, are you new here, did he?
With a massive smile on his face, yes. Yes.
So that has steered beautifully away from the flapping diffuser underneath, or whatever it is that's flapping.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Good politician, Baz Linders, isn't he?
Yes, oh, yes.
Right, well, there's more to the story, I think, than we'll get. You haven't happened across, I'm assuming, a rejuvenated Sven Muller, or is he still taking on copious liquid after his marathon stint?
Actually, I thought very fairly that I'd give him a while to relax in the deck chair, and I kept checking back on him, and then he went into the little huddle around the computers. So I thought, okay, well, I'll allow you to have a little debrief, and then gone. Don't know where he went.
Right.
He looked rejuvenated after about 5 minutes. It didn't take him long to recover, but then I think he's gone off to maybe get something to eat. So he's not reappeared yet.
Okay. The Gosner story is having something different. They're now getting a drive-through penalty for crossing the pit exit line. Haven't had many of those in this race. Jules Gounon cut turn 7 and gained an advantage, so he's under investigation. And the lead gap is down back down to 3 seconds. It was 3.3 last time, and it's down to 3. So Frederick Schandorf is still pushing. And for Baz Lynders to say it's the end of the stint, I think is also taking the odd liberty, is it not? Seeing that he's got at least an hour and 21 minutes to go to get him to the checkered flag, because we know that Schandorf's going to be into the end.
And we've also got now another penalty heading in the direction of car number 42, which is no longer in the hands of Big Steve Laidlaw. It's Graham Mundy that's taken over. 5-second penalty with that car. Next comes into the pit. So Graham Mundy is on board for only his second stint, is he not?
Well, he was the one that crashed it earlier on, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I thought he got back in after that, but I might be wrong. Adam Smalley has also been given a penalty. So that's going to affect life in Pro-Am, isn't it? Because the leader of the category is going to have to serve 5 seconds on the next pit stop. So number 8 McLaren, track limits. It's the surviving Garage 59 McLaren, but it's been a bit overzealous with use of runoff.
Yeah, he needs to wind that back a bit, doesn't he? Because he's only got 12 seconds in hand over Jim Pla. So 5 seconds of that is going to evaporate in the next pit stop. We know that much.
Right, well, there is number 69 McLaren. 3 seconds back it was 74, which is the Fran Rueda McLaren Ferrari. That's got 10 seconds to serve on the next pit stop by way of a track limit penalty. And down the pit lane for the drive-through comes the Gosners. Now, how is Sergei Borisov getting on? That car has got to make 2 more pit stops, hasn't it, as against the one of the race leader. I mean, they can do them on successive laps if they want. They just have to tick them off.
Yeah, it's going to drop off the lead lap for sure. Is it going to drop behind the Alfred and Renauer Herbert Motorsport car? Not sure, because it would then need to lead... Yeah, it's only a lap ahead of it, isn't it? So it could be tight, actually, for 3rd and for 4th by the end of it, by the time that car's done 2 stops compared to just the one from the Herbert Motorsport car.
Yeah, I'd go along with that. You could well get number 7 Porsche to an overall 3rd place, an overall podium finish, couldn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, and we know the pace isn't going to change too much in that Porsche, regardless of what they do with drivers.
And it's in. 16 is in. Sergei Borisov coming down the pit lane now, so they've been listening to us. So this is effectively the 2nd imposed pit stop, he says hesitantly. Yes, it is.
You're right, yeah.
So there's 1 more to be made after this. So they've got another stop within the next hour and 19 minutes. So Sergei Borisov, we are anticipating, will take the car to the end. Fuel in, and then there'll be tyres to put onto the Proton Huber competition Porsche, and that can be released back into the race.
Yep, so fueling done.
Are they going to bother with tyres?
I don't think they are, you know. I think they're going to double stint them, and that might be down to the cooler conditions, David.
So Sergei Borisov resets the dials. Alan?
I'd like to say it is cooler this evening because some of the friends and family of some of the teams are utilising the tyre warmer, you know, the little tents at the back of the garages. They are standing by them just to keep warm. I've said to most of them, you should try living in England.
So race lead car Dennis Marshall now 311 laps done, and 16 Porsche ready to go back into the race. 2 seconds now the margin.
Yeah, 2.1 seconds the gap. That was back into the 52s, only just from Frederick Schandorf, 52.999. Nearly, give or take the odd thousandth, a full second quicker than the race leader that time through.
Good little battle on track here, and although they're different laps, they are in the same order, but a lap apart. So John Corbett versus Bashar Mardini. Audi a lap ahead of the Porsche, but they are in 12th and 13th, sorry, 11th and 12th places, but a lap apart. And so to unlap itself, there goes Bashar Mardini's Porsche up on the inside line. Job done, goes a little bit deep into 6th, but survives the moment.
Yep, which now gets it only just on the same lap as the Audi. For our lead Audi, though, Dennis Marshall, he has at least got 1 back marker between himself and the charging Frederick Schandorf, but for how much longer I don't know. It's the Simpson Motorsport Audi of Vasily Vladikin that is about to be picked off by Frederick Schandorf, who's going to squeeze his way through and by as they head through turn number 8 and up towards turn number 9. So that might have cost him very small amount of time.
A bit late on the brakes, car had a bit of a twitch, didn't it? But Schandorf able to get away with that. Alan.
I've got a Sven Muller update. I've just been to the back of the garage, bearing in mind the car had just come in and done a stop. And I walked up to him. He's now in a T-shirt and shorts, still in relaxing in a deck chair at the back. And I said, oh, there you are. Can we have a little chat? He said, aha, I do have one more stint to do. So I'm just having a bit of a massage. He's having his forearms massaged at the moment. So I said, OK, please don't worry about the final stint. And we'll speak to you a little bit after the race, eh?
He's certainly been a team player, hasn't he? He's done a huge amount of drive time in that car.
Herculean effort, isn't it?
And the rest.
He is, really is, yeah.
So we know they've got to make another imposed pit stop because they've only done 2. And so at the last one, they'll put Sven Muller in to go to the end.
And Sergei Borisov now in that very car, back out on circuit, so he's doing a double stint, but has gone back out on what we believe are the same tyres. Certainly didn't see any arrive subsequently either, so let's see what they can do to try and stay what is just on the lead lap, but I think they're going to drop off the lead lap and might say potentially drop off the overall podium. We'll have to wait and see. Dennis Marshall still continuing in the lead of the race. It's now down to 1.6 seconds. Frederick Schandorf last time through was half a second quicker than the race leader.
So change is building up, but as we've seen, it's not that easy to get by, is it, given the balance of performance? So Audi still leading from McLaren, 1.6 seconds the margin. There it is, more traffic up the road for Dennis Marshall, coming into the braking zone now. Through the left-hander he goes, back onto the power the other side.
Yeah, and it's the number 2 Audi that he's trying to pick off on the run through turns number 12, 13 and 14. John Corbett, the American, gets out of harm's way. So one race-leading Audi deals with the second Audi, which is just outside of the top 10 at the moment and is currently running second in GT3. As for Frederick Schandorf, well, he needs to just wait until the end of the lap and he should squeeze through at turn number 14 and pass the Audi. So both of them lose a little bit of time through the traffic. Schandorf was quicker through the middle sector by about half a second, but I think anything he gained through the middle sector will drop away through that third sector where he had to deal with the traffic he met in the wrong place. So the upshot is, yeah, the lead advantage comes out just over 2 seconds now.
Into the pit lane comes number 7 of Alfred Renauer. As he does so, he's under investigation again for track limits. So that might affect this Porsche podium battle, because although we're talking about another pit stop for number 16, if 7 keeps accruing penalties, then that's going to go against it as well. Dennis Marshall then dives to the inside line through the traffic, gets ahead of number 42 of Graham Mundy, and now Frederick Schandorf has got to catch and then think about wriggling past as well. Alfred Renauer out of the car. Dustin Blattner and Ralph Bowen, the other 2 drivers of number 7 Porsche, and an hour and 13. Whoever is in it, possibly Blattner, will take it to the end.
Yeah, I think Blattner looks to be the quicker of the 3. There's not much between all of them. They're all absolute megastars, but Dustin Blattner of the 3 just seems to have had the small advantage, and on the basis that is an AM car, and they can do what they want with the drivers, can't they?
Yeah, Renauer is a silver, isn't he? So they've got to be mindful of the 2 bronzes, but Alfred Renauer is out of the car. But when we know that pretty much Dustin Blattner is going to be a silver for next year. So he blasts away, or the car blasts away. But Ralph Bowen is another Porsche expert, having raced for well over a decade, largely with Herbeth in Porsches. Right, thinking of which, now Dennis Marshall has got to try and find a way around the outside there of Baccarat Mardini, which he does, coming out of 15.
Was a little bit wide, was he not, coming out of 15 there, or 14 up towards 15, so just needs to be careful again.
I suppose at least there was plenty of room. He wasn't running too close. If you think back to part 1, where we had, was it number 2 Audi going round the outside of the Cup Porsche at turn 5 and tagged into a spin, well, give the car, if you're going to be a hero on the outside, give the other guy plenty of room. Right, the lead gap is down again, 1.7 seconds, so Frederick Schandorf pushing on. So after very nearly 7 hours of racing. 1.7 seconds split the top two. And there to the inside line goes the McLaren. Up through the traffic goes Frederic Schandorf, puts another lap therefore on Bashar Al-Mardini's Porsche, and sets off yet again in pursuit of 25, the Santalok Audi.
Yeah, that's the good thing about this format as well, because we got to the end of 8 hours and the Santalok Audi was the best part of 1 minute and 20 seconds ahead, 1 minute and 30 seconds ahead of the car that's hunting it down in second place. But of course, because they were both on the lead lap, all of that gap disappears and it's not carried forward to part two. So it does mean that these two have been pretty much inseparable. And it doesn't matter which driver pairings we've had, there's never been much between the Audi and the McLaren, both of whom have had a good chunk of opportunity to lead. And here we are still, 1 3/4 seconds between the pair of them for the lead of the race, and of course the lead battling GT3 Pro.
And the Audi certainly hasn't been as dominant as it was in the first part of the race. We've got another investigation going on now for number 6. That's, blimey, the Racing One Ferrari yet again. Giacomo Altway behind the wheel of it is exceeding track limits.
Is that the one that's had more than anybody? I would say so.
It feels like it.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
Number 11 seems to have had a lot, but number 6 Ferrari, yeah. And it's also been in the wall, and it's been in the garage, and it's done everything else. Leader goes by, second place goes by. Gap is 1.9, so that time around it's advantage Audi fractionally by just under 2/10.
Frederic Schandorf still trying as hard as he possibly can, though. Where did he lose the time? In the first sector, in the second sector, and in the third sector, in all 3 sectors that time through. Dennis Marshall was able to just edge away from the chasing Frederic Schandorf McLaren, as into the pit lane this time through comes Graham Mundy at the wheel of the Toro Verde Porsche, which has now moved up to 3rd in the Cup class as a result of that pit stop, which is still taking place, the drive shaft replacement of the number 17 Enrique Fulgenzi Racing Porsche.
So they can go back out and then serve a stop-go. Poor old number 17 in its travails. Right, leaders coming into the chicane then. And in the first sector of this lap, the gap was down fractionally. So advantage McLaren. Graham Mundy out of the car, so his job is currently done. Whether he gets in again, I rather doubt. I think that's probably his race run, and they can do one last driver change, and that will go to the end. Possibly put Mika Stanley in for the last stint, therefore. So lead gap still coming down. Fuel in. It's all done from the fuel rig rather than the churns, and it will be Misha Stanley to get on board 42. Such a shame that car lost, what, an hour by that off that Graham Mundy had, and it wasn't so much the damage from the off, it was just the time lost trying to recover the car that seemed to really do for it, and it was a very, very long recovery. So Mika Stanley being strapped into the car. The leaders are on their way up towards the line, because coming up towards the beam now has just gone Dennis Marshall, Frederic Schandorf behind him, and the gap 1.5 seconds now. Another good lap by number 69 McLaren. So I think 1.5 seconds is less than it has been pretty much since Frederic Schandorf got on board. 10-second penalties are coming for number 7 Porsche. 10 seconds now for the Bone Renauer Blackner car that Ralph Bone took back into the race, and also for number 96 as well, the Simpson Audi. So there's number 7, but it's got a 10-second penalty heading its way now for track limits, and we factor that into the mix against number 16, which owes us a pit stop, and it's even harder to call. Right, number 6 Ferrari back into the pit lane. And number 4, Jules Gounon, 10-second penalty for leaving the track and gaining an advantage. So, having committed the offence, the penalty goes. It kind of doesn't really matter where you are or how far away you are in the order. If you are deemed to have gained an advantage out of that one move, then the penalty comes. But there's somebody else ruining what could have been in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Another car that just didn't get the rub of the green on this occasion. Wrong place, wrong time. Back marker causing problems for them, and they've been playing catch-up ever since then. Any chance of any result was gone. What, after the first, 3-4 hours was it for that car? Reasonably early on into part one of this race.
And of course, the car that got entangled with it crashed out anyway. Lead gap could be well under 1 second this time. It's looking even less as they come now around the hotel then. Down towards turn 14 comes Frederick Schandorf, a second and a half at the start of this lap. And there's nothing, it seems, that Dennis Marshall can do now to turn up the wick and get away again. There's the penalised number 7, which is now in 6th place. So it's started to fall a little bit, hasn't it, behind the Smalley and Pla Pro-Am battle. But across the line, are we under a second? Not quite. 1.039, but less than ever between the two of them in this order.
Yep, so Frederick Schandorf has really sort of picked up, hasn't he, where the outgoing driver of that number 69 car left off, which was Adam Tillett. Down the pit lane goes, that looked like Racing 1. Giacomo Altway was behind the wheel of the car. Was that a drive-through that they were serving, or was that a driver change? It's Giacomo Altway that's still behind the wheel of it, but for the lead of the race through the first sector of this lap, they are pretty much matched for pace. A few thousandths quicker was Dennis Marshall at the wheel of the Audi. He was 23.9 seconds through the first sector, 24.000, exactly 24 seconds through the first sector was the chasing Frederick Schandorf. So round through turn 6, turn 7, still impossible to see whether the gap has closed at all over the course of this lap. Have they got fairly clear track ahead of them? No, they've got one car they know to deal with, and that car, couldn't quite tell
55.
what it was. 55 was it? Right, okay, that will be the Philip Fernandez Lazare car that is there for Renilde Racing, and he's currently 5th in Pro-Am.
Yeah, and Lazare presumably to take that to the end as the gun driver in the car. 74 has just gone by Fran Reda over the timing line. We haven't had Tanat Satran-Tirakul in that car, I don't think, in the second part. Maybe all of his drive time done early on, or maybe he's going to do the last stint, we'll see. And that last stint is getting closer with just an hour and 5 minutes of the Lenovo Gulf 12 hours to go. Lead gap coming down and down and down, but Frederick Schandorf still not quite close enough to strike. Into turn 16 they come then, and into the pits comes the McLaren. What about the Audi? The Audi has stayed out, so lead will stretch. Dennis Marshall goes by, and Frederick Schandorf onto the pit road. He has come, presumably to stay behind the wheel of that car. Other teams are limbering up for the last pit stop. Santalot, for example, getting ready, presumably next time, for Dennis Marshall to come in. A 10-second penalty to the Racing 1 Ferrari for exceeding track limits. On and on it goes. Down the pit road has come the Lion Speed car. Others, that's the Lion Speed car controller ready to receive it. But the Optimum Motorsport McLaren, last pit stop of the race, all being well. And they'll turn Frederick Schandorf through, getting back out. Garage 59 thinking of McLarens, ready also for Adam Smalley.
Yep, and also into the pit lane came the number 2 John Corbett driven Haas RT Audi that time through. So all of these cars ticking off their final pit stops. We've also got Santalok in as well, the number 26 car, Jim Pla, coming in from 2nd in GT Pro-Am, 5th overall in the race. So of the top 5, 3 of them are in the pit lane at the moment. Not the leader, not the car that was in 3rd.
Now, the gap between Smalley and Pla for Pro-Am was 7.3 seconds, but Smalley's got 5 seconds of a penalty to serve. So, assuming that they don't lose any extra time, although the McLaren you anticipate will go out ahead, it won't be by much. So, Pro-Am is going to be a good fight to the very end, isn't it? Into the last 62 minutes or so of the race once the stops are done. And away goes Frederick Schandorf. Did that car take on new tyres, I wonder? I wasn't sure whether we'd seen a tyre change for that, but he's blasted back into the race, and Dennis Marshall will be due next time.
So new tyres did go on
to
the McLaren. Bashir Mardini now out of the car, and it's Gabriel Rindone that heads back on board the Lion Speed Porsche for its final stint in this session, for which we're now just 3 minutes away from hitting the 1 hour to go mark in the 14th running of the Lenovo Gulf 12 hours.
Does that mean we've not had Kyle Tilley in the car at all in part 2?
I think he was in briefly, yes he was, yes. Yeah, because we discussed him talking about NASCAR in part 2, did we? Was that?
We did, but I thought that was when we were predicting that he would have taken over.
I think you're right.
Bashir Mardini.
No, I think you're
and
right,
if he hasn't driven it, I'm surprised.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, you would have thought that as he's one of the 2 silvers, they would have kept some of his time available for this race. However, if that was Rindone getting back into it, as you were suggesting, then we'll take it to the end. McLaren comes out ahead, but only just. So Smalley stays ahead of Pla, but the Pro-Am fight is well and truly joined for 62 minutes.
looking forward to this, really. We've got brilliant battle going on for the lead of the race, which is also the lead of GT3 Pro. Fantastic fight going on between two cars for GT3 Pro-Am. So here we are. You know, we are now pretty much 11 hours into a 12-hour race, and we've still got cars fighting away for the lead overall and for the lead of their class.
What it should be, isn't it?
Yep,
so
absolutely.
It's all worked out beautifully on the BOP, the balance of performance. 51, Alessio Dono brought it in, should stay behind the wheel, tyres and fuel, and send him back out. Yeah, there are the tyres being brought around the front. That's another in the Pro-Am battle, but that's rather defeated itself. It's third, but with lots of track limit penalties for that car as well. It's fallen away a bit.
Just looking at sticker Pirelli as well that's going on that right rear, isn't it? So that is an unused set. They've not, with the allocation, had to reuse any sets from earlier on, waiting for the clock to tick away before that car heads back out there. We've still got Dennis Marshall to come into the pits at some point. He is an hour and 2 minutes into this stint with an hour and 1 minute to go.
He is indeed on the pit lane. So 25 Audi comes in, away goes Dono, and Santalok for possibly the most important pit stop of the season. Receive number 25, and the first thing that happens is the fuel goes in, so the lead car is in. And while an eye is kept on that, we also need to look for 69 McLaren. There is the Audi. Now that's not got anything to serve, has it? That's not got a penalty. So it should be a natural pit stop. And Dennis Marshall and Gilles Magnus will switch over, presumably, because Dennis Marshall gets out of the car. Where in all of that is Gilles Magnus? He's at the front of it, so ready to jump on board. As into the pit lane next comes the Kessel Giorgio Roda number 11 Ferrari. Right, Magnus gets on board. So the quick Belgian will take the car to the end. Tyres go on, and this has got to be absolutely perfect, hasn't it? The last pit stop for the Optimum McLaren was 1 second under, so they can count that as a joker pit stop. But Santalok will be wanting to make sure they are absolutely spot on as well. The lollipop is moved to say, right, our work is done. We'll count you down. And then, of course, there's the drive time. So it's a minute and 40 line to line. Not stationary for a minute and 40, but the pit in to pit out line. And away blasts Gilles Magnus back into the race, into the last hour of the 12 here at the Yas Marina Circuit.
Yep, so we'll have to wait and see as to exactly what the gap is between the pair of them. Gilles Magnus making his way through pit lane exit as over the start-finish line comes Frederick Schandorf. So cameras might hopefully pick up on how close they are when they head towards turn number 4 and turn number 5, because for my maths there shouldn't be a great deal between either of them.
No, it was a minute and 40, car in the pit lane, car over the line. But take a minute and 40 of a pit stop out of it, and it's going to be hardly anything at all. There is the Audi back on track, but behind the McLaren. So we've had the lead change in the pits going into the last hour of the race. So Santalok, having been so dominant in part 1, now has a totally different fight on its hands. Not to pull away, but to try and catch. And not only has it lost the lead, it has lost, I would say, about 4 or 5 seconds worth.
I'd agree with you, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I thought it would be much closer than that. And when I saw the Audi coming out of pit lane exit on its own, I had this sneaky feeling the McLaren had already gone through. And a little bit later, yeah, you could see as we changed the camera shots that it is going to be Frederick Schandorf now that has picked up the lead of the race. Back in has come the MP Racing Mercedes of the Gosner family. So that is in for its final stop by the look of things. Karina Gosner behind the wheel. We are going to have one further change of driver, and that will be David that's getting in this time through. Right, so his helmet is pink, but it's got less pink on it than Karina that is getting out. So Frederick Schandorf, thanks to all of the hard work also that Aaron Talitz did in the early stages of part 2. It's McLaren that leads the way. We have had a win for McLaren in the past here at Yas Marina. That was in the first of the 2 races that we had in 2022. It's in the January race where 2Cs claimed the victory. We also saw a McLaren win in the Seoul race that we had in Bahrain during the COVID period in 2021. So potentially, could we see a 3rd win for McLaren? Or if Gilles Magnus, if Santalok have got anything else up their sleeves, they've got 5.7 seconds to try and close down in 57 minutes. If they could take the win, it would be the 2nd win for Audi after a Temptos win here in 2019 in the R8. And as David was alluding to earlier on, this potentially could be the final swan song for an Audi R8 in one of the top international sports car races. Very much now, of course, with the final vehicle in GT3 specification Audi R8 having been delivered to a customer just in the last few weeks. Audi now concentrating their efforts on Formula One. This will be a nice way for Santalok to bow out with the brand, for Audi to bow out of what is highly likely to be top flight GT racing. We'll still see Audi R8s out, but they're going to drop into some of the lower categories of endurance racing, like of Creventic and other things as well. But for Frederick Schandorf, it was a 1 minute 52.551 from him last time through. As into the pits comes Jules Gounon. So the 2Cs Motorsport car in the hands of the hugely successful Jules Gounon over the last few years, but this is not going to be one of those weekends where Jules Gounon will walk away with another trophy to add to what I'm sure has been, over the course of the last few years, a very expanding trophy cabinet for him.
You see the process going through there to get out of the car, so he knows exactly what to press to release the netting to the side, then lift up the steering column so there's a little bit more room to wriggle out, and presumably Brenton Grove is going to bring the car to the end as the other silver. So Jules is done, and let the family bring the car to the end. But no panic, no fluster in the way that Jules got out of the car, knew exactly what to do, how to do it. Leader goes by, Frederick Schandorf, 5.5 seconds clear of Gilles Magnus. Right, this sets us up for a really interesting final hour of the race, doesn't it?
It certainly does, and particularly Gilles Magnus was 0.2 of a second quicker that time through. He deals decisively with a bit of traffic that he meets heading up towards turn one. There was no way he was going to be slowed down or compromised by that traffic, not doing exactly what he wanted to do. So good traffic management from Gilles Magnus, trying to close that gap on Frederick Schandorf. However, he is 0.4 of a second down just through sector one on Frederick Schandorf. Into the pit lane comes the leader of the Cup category, the number 91 Porsche, heads down pit road and back into the pit lane. That is Simpson Motorsport, is it? Vasily Vladikin heading in towards him to conduct what should be that final pit stop for that car.
Which will include a 10-second penalty for earlier infringements. An absolute best has been offered up by Davide Rigon in the last sector of the previous lap, the frustrated Italian, given how many penalties number 11 has copped. We've also got 16 in for its last pit stop. Yes, number 16. And Sven Muller back on board, we anticipate, from what Alan was telling us. So another stint to be done for Sven Muller. So he is not quite done yet.
No, so the opportunity to rehydrate, relax, take off what must be very sweaty overalls is done and dusted. We'll see where they feed back out, because are they going to still hang on to third overall, or is Herbert Motorsport going to get back past them? We'll have to wait and see. You know, the number 7 Ralph Bone-driven Herbert Motorsport Porsche still leading AM, picking up an extra 10 seconds in the pit lane last time through. Won't have aided their course to try and get an overall podium. I still think it'll be tight.
Let's see, equally there you put Sven Muller up against Ralph Bone. One is demonstrably quicker than the other. Ralph Bone's not slow, but he's not a Porsche factory considered driver. Sven Muller was on the books for a time, wasn't he? So there, number 16 Porsche ready to drop back down and rejoin. In fact, it will come down now as the incoming driver is ready. The car settles, and number 16 ready to blast back into the race. So 7 has gone through just over the line, so that now is 322 laps done for that car, 323 laps done for number 16, and it doesn't want to start, does it? Sven Muller, I thought I saw shaking his head there as though there was a problem. Gets going now though, so a little bit of time lost, but not too much. It's going to be slightly slower, because when he gets to the pit out beam it will be 1 minute and 42 seconds, so fraction of time lost.
Keep an eye on what's going on also between Adam Smalley and Jim Pla for the lead of GT3 Pro-Am. Those two cars just went up towards turn number 1, and they were absolutely nose to tail for the lead of GT3 Pro-Am. Here they are heading around through turn number 4 and up towards turn number 5 for the moment. Adam Smalley still leads the class, still sits there in 5th place. Look at his mirrors, silver Audi's there. There's Jim Pla for Santalok.
Nothing to choose between them. Fran Rueda brought 74 in, and he's going to go back into the race as 42 passes on the track. That is the car that is then 20th now. Mr. Stanley at the wheel for the last part of the race. So 5.9 seconds between the top two, and the gap is down a little in Sector 1. But actually, Gilles Magnus, even though he's done a personal best Sector 2, not as quick as Frederick Schandhoff, it is looking increasingly likely that this could be a McLaren win.
There as one of the Garage 59 cars, but Optimum Motorsport, you know, we knew what Frederick Schandhoff could do. We've seen less of some of the drivers that he's been sharing that car with, so Todd Coleman and the likes of Aaron Tillett. We've seen not huge amounts of in the Gulf 12 Hours, not seen huge amounts of them racing in Europe, so a lesser known quantity in reality. You look at their CVs and they've done impressive stuff, but can they put that into play here at the Gulf 12 Hour? Yas Marina, absolutely they can, and they lead the way at this stage. So Gilles Magnus is pushing hard. He has just set the best lap that car has done so far, 1 minute 52.225, so he's not leaving a lot out there and is pushing hard. As for now, I thought briefly as I looked up there was a moment for Gilles Magnus, but he was moving from one side of the circuit to the other to take the next corner. I thought he was weaving around as though there was an issue with it. Well, I was slightly worried for a second. We haven't caught up with what's going on with Adam Smalley and Jim Pla as well. Those two still separated by less than a second as they continue to fight over the lead of GT3 Pro-Am.
Indeed so, and last time Gilles Magnus did a personal best lap, so he is still pushing. And Frederick Schandhoff has got traffic up the road. 55 is back in for its last stop. Felipe Lazar at the wheel, there it is. And the race leaders are coming up then towards the exit of turn 14, with now 326 laps to be notched off this time. Out of the car gets Felipe Lazar, possibly to give way to David Perel for the last part of the race. The leaders then hustling up towards the line. Through goes McLaren. There's a back-marking Ferrari between Frederick Schandhoff and Gilles Magnus, who goes through now. The margin 5.3 seconds, and that time around it was something like 28 thousandths of a second that split the lap times. Schandhoff just slightly slower, so Magnus was the quicker, but not by anything significant.
Right, so car 74 crossing the pit lane exit has been noted, which is Andrew Gilbert for Kessel Racing. Last time we saw that it was noted, it was for the number 58 MP Racing Mercedes, was it not?
Yeah.
It was noted, and then it became a drive-through penalty.
Indeed, it did indeed. So yes, Andrew Gilbert may well be copping that, and if it's the pit exit, then it was him, wasn't it? Because he was the man that drove the car out of the pit lane.
Yeah.
So Gilbert and Rueda have done the 4 hours between them. No Tanat Satratiran call in for part 2 of the race, but that's not unique, as we've got another absolute best last sector. David Irigon again in Sector 3, going quicker than anybody. 49 minutes and counting still to go. Frederick Schandhoff comes towards turn number 9, and in the first sector of the lap was, again, fractionally slower, but we're talking hundreds, and in Sector 2, quicker by a couple of tenths.
So it just keeps ebbing and flowing, doesn't it? Lap after lap after lap. So up towards the braking area for turn number 12. On towards turn number 13 comes Frederick Schandhoff, who is now about to chalk up lap number 327 before too much longer on the race leading Optimum Motorsport McLaren.
What was your target for number of laps?
I thought it would be 349.
And that was better or worse than last year?
That would have been one better, but it was nip and tuck as to whether we would get there.
Okay.
But the pace has remained green, other than that one short period of time, hasn't it, in this one? Into the pit lane comes Wayne Boyd for Dragon Racing. So this is a late pit stop that they need to tick off. You do need to tick off all of your mandated pit stops as well by a certain time as well, don't you? You can't leave them until the last few minutes of the race. You need to make sure that they are all done and dusted by a set time.
3 hours and 15 minutes, isn't it?
Yeah, so coming in, and that is 2 minutes away from getting towards the 3 hour and 15 minute point. So they couldn't have left it much longer, could they?
No, perfectly timed. But that's where the good teams will be on top of the regs all the while, won't they? Know exactly what they can do and when and how.
So you can see the amount of brake dust coming off the front of the Ferrari. final set of Pirelli tyres being bolted onto it. Off we'll go. Davide Rigon has just set the fastest lap of the race we've seen so far. He lost a bit of time through sector 1. He was quicker than he'd previously gone through sector 2. Absolute best through sector 3. The upshot is a new fastest lap of the race with 47 minutes to go. 1 minute 51.659. He's not going to get another win to add to the tally, but that sort of stamps his authority down a little bit, doesn't it?
And on lap 324 as well. Fastest lap, Davide Rigon. Fantastic. Now, that's not to say that somebody else won't go quicker even, because the way that people are having to push now for the outright win and for the Pro-Am win, still got people really, really hassling on, haven't you? The gap between Smalley and Pla has crept up a little bit to 1.4 seconds, and the lead gap has crept up as well to 6 seconds. So I think there's going to be a bit of head-scratching at Santalot. That car has never really turned itself on in the way that it did in the first part of the race.
If I could tell you that one car has picked up another time penalty that needs dealing with, any suggestion on what number it could possibly be?
Oh, would it be a single digit, and would it be on a Ferrari?
It would, yes, it would. Yeah, number 6, 10-second penalty.
Crikey. I've probably spent about a week in the pit lane.
Now, because they've conducted all of their mandated pit stops, does that just get added on at the end of the race now? Because if they came in to serve another one, it would almost like a stop-go penalty of 10 seconds, which would be rather unfortunate.
Yes. Yeah. I think it does get added on at the end. Yes, yes.
That would be the fair way to do it. Otherwise, they are getting over-penalised compared to every other penalty you would have had.
True, yeah. So it'll go on to the end of the race. It is a time penalty, not a pit stop penalty as such. Number 7 goes through. Now that car is a minute and a half away from Sven Muller for third place. They're on the same lap, but I think Muller is going to pull clear.
So am I reading that correct, that car number 6 picked up a 10-second penalty for exceeding track limits, but about 50 seconds after that picked up another black and white warning flag for track limits?
Yes.
If that's done correctly in chronological order.
And it's got 2 10-second penalties within 2 minutes.
Right.
One was at 11 minutes past 10 and one was at 13 minutes past 10, and then there's another investigation. Another warning flag. So one more and there'll be another penalty.
Ernst Kirschmeier is shown as the driver behind the wheel of that one.
It may be. It may not.
He's testing the patience, or the driver of that car, whoever it is testing the patience of race control, I would have thought.
I think they're running out of penalties to give, aren't they?
So 329 laps about to be completed by Frederik Schandorf, who has now extended the lead margin to 6.4 seconds between himself and Gilles Magnus in the Audi. Equally as much in GT3 Pro-Am, Adam Smalley has done a good job of stretching the lead advantage that he's got in the Pro-Am leading car that runs 5th overall between himself and Jim Pla at the wheel of the second of the 2 Santalot Audis. And that gap is now up to about 1.5 seconds between the pair of them. So Santalot looked so good earlier on, it looks so potentially for them could be second overall in the race and second in Pro-Am.
Yeah, which kind of doesn't make sense in a way, does it, after being so dominant in the first part? But the car has looked good in this, but has never had the advantage that it did in the first part of the race, as though it liked the warmer conditions but not the cooler.
And if you look at the number 26 car, you know, it is second in Pro-Am, it is 6th overall, good performance. Again, it's a case of what could have been, largely because of the penalties it picked up in part 1, dropping it down through the order, but equally as much, of course, that car got a 10-place grid drop because it didn't, by absolutely a whisker, allow Jim Pla to get back out after they had the power steering issue in qualifying yesterday and set a time. He was almost, you know, another minute in qualifying, he'd have got out and set a time, but he didn't quite get there in time.
But a Benjamin Ricci and a Michael Blanchemin as 2 bronzes were always going to compromise that car's pace, because you had to get 6 hours out of those 2, not 3 hours out of a Zhou Bi Wang that they had in number 25. So I think they're always on the back foot for an outright place with that car.
Yeah, but I just think they've done a cracking job.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it is a case of what could have been, but either way, with the cards that they were dealt starting off the back of the grid, and the fact they've picked up a few penalties, they've done well.
Have indeed, and they're not done yet, are they? No. 11 tenths back on Adam Smalley, as there through the traffic tries to get number 96. So you've got Gabriel Rindon in the Porsche hanging on to position. Well, he was, but he goes way out wide, and therefore that loses the place to Michael Loboda. That is for position then. That's 12th overall that's just changed, and Michael Loboda goes by the Simpson Audi. That, I think, has cleared all of its penalties, so that's good. And it's also cleared the Porsche then. So for Simpson, 12th place for Mikael Laboda. Good pass that, and he's still ahead coming into the chicane.
Yeah, it really is at the wheel of that. Still almost looks in exactly the same conditions it started the race, that Simpson Motorsport car. I also like the livery. It works well in the daytime. It looks fantastic at night as well, that particular car. Another couple of cars sticking their elbows out as they head in towards the braking area for turn number 9. That is the number 55 Ferrari of David Perel, who has just managed to squeeze his way through and past one of the Cup Racing Porsches. So David Perel, the South African, at the wheel of the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari, is 9th overall at the moment, 5th in Pro-Am, but he's a lap adrift of everybody else.
There's a 10-second penalty for exceeding track limits coming to... Oh, you guessed, number 6 Ferrari, well done. So is that at the end of the race, we need to try and somehow work out how much time that has had in terms of penalties, because it must be a good 2 or 3 laps now.
Yeah, I mean, it picked up a 10-second penalty at 11 minutes past 10. I mean, it's only 18 minutes past 10 now, so it picked up a 10-second penalty 7 minutes ago. It picked up another penalty 5 minutes ago, and it's picked up another penalty now. So is that 30 seconds?
Yeah, in 10 minutes.
In 10 minutes.
You can appreciate the frustration, can't you? It's different drivers doing it, but it's all adding up. But it's now getting perhaps beyond a joke for number 6, with just so many transgressions being made by all the drivers.
Yeah, it's not been a single one that's had the monopoly, is it? Really?
No, they've all had a go.
They've all had a good go at it.
And they've probably now got to the point of thinking, "Oh well, stuff it, because we ain't going to achieve much." So what the heck? There's a bit of curb there I've not driven on yet. Let's go and investigate that. So who did you put into it last? Ernst Kirchmeier again, who's normally very good in Ferrari Challenge, but adapting to the GT3 car.
That's a car generally that's had its woes all weekend, doesn't it? All starting with Mark Rosser's off in the qualifying session, and then problems early on with brakes, and say probably more penalties in the pits for track limits than any other car that we've had out there, and now by a fair chunk, I would say.
I can't think of. Pretty much every car has had some track limit drama, but nothing quite on that scale. Number 11 seems to have had a lot as well, the Kessel Ferrari, but I still think number 6 wins the unofficial award for most track limit penalties.
So we're riding on board with Stephen Grove in the 2Cs Mercedes, which is just heading out of turn number 9. That will be up towards the kink at 10, and then turn right again at 11, turn right again at 12, and then all of a sudden with the onboard shot, car diving up the inside and squeezing its way through a pass. It's one of the Ferrari 296, as you can see now on board, just how narrow this section of the circuit feels compared to a few corners ago.
I thought that was the leading McLaren, which is why I was in a big hurry. But let's see, coming up now towards turn 16, the McLaren is due. Yeah, it is. Frederick Schandorf it was, who went diving by. So interesting as well, Stephen Grove, Patron, is going to bring it to the end as the bill payer rather than Brenton, who you could argue is a bit quicker than his dad. Right, let's go back to the pit lane. We've tempted Tim Fulbrook out of his social media duties, and he's on his toes, and he's found Felipe Fernandez-Lazar, who's had a busy race, Tim, aboard 55 Ferrari.
He has, and it doesn't seem to have got any less busy, as despite agreeing with Felipe that I chat to him, he seems to have disappeared out the back of the pit garage, just as I said. I'll grab a cameraman and come back. So come back to me in 30 seconds and I'll try and find him again.
All right, OK, so he's probably got to have a look at the data, which will confirm they are 9th. We're looking at number 7 Porsche, which is still 4th and still leading its class. There's another investigation for track limits heading the way of 51 Ferrari, Alicia O'Donoghue. Now that's also been attracting quite a lot of penalties. Right, here's one we prepared earlier. Tim Fulbrook is now with Felipe Fernandez-Lazar.
Brilliant, thank you, David. Felipe, it's been a bit of an up and down race for you guys in the Rinaldi car, but nearly there, nearly to the checkered flag.
I mean, honestly, I'm really disappointed what happened during the night in terms of BOP changes. I think obviously it was completely the wrong direction. We were on the back foot all the time, and unfortunately, I mean, the first 8 hours you're looking for a good track position. We were able to stay in the lead lap in our class, but yeah, it's difficult out there. But anyways, I'm just happy to finish the race in one piece, and hopefully David is having a nice time out there. I'm happy with my bronze driver. Serena did an amazing job, Huki as well, so I'm just pleased. Bring it safe home, and hopefully we come next year again.
We see you in the pit stops helping out. There seems to be a real unity between you 4 drivers with all these, in this team. That must be quite special to work with. Even if things aren't going your way, it must still feel good to be part of a team so gelled together.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, motorsport is a team sport without any doubt. And yeah, I mean, without the mechanics, they're working from Saturday, Sunday, like 24/7. So thank you guys, chapeau, and yeah, team sport.
Thank you very much for your time,
Welcome, guys.
And yeah, just going back to that Ferrari point, I think the trigger for the BOP change, it wasn't where the cars were on the grid, because that's the average, but 3 of the 4 parts of qualifying were headed by Ferrari. So I think that's what got the scrutineers a little bit concerned and thought, okay, that's clearly a bit too good, because one of them was number 51 Ferrari, one of them was, which is David Fuminelli's car. That 51 or is that 11, and the other one was Davide Rigon. So, it was split across different cars, but
Fuminelli's 11, yeah.
Yeah, so 3 out of the 4 sessions, all topped by Ferrari, and maybe that's where the scrutineers got a bit nervy about what they thought was perhaps dominance, which maybe it wouldn't have had.
The problem with BOP is it's a thankless task for the people that organise it, isn't it? It's like being a football referee.
Yeah.
You're never going to keep everybody satisfied, and by very nature, when you've got a mixture of normally aspirated cars, you've got forced induction cars, you've got front engine cars, you've got rear engine cars, you've got mid engine cars, it's difficult to try and equate the performance of all of them.
And no one's going to be happy all of the time.
No.
So you tweak the BOP to give that brand a better BOP, but therefore everyone else mows because they're affected accordingly. So yes, I mean, yeah, there is evidence to say that the Ferraris have certainly been pegged back, because they're just nowhere, and they're all in the clump, as we said earlier on, but too far back. 74 has got the drive-through for crossing the pit exit lane. It's another Ferrari. It's Andrew Gilbert's car. Good to hear from Felipe Lazer, who's another driver that kind of doesn't really get the recognition. He's a star around the Nordschleife, but it's good to see him somewhere else, and certainly a quick driver that we need to see more of. Hopefully Rinaldi will be able to use more of him next year. Right, in Pro-Am, there is number 26 of Jim Clark. He's being chased by the Am leading Ralph Bone, but that means that Jim has now got himself back ahead of the Porsche. So the last time through it was Audi behind Porsche, now it's Audi back ahead. There for the drive-through is Andrew Gilbert down the pit lane. But Adam Smalley, I think now, is getting away a little bit more, is he not, within Pro-Am. Only maybe a tenth or 2 per lap, but it all builds. And so the margin now is 2.7 seconds between McLaren and Audi. It's increasing again, advantage to Garage 59 over Santilloc.
It has, yeah, and it came out by another half a second that time through, but that's largely because of the overtake that Jim Pla did to get his Santilloc Audi back ahead of the GT3 Am class leading Herbert Porsche in the hands of Ralph Bone. Didn't seem that long ago that we were considering that number 7 Porsche could potentially have finished on an overall podium. Well, here it is at the moment now, in 6th.
And I think that's partly down to the penalties, isn't it? It's had a couple of 10 seconds to serve. We were thinking it would be battling with number 16. Well, there, Sven Muller in the blue Porsche going ahead of number 7 of Ralph Bone in a straight line, coming now down towards the chicane. So Sven Muller into the end, and is admittedly a lap down again, but still beckons for 3rd place.
And is lapping quicker on that lap than everybody other than David Arrigon, who did a 1 minute 52.997 and just a few thousandths slower with a 1:53.012 with Sven Muller. So he's still arguably one of the quicker cars out there, or was at least on that particular lap. And yeah, you're right about the penalties for that Porsche, removing it from any chance of what could potentially have been an overall podium, because Ralph Bone might be there in 6th place. He's 4.8 seconds adrift of the car ahead of him, which is Jim Pla, who is 2.7 seconds adrift of the car ahead of that. And yet that Porsche served 10 seconds in the pit lane. He could be 2 places higher had they not have picked up those penalties.
Isn't this a conversation we had in the last hour at part 1 about cars? And if only. That was about number 16 Porsche, which had had 15 seconds worth, and that was why it had fallen off the lead lap. And Sven Muller has worked for pretty much 3 out of 4 hours of this second part of the race to keep the car on the lead lap, to salvage something. But third looks as though it's going to be as good as it gets, as the lead gap is 5.7 seconds. It's come down by maybe a tenth and a half to 2/10, but Gilles Magnus is finding it really tough to do anything about Frederic Schandorf.
He just cannot find the pace, can he, at all? So he is lapping at a similar-ish pace, but the gap just isn't coming down. So let me, with just over half an hour to go, 31.5 minutes to go, run you through the order. It is number 69, Optimum Motorsport, and Frederic Schandorf that leads the way overall, but also leads GT3 Pro by about 5 3/4 seconds from the second place car, another GT3 Pro car, number 25, Santalok Racing and Gilles Magnus with the Audi. Third is the car that completes the GT3 and the GT3 Pro and the overall podium at the moment, car number 16, Proton Cuba competition, Sven Muller and the Porsche. In fourth and fifth, that's where we have the cars that are first and second in GT3 Pro-Am. Fourth, number 8, Garage 59, Adam Smalley and the McLaren. Fifth, number 26, Santalok and Jim Pla with the Audi. Sixth place, it's the leading car in GT3 Am. Number 7, Herbert Motorsport and Ralph Boone with the Porsche. Ralph Boone with the Porsche, I should say. Seventh place, number 51, AF Corsa and Alessio Dono with his Ferrari. That car will complete the GT3 Pro-Am podium at the moment. 8th place is number 11, which is Kessel Racing and Davide Rigon, but he is only 2.8 seconds adrift of Alessio Dono, so I don't think we've fully sorted out what the GT3 Pro-Am podium might look like at the moment. And then it is going to be David Perel, number 55, that's there in 9th place, and completing the top 10 is going to be number 88, Jagan Racing and Wayne Boyd.
Right, Dono has got 10 seconds to serve. That was applied 6 minutes ago, so that's after his last stop. So there's going to be a penalty for number 51 at the end of the race. 11 for the moment, I think, has escaped further censure, so Rigon potentially to jump ahead of Dono. Castle ahead of AF Corsa for your podium.
And that's why he's been pushing like crazy, David Rigon, and has just set a few laps ago the fastest lap of the race that we've seen so far.
The lead gap has gone up again. So Gilles Magnus dropped a full second last time around to Frederic Schandorf. It is just not going Santalok's way after all of that hard work to just dominate the first part. They now not only are only second, but they haven't got an answer. They're not creeping back into the mix. They're not being able to find improved sectors. They just don't have an answer to what the Optimum Motorsport McLaren is doing, and that's heading up towards the timing line. It is about to go through, does so now, and that lap was a 1:53.9. The Santalok Audi is going across the line now, and the margin is 6.2 seconds. Tim, yes?
I was going to say, on that point about the number 25 Santalok Audi, I spoke to Gilles Magnus in the break between part 1 and part 2, out in the fan zone where he was signing plenty of autographs, but he told me that they just didn't feel as confident in the car in the cooler conditions, just rather the pace dropped off. And I think whilst they've been digging deep to try and mitigate that kind of step down in performance, I think it's starting to show itself in this final 45 minutes. And as you say, it doesn't seem to have an answer at the moment with the gap at the front.
And of course, this is a time of day that they've not really done much running. We've had free practice in the morning, the lunchtime period, early afternoon, qualifying in earlier evening, but running at 10:30 is almost uncharted territory, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Because even
I was going to say just quickly, I mean, they tried their best to get some running at this time with a few delays in qualifying last night. But yeah, definitely a unique situation for some of these cars, and I suppose exacerbates that issue that the Santalok guys mentioned.
Exactly right. So even though they know that car inside out, they'll have run it, in different temperatures across other races. When it matters, right at the very end, and we were talking early on about this possible fairy tale parting of the ways between Santalok and Audi. Maybe that fairy tale ain't going to come true after all.
No, and maybe McLaren are on for their 3rd overall win in the Gulf 12 Hours. It would be their 2nd win here at Yas Marina as a manufacturer, and it would be the first non-2Cs win in the McLaren, because the 2 previous McLaren wins have both been through 2Cs when they were winning the McLaren rather than Mercedes. So Bahrain in 2021, Yas Marina in 2022 were the 2 McLaren wins that we've had in the Gulf 12 Hours in the previous 14 races, 13 of which took place here at Yas Marina. So keeping an eye on Alessio Dono, and then you can see right behind him is David Arrigon. So 2.1 seconds between the pair of them. David Arrigon will probably know, though, that Alessio Dono ahead of him has got an additional pit stop that needs to take place. No, the other 2Cs win was a Mercedes, wasn't it? So it is just, yeah, a single win for McLaren. So,
and it will be for the 720S GT3 a second win as well, won't it?
Yes, it will. Yeah,
model.
it was a 720S previously. Yeah. So yeah, apologies. Yeah, the January 2022 win, which was the race that took place back here, was a Mercedes GT3. I've scribbled McLaren on my notes.
Yeah, 2Cs have been stalwart Mercedes customers now, haven't they, for good 3 seasons?
Yeah.
But yeah, did have that McLaren spell. So Frederic Scharntorf's advantage now, 6.5 seconds. And that's a car that's now just getting stronger and stronger and stronger. But you look at it pre-race and think, well, that might be there or thereabouts. But it's just gone like clockwork. 55 10-second penalty for exceeding track limits. That's the car of Rinaldi Racing, so David Perel at the wheel of it. 9th overall, but that'll get the time penalty at the end of the race. And he's 24 seconds up on Wayne Boyd, so he should be okay to survive that. Number 11 in the meantime, David Arrigon, comes down at the end of the lap. He is closing all the while on Alessio Dono. So this is for position, isn't it? This is for 7th. Now Dono's got a penalty to be subject to at the end of the race, but Arrigon would rather like to be ahead on the road, and he doesn't have to worry about the penalty, therefore.
Yep, absolutely. He wants to do it on pure merit, doesn't he, and not have to worry about the order being overturned as and when time penalties are applied. Through the car in towards turn number 15 there, David Arrigon, and heads over the start-finish line now. What is the gap between the pair of them this time as they go through? Well, Alessio Dono and David Arrigon were separated by about a second last time through. It's come down again, I would say, on that particular lap, because David Arrigon was quicker through sector 1 and sector 2, but lost a little bit of ground through sector 3. Not much, however. So up towards the braking area for turn number 4. 24.5 minutes remaining, and it's still McLaren from Audi, from Porsche, the top 3.
2 on the lead lap. Porsche lonely for 3rd at the minute, with 338 laps done. It's a lap up on the Pro-Am battle. Adam Smalley to Jim Pla. That's going up as well, isn't it? So just as Gilles Magnus in 25 doesn't have an answer to Frederic Scharntorf, Jim Pla's Audi doesn't have an answer to another McLaren, that of Adam Smalley. So poor old Santalok are going to come up short-changed in both classes, it would appear, barring a disaster late race for either Optimum or for Garage 59. But they've come so close, but after domination in part 1, frustration in part 2 for Santalok.
Yeah, and I would have thought there's probably a bigger feeling of frustration or potential disappointment on the 25 side of the garage than there is the 26 side of the garage.
Yeah, I mean, the way that car was going early on, with the lead, with the fact that it was ahead at 7 of the 8 hours.
Looked like a done deal.
Precisely, yeah. I mean, we went into this thinking, right, what's going to happen to second place? Yeah. But no, it's turned out to be a far more interesting lead battle. But in the end, now, what we anticipated from Santalok is happening for Optimum. In other words, they're building the gap.
Yep, and the same happening in GT3 Pro-Am for Garage 59 over Santalok. So it's 6.8 seconds gap 1st to 2nd. In Pro-Am, it's 4.6 seconds gap 1st to 2nd. We don't need to worry about the gap 1st to 2nd in GT3 Am. I can tell you, it's 4 laps is the gap 1st to 2nd in GT3 Am. And in the Cup class, the gap 1st to 2nd is, well, 9 laps at this stage. So Julian Harness is behind the wheel of the number 91 QMMF by HRT Performance Porsche. That more than comfortably leads, doesn't it, the Cup class?
Yeah, indeed so. Right, so Frederic Scharntorf then still pushing on. building that gap. Couple of tenths here, couple of tenths there. 22 minutes and change on the clock. Remember that at the end of this, the podium ceremony will be underway as soon as, with the top 3 out of all the classes. And diving through the traffic is Davide Rigon coming into the chicane. Then he's hustling on in pursuit of Alessio Donna, who is very much a Ferrari star of the future, but Rigon is one of the old hands in the Ferrari, so he's got a lot of experience and he's chipping away. Stephen Grove, in the meantime, in 17th place, many laps back, like 22 laps back, but still pushing hard to get to the end. Again, a bit out of luck here, just as he was last year. Less damaging this year, but still out of luck compared to last year.
Yeah, we do know if Alessio Dono and Tom Fleming are partnered up again next year.
Don't know yet.
Don't know. No. They've been a good pairing this year, haven't they?
Yeah, we've only seen them in sprint, but it would be nice to see more of both, yeah, particularly. Tom Fleming looks really good, and Alessio Dono likewise. Probably Alessio the quicker of the two, but then poor old Tom Fleming was good at Brands, but then had quite a large accident at Misano, which dented his confidence a bit, whereas Alessio Dono was able to be in the car a bit more. Back into the pit lane comes number 6 Ferrari for probably a penalty to be served, because it hasn't done that for a lap or two, but it's back in. We've got behind the wheel of that car Ernst Kirchmeier, and the car has stopped. At least while it's there, it's not exceeding track limits, but it's not going anywhere at the moment. So this is the penalty being served. The way that the lollipop isn't just in front of the car, it's actually plonked on it.
They've done that every pit stop, haven't they, as well, yeah.
But that's a real, don't even think about moving.
Is that their regular lollipop, or is that just a Christmas lollipop with the flashing?
It does look quite festive, doesn't it?
It does look very festive.
Yeah.
And it's a long stop, isn't it?
Yes. Well, they've got 20 seconds to serve, 30 seconds to serve, I think. So penalties are racking up all the time.
And they must almost be there, are they, Tim? Who I think was trying to chip in for the
They're just starting to get the work done. They're actually doing a driver change as well. This is Giacomo Altway getting back in the car for this final 20 minutes of the race. But yeah, work has started after that extensive pause penalty.
Is that because he's teacher's pet and therefore has misbehaved less than the rest of them, David?
Probably. Yeah, you get the feeling that Mark Rosser, who put the car in the barriers, although possibly that was down to the Garage 59 oil, has rather had enough. I don't think we've seen him back in the car after the incident. But it's still going. You know, they've kept it in the race, they've repaired it, they had to put a new rear wing on the car, they've had to combat all of these penalties, and it will get to the end. Frederick Scharndorf in traffic then, down towards turn 5, goes through, skips past the Cup Porsche 92, which is second in the class now. And so we're counting down these last 20 minutes, but it does look as though with the gap now 7.7 seconds, it is a done deal for Frederick Scharndorf, who is getting away lap after lap from Gilles Magnus. And Santilloc doesn't have an answer. You look inside the garage and it's all rather quiet and rather sombre. And the atmosphere there, I think, rather different from how they were anticipating to be at the end of part 1.
Yeah, very much so. This wouldn't have been the outcome that they would have anticipated at all. 7.7 seconds adrift now. Gilles Magnus, of course, we did see that engine problem for not an Optimum Motorsport McLaren, because we've only got one entered, but for one of the 2 Garage 59 McLarens when it was in the hands of Benji Goethe, and that was an engine problem that occurred without any notification, just seemed to crop up all of a sudden. So whilst it looks like a done deal, with 18 minutes to go, you still just never know, do you? And even when they've taken the checkered flag, as you found out just a few weeks ago, if there's penalties subsequently offered up post-race, that affects the...
Totally, yeah.
Well, we say 5 1/1000ths was the win in the end, but it wasn't the win by the time the results had been changed.
No, that was a GT4 race at Macau. You're quite right. It was a virtual dead heat across the line, and then, a penalty applied afterwards for a starting offence. There's also, of course, technical checks to go through, which can trip you up. Ask many a touring car team. So it's not totally done until a result is published. As you see, 55 there, David Perel, the South African driver, getting up through the traffic ahead of Andrew Gilbert. But on face value at least, Optimum Motorsport heading for its biggest win.
Yes, absolutely. They'll be more than pleased that they came into this having stayed on the lead lap of the race to give them an opportunity for part 2 of the race. And whilst we saw a brilliant first stint from Aaron Tilletz, he was the first to hold his hand up and said just didn't have the pace in the second stint that he did. For Frederick Schandorf, he's been quick in the stints that he has done, but for Gilles Magnus, again, yeah, just one of those where the car has just lacked the pace where they wanted to. As Tim was alluding to, they are less comfortable with running it at night in the cooler conditions, and case in point, yeah, still losing time, now 8 seconds adrift.
And Jim Pla likewise, so the sister car falling away now 5.7 seconds back, so the Audis are wilting. They just can't survive in the cooler conditions. They're not as well suited. They don't have the bite, they don't have the grip, they don't have the traction. And Optimum Motorsport will not only be delighted, I'm sure, to take the win, if that's what we get in 16.5 minutes, but also to have put one over Garage 59, because of course that's a very experienced team with some good drivers in it as well. But Optimum Motorsport, that's been a bit of an underdog, very, very well run, good processes, and has developed nicely, is, as I say, heading for, in terms of an outright race win, its biggest. So we've got Frederick Schandorf to Gilles Magnus then. The leader has gone through, and the margin increasing lap after lap. Gilles Magnus goes by with precious little by way of an answer. 8 seconds now is that gap. And with 16 minutes to go, it could be getting on for 15 seconds of a margin come the end if it continues to lose that amount of pace. Frederick Schandorf on his toes, but he can be a bit more circumspect maybe through the traffic. He was quite brave there getting past Misha Stanley, wasn't he?
He certainly was, yeah. So just worked his way through turn number 3, turn number 4, round past Misha Stanley, who is potentially on, as long as the car is classified as a finisher, because it did lose a good chunk of laps earlier on in the race. But the Toro Verde GT machine, that looked as though it was well out of contention, is running 3rd in Cup class at this stage, and that is largely because of that what we thought was a drive shaft failure for Enrico Fulgenzi out on circuit, but the car, with what was a 20-minute repair, has never reappeared.
No, indeed. So it had another penalty to serve anyway, didn't it? A stop-go for a short pit stop, but no, in the end, that car not making it back out. So we lost 2 in part 1, we've lost 2 in part 2, and the 20 survivors battle on, with Frederick Schandorf then into the last 15 minutes of the Lenovo Golf 12 Hours. Comes out of turn 9 and gaining time normally in the sectors, although in fact on this lap he lost 3/10 in sector 1, but you might be able to put that down to traffic. Meanwhile, the Ferrari fight's still on, isn't it? Alessio Dono to Davide Rigon, and that now is just about 1.5 seconds between those two. Davide Rigon still pushing hard. So
he's one of those again that's been chipping away and chipping away and chipping away, but to the naked eye, every time you look at it, particularly down out of turn 6 and 7 and down the straight towards turn 9, it doesn't look as though the gap has changed at all.
No,
there's hardly any inroad been made.
But then it's different sectors, you know, all it is perhaps one key out-braking move or late-braking zone, and it's a different situation as Gilles Magnus, 55, David Perel tries to get past Ralph Bone and can't do anything about it. There's an example of the BOP of the Ferrari, late on the brakes, but in a straight line, just no grunt in comparison to the Porsche. Totally breathless, the Ferrari there.
Yeah, which makes me think it wasn't a ride height adjustment to that Ferrari. It was more to do with perhaps a boost pressure or a change of restrictor on it, or lambda sensor setting on it or something like that. So they just don't have the power off the corner, do they? Or the power down the straight. They lose it not just off the corner, but it's all the way down the straight.
Yeah, when you've got Ferraris fighting amongst themselves, it's obviously less apparent, but here, where you've got the Porsche able to totally charge, the Ferraris, turned down a bit after yesterday, but presumably too much. Ralph Bone goes deep into 9. David Perel tries to duck up the inside, but to no avail. Meanwhile, there is 51 of Alessio Dono still being chased by Davide Rigon, and the Porsche ahead, that's the Lion Speed car of Gabriel Rindone.
Yeah, there's just less than a second between those two Ferraris. Now for Gabriel Rindone, can Alessio Dono get through before the next corner? No is the answer. So through turn number 6, the Lion Speed Porsche of Gabriel Rindone still hangs on to the place. Alessio Dono will try and get a better exit through what is now the flat-out kink at turn number 8 and in towards the bank section at turn number 9. Alessio Dono is flashing his lights. He's looking for the inside line. Is he close enough to try a move? Decisively throws one up the inside. 2 wheels on the curb and just beyond. Gets the job done. And now the door is open, hopefully, for the next car to squeeze its way through as well, which is David Arrigon, who should also make his way through on the run-up towards turn number 9, and indeed has also made it past.
And while that's been going on, the lead gap's up to 8 seconds. So Frederick Schandorf now ticking off the laps. 346 of them are done. And 12 minutes to go. The Ferrari fight continues up towards the Armco around both Dono and Arrigon.
We're going to get past 349 then, aren't we now?
Looks like it.
Yep.
Yep.
It's because what I was doing was, of course, taking the average. And since I've taken that average, we've gone green all the way.
Right, right. Yeah, I'm surprised, actually, we've only had that one interruption in this part. So, down in the pit lane, teams now just, if you like, counting down the minutes, counting down the laps. The officials getting the top end of the pit lane ready for the Parc Fermé, where, of course, the cars will go, can't be touched by anybody until they are checked. 74's under investigation again, Andrew Gilbert, for Kessel Racing for exceeding track limits, so there might be another penalty brewing for that car before the end. And as 16 has just gone by, Sven Muller, he's not going to be on the lead lap, but it is going to be a podium finish, and from what Tim was explaining, quite a late deal to get that all turned around. The Proton Huber competition car that's sort of been built in the last couple of 3 days. It's been a mighty effort, that.
Yeah, good way to reward the team, isn't it?
For sure.
Solid result from them, having qualified 3rd quickest. Where are they going to finish? 3rd quickest, but it doesn't quite tell the full story, does it? But that car has always been there or thereabouts, as it's another car that's largely stayed out of trouble, hasn't picked up penalties, hasn't had any contact, and is on course for potentially an overall podium. So I think we're going to be around 352 laps, something like that. The record we'd had, 359 laps, that was back in 2022, when we only had just under 26 minutes behind the first of the 2 races in 2022, where we only had just under 26 minutes, either full course yellow or safety car.
That was the 2C's Mercedes win.
It was,
wasn't it?
Yeah.
The event came back here after its COVID switch to Bahrain. And so we're going to have a first win for Todd Coleman, a first win presumably for Aaron Tellitz, a first win for Frederick Schandorf, a first win for Optimum Motorsport, only a second win for McLaren. There's quite a lot of history set to be made here, and it may well be that we're seeing the last big race, big result for an Audi R8, but it looks as though it's going to be second, both in class and outright, as Santa Lot's results. I wonder whether, I know it's a different team, but I wonder whether that Simpson Audi is having the same issues in the cooler conditions with its setup that the Santa Lot one is having.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't been back inside the top 10, I don't think, in part 2 of the race, hardly, has it? It's always been just outside. It is 2 laps adrift of the next car, and even in the hands of Casper Stevenson, then that's not going to happen. But yeah, it's just not quite been there. Into the pits
26.
comes Jim Pla.
Yeah. So is that for a late splash of fuel? There's no penalty that I can recall that car has incurred. So there's going to be, oh, it's a tyre, is it? It might be a rear tyre. A left rear tyre is being changed or being looked at. So they've got a problem or an issue around the left rear corner. Tim?
Yeah, they're just, all the mechanics are running around each tyre, kind of shaking, putting their hands and giving it a bit of a push to see. And the wheel con's going on the front left, which they're taking off, rather having a look inside. A bit of bodywork there being thrown out. What if it's picked up some debris? Something might have come up the car there. The car's ready to go.
The fact that Jim Pla has left 11s on the road suggests he is not at all happy with that time loss.
I left the mic open because I thought some people might enjoy hearing the Audi R8 pull away there.
Right, did they actually change tyres or just check everything?
It looked like the same tyre that came off went back on again.
Yeah.
Didn't see another tyre come out. So, but they did remove a big bit of carbon that kind of came out with one of the mechanics, and he threw it over the back. So I think a bit of debris might have been caught inside the suspension there.
Okay, so whether it's dropped out of the wheel arch of that car or it's somebody else's that's been picked up, we don't yet know. 74, and I mentioned it's got a 10-second penalty for exceeding track limits. Yes, that's Andrew Gilbert. Meanwhile, lead gaps come down a bit. Frederick Schandorf to Gilles Magnus, 7.2 seconds. But with 7.5 minutes on the clock, you get the feeling is Frederick Schandorf just driving well within himself, getting it to the end.
Stroke the car home, yeah, don't drive any quicker than you need to. Manage the gap is what he'll be doing. And, of course, just be careful as you head through the traffic. Next bit of traffic he deals with, won't want to get involved. Ralph Boone leading the GT3 AM category, running 6th overall. I think we'll actually jump to 5th as a result of that Jim Pla pit stop that time through. I think that will drop the Santalok Audi down an overall position. I still think it will be 2nd in GT3 Pro-Am, despite that unscheduled pit stop, because they've got a full lap in hand over Alessio Dono in the AF course number 51 Ferrari. So don't think they'll lose a position in class with that unscheduled pit stop.
Just looking to see who else is under investigation, because obviously we're getting the penalties confirmed as quickly as. I'm not really sure there's anything else of significance that's being looked at. 74 was the last one to be investigated, and its penalty has now been confirmed. So pretty much now everything is accounted for. If a penalty's not been served, it will be added on at the end of the race, but there's nothing else that if you like, has been raised but hasn't had an answer to.
No, I'm with you there. And I think the only real one that's going to affect potential podiums is going to be, we've still got the number 51 car of Alessio Dono with penalties hanging over it, which are going to mean it will drop potentially from 3rd in GT3 Pro-Am down to 4th in GT3 Pro-Am, and promote David Rigon and the rest of the number 11 Kessel Racing team up onto that podium.
So it's 11/10 of a second between Dono and Rigon, but then you put this time penalty onto Dono of 10 seconds, so Rigon's got the job done, hasn't he? He's just sitting there. Yeah, he'd like to be ahead on the road, but he doesn't need to be, because corrected times will do the job for him. 5 3/4 minutes to go, 7.2 seconds between the top two. You have to feel a bit for Santalok and for Gilles Magnus and for Dennis Marshall, who on paper seemed to be running away with this at the end of the first part. And of course Zhou Bi Huang, who did all the good work as the bronze in part 1, hasn't been called upon for part 2, and he also must have been just sitting there watching the race kind of unravel around him. Tim may have the answer to this. He may not be allowed to answer this, but do we know, Tim, which brand Santalok is likely to gravitate towards for next year? Because there is all this talk of the Audi relationship coming to an end.
Well, I for one don't exactly know, so I'm not going to try and pretend I do.
Okay.
But we've seen Audi brands from the GT World Challenge Europe paddock move away. Thinking of CSA Racing, they went to McLaren. That was announced during the Jeddah weekend. I wonder who. Yeah, I agree with you. I wonder who Santalok will go on to, because it's going to be funny to see the Santalok name associated with anything other than Audi if they do indeed make a switch.
True enough. There's going to be quite a lot of shuffling next year, isn't there? CSA to McLaren, as you say. Haupt going from Mercedes to Ford with the Mustangs. We've got Mercedes going to the World Endurance Championship with Iron Lynx, which in turn defects from Lamborghini. So there's quite a lot of shuffling.
Absolutely. I think I'd like to see a Mustang here. People might agree with me on that. If we could get that HRT Ford Mustang here for the Golf 12 Hours, that would be fun.
We'd like lots of them, because they just make the best noise, don't they? They would sound proper around here.
They'd sound brilliant. You can hear them coming from a mile away, and I think down the back stretch as well here at Abu Dhabi, 2 long back stretches. You could really let that pony power sing.
Right. Can you start a campaign, please, on social media? Vote Mustang, or whatever you want to call it.
Absolutely. I'm on it.
Good man. Yeah, they do sound fantastic, and Hubert Haupt's HRT team heading in the direction of Ford, away from Mercedes for next season. So yeah, GT grids are going to look a bit different. Different names, different teams, different brands, all connected for next year, and may well be that we have a very different look to the Lenovo Golf 12 Hours in 12 months' time. This one, though, has got 3.5 minutes still to run as you look at the 3rd place car. Sven Muller back at the wheel of it, and he has spent the majority of the 12 hours, it feels like, in that car, because although 3 hours had to be done by Sergei Stolyarov, the lion's share of the other 9 have been his.
He's been a bit of a greyhound, hasn't he, in this one? He's been chasing the rabbit ahead of him continually every single stint and getting closer to it, but every time he gets closer to it, end of the race almost, wasn't it, for him each time? Yeah, didn't quite get there in time, so yeah.
I'll go again, I'll do another stint, I'll get it next time. Yeah. But it's been a really impressive drive by Sven Muller, and quite often when you've got you take Spa as a sort of 50-odd car grid, there are so many people in that, some just get swamped. You just can't really get a handle on what they're doing. Here, which admittedly is a smaller grid, but it does give the opportunity, smaller grid, longer race, for people to get more coverage, to really shine. You can latch onto what people are doing for more than just a few laps.
Absolutely, and I think throughout the course of this 12 hours with the 24 cars, I think we have pretty much covered off every car in equal quantities, largely because of where they've been, and either picked up on those that maybe have been lower down through the order because they've had problems, or of course the ones at the front are always going to get a bit more airtime. But every driver we've covered off as well. I don't think there's anybody we've not mentioned.
No, I think we've pretty much ticked the box, haven't we, for most? Yeah, so I'm pretty much all. Even if they've not been in part 2, they've made a big contribution to the first part. David Rigon for Kessel is 8th on track, 7th on corrected times we anticipate. He's not going to get close enough, is he, to Jim Pla? Actually, no, because although he's only a second back, there's no penalty looming for Jim Pla. So David Rigon isn't going to clear Dono, and therefore won't be able to get up the road to have a go at Pla, unless the Audi needs to come back into the pit lane. But we've got 85 seconds of the race to go. So for the leader, it's going to be the last lap that he will start this time. So one more lap looms for Frederick Schandorf. The gap's down to 5.5 seconds, but I think that's enough, isn't it?
I'd have thought so, yeah. That seems as though that's more than enough to manage. I'm wondering, Jim Pla needs to up his pace a bit. Last lap was 1 minute 56.7. The two Ferraris behind, 1 minute 53s. So if they do get closer to him, then maybe they could do something. But I think Jim Pla, again, is a bit like Frederick Schandorf. He's just driving at the pace that he knows that he needs to do. And yes, they'll be, I think, reasonably happy that they finished second, but disappointed that they couldn't really fight for it with that very late pit stop that they had. But for Optimum Motorsport and Frederick Schandorf, it certainly looks as though they are on for the win here. Not just him, of course. Todd Coleman doing a great job. Aaron Tillet's doing a fantastic stint, and even though the car sort of dropped away as far as he was concerned in performance in the second part of the stint that he was doing in part 2 of the race, it's been one of those cars, David, that has kept its nose clean. It's dealt with the traffic. It's coming back with all of the dive planes still on it, no gaffer tape on it, and it's hardly picked up a penalty.
It's been a mighty effort, hasn't it, by Bas Linders, who, bearing in mind Optimum were running cars in Malaysia last week. It's been a busy few days for the crew, and to come to a different event, different rule set, different way of operating it. It has been an outstanding job. 4.5 seconds is the margin, so Frederick Schandorf has backed off the pace a little bit, but you only have to win by 1,000th as long as you win the race. And so Frederick Schandorf, who made his name initially in Lamborghinis, comes then now down towards the approach to the W Hotel. He will swing his way towards turns 12, 13, 14, wriggling through these almost 90-degree corners, then underneath the bridge to bring him along round the back of the marina, and then 2 corners will beckon. The checkered flag is going to be made ready. It has been the 14th Lenovo Gulf 12 Hours. It is going to be a second win in the event for McLaren, a first for Optimum Motorsport, a first for Aaron Tellitz, for Todd Coleman, and for Frederick Schandorf, who brings the McLaren across the line to win the Gulf 12 Hours of 2024 to a delighted McLaren team. It's been a good 10 days, hasn't it, for McLarens around the Yas Marina Circuit, with a Grand Prix win last week and with honours in the Gulf 12 Hours this week as well. And that is the biggest and best result for Optimum. Yes, they've had title or race success in class, but for an overall result, that is quite something. 4 seconds back for Santilot, Gilles Magnus, Zhou Bihuang, and third driver of the car, Dennis Marshall, which we, I think probably many others, expected to be the winning car after the dominance of part 1. And for third place, a lap back, it is going to be Sven Muller, Sergei Borisov and Sergei Stolyarov in the Proton Huber competition Porsche. But the delighted Optimum Motorsport is palpable. And then the next car we need to concentrate on, Mark, is going to be the Pro-Am winner.
It is, yep. So the number 8 McLaren that is being brought towards the checkered flag by Adam Smalley, Alexander West, Louis Perret and Philip Perret, having done lots of hard work through that car, comes over the start-finish line now, finishes 4th overall and takes the Pro-Am honours. We've also seen the GT3 AM class winner come through as ready to take the checkered flag, which is Ralph Bone, Dustin Blattner and Alfred Renauer. and they will be more than pleased with the class win. They qualified on pole. They were a lap adrift in the first part of the race, and at the end of part 2 of the race, yes, they are now 3 laps adrift, but that still is a mega performance from an AM car.
And another McLaren win then in Pro-Am to add to the Grand Prix last week. We're going to have to rename this Yas McLaren, aren't we, rather than Yas Marina, but it has been a very happy hunting ground for all manner of McLarens over the last week or so. A really, really happy team. Garage 59 then taking Pro-Am honours. Very happy Adam Smalley, along with Alexander West and Louis and Philippe Pret then. And that, if you like, tempers some of the disappointment at Garage 59 with the sister car having its engine failure. But hats off to Optimum, a wonderful effort. That it still remains a bit of an underdog team, but that should, if they aren't on the map already, that should do the trick. And what better way to round out the season than with a win in a 12-hour race, a proper endurance race. And Todd Coleman, Aaron Tellitz and Frederick Schandorf operating really well as a combination. Good strategy going back to part 1 when we had those safety car and full course yellow periods, putting Todd Coleman as the bronze back in, burning up that bronze driver time. That's a really well thought out win. But more than anything, reliability of the car impressive as well.
Reliability of the car impressive, consistency of the drivers impressive. Todd Coleman, considering he'd never even seen this circuit before, the first time he drove it was in free practice. He didn't do much on the sim because he couldn't get to his sim because he's been away working. That's what this event is about. It's about the bronze, it's about the gent. And here he is walking away with the biggest smile on his face and fantastic memories of this event. One thing I would say, Todd Coleman, if you're listening, go and tell everybody. Go and tell everybody. Get some more here to do exactly the same. Well done.
Yeah, and the way the regulations have been written this year, now that it's free of being part of the championship, to make every car have a bronze, and all the bronzes have played a major part, whether it's been by their pace or by, if you like, being sacrificial, you know, doing the minimum, doing the driving when it's been under yellow conditions. All right, it's not what a racing driver wants to do, but they've all been aware that if we want the best result, we're going to have to sacrifice ourselves a little bit here. Well, a tremendous effort then. Optimum Motorsport, Frederick Schandorf, Aaron Tellitz, Todd Coleman are the winners of the Lenovo Gulf 12 Hours from Santalok, from Proton Huber competition. And we'll confirm the class results in due course. The drivers are heading into Parc Fermé, and after that we'll worry about the podium ceremony. But yet again, the Gulf 12 Hours has delivered plenty of drama and some new winning names atop that roll of honour at the Lenovo Gulf 12 Hours.
You could see the delight on the face of Frederick Schandorf there, who's receiving huge hugs from Todd Coleman. And before that, it was Aaron Lietz that had a word with him. The main floodlights already go out here and start flashing away, lights flashing away in celebration of the 14th running of the Lenovo Gulf 12 Hours. And those celebrations, I'm sure, for Optimum Motorsport and others, Garage 59 and Herbeth Motorsport, the respective class winners, and of course, let's not forget QMMF by HRT Performance, and they're winning the Cup class. They will be carrying on long into the night. We'll say cheerio to David Addison. He's got a flight to catch, so he's already disappearing out of the commentary box. He's going to make his way over to grab a taxi, and we'll be taking off in little more than probably 2.5, 3 hours' time. So he's already had to make the dash. I know down there in the pit lane, and he'll grab drivers as and when they are ready. We have got Tim Fulbrook to catch up with some of the drivers down there in the pit lane before they're then very shortly ushered towards the podium.
It's going to make for some interesting viewing, I'll tell you that, Mark, with the lights flashing off and on. If we just turn around so the guys are in front of their car. Let's start with you, Todd. Todd, an incredible race for you guys, and an incredible race for you specifically as a driver. First time here. You just had a go on the sim a couple of weeks ago with Dubai, and race winner.
Oh, thank you. A couple days ago, not even a couple weeks ago. But look, I got incredible drivers around me. These guys are incredible coaches. They tell me when I got to get my shit together, and we got this Optimum team that we haven't even talked about. We came in here underdogs, and we came out winners, so super proud of everybody.
Congratulations, and it must be amazing as well to get an overall win. I mean, that feeling of being top step at the overall podium.
Nothing better.
Absolutely brilliant. And Aaron, we spoke to you after your stint in this second part of the race. You said, some things maybe didn't feel quite right, but at the end, that didn't matter. Overall winners.
Absolutely. Fred did such an incredible job, and so did Todd. I mean, his first time here, he literally got on a simulator a couple days ago to see this place, and now be standing here overall winners. Amazing. Optimum team hit all the right moves all race long.
It's been an incredible event, an interesting event, obviously, with the split format returning. You guys had to dig deep across that 12 hours. It wasn't just about being there at the end of 8 and being in the fight at 4. It was a real hard graft throughout it.
Yeah, it was. It was a hard race the whole way through. I thought it was pretty fun how the race kind of ends after 8 and then restarts again for the last 4 hours. Makes it a really cool event and a great way to end the year.
Brilliant. Well, congratulations. I'll move across as well to your third, the other teammate, Frederick Shandor. Frederick, an incredible race, an incredible drive from you. You must feel incredible, even more so after an overall win like that.
Yeah, I think these last 2 stints was probably one of my best in my entire career, especially the first one where I just step by step got a few tens. So it was just really incredible, super fun, and thank you to these 2 guys to bring me on board here, and the team as well to do such an amazing job. I'm really happy to finish the season off with a win. So I think it's just really good. I'm looking forward to get to Christmas break now.
Yeah, is fun the word that sums it up as a professional driver, getting in for those last 4 hours with the job, plain and simple, drive the wheels off the thing?
Yeah, almost. I think almost the diffuser fall off, so I definitely drove something off. So it was really good, such enjoyable. I really enjoy being here and this championship and with the team, so I'm just looking forward to next year's race.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Fred. Congratulations. Mark, amazing feeling from all 3 drivers. You can just tell the emotion for what it means to take a victory that was so hard fought.
Absolutely, and as we've said, that's what this event is out, to see the big smile on Todd Coleman's face, bearing in mind, as he said, the team comes in as a bit of an underdog. He was unfamiliar with the team, unfamiliar with his teammates, well, other than Aaron, who of course he's raced with and finished in the IMSA Pilot Challenge in 6th place overall in that championship this year. A circuit that he's unfamiliar with. There's Bas Linders, the team manager there and owner at Optimum Motorsport. And those 3 drivers will be very shortly ushered up towards the podium. So I'm not sure whether Tim's going to get the opportunity to chat to any more drivers, or whether now he's made his way up towards the podium with the microphone in advance of Alan Hyde. I can see Tim wandering around in the background, which does suggest he might find another driver or 2 to perhaps have a word with. As long as he's got the cameraman somewhere near him, then we'll still get a reception off the radio mic. But of course, he's also having to juggle the fact that some of those drivers now are being asked to head towards the podium, because we've got a chunk of podiums to get through, which will be, of course, the top 3 overall. I think we've got the which will be the top 3 in the pro category. We'll have the Pro-Am podium, we'll have the Am podium, and of course the introduction of the Cup class for this year as well. So there's a chunk of podiums to get through, each of which will have their own separate protocol, for which Alan Hyde will be the man in charge of those respective podiums. And Tim will, I don't think, get the opportunity to chat to any more drivers, because we do need to now start to get the drivers heading towards the podium in advance of the presentation. So we've had a few selfies taken down there from our winning team. There's now going to, I think, be a team photo that's going to be quickly done, and there'll be plenty more time for them to have a chat and debrief. As ever, Yas Marina has looked fantastic, but let's just confirm the results for you. Optimum Motorsport take the win overall. The number 69 car, which was shared by Todd Coleman, by Frederick Shandorf and by Aaron Tellitz. And second overall, it was the Santaloc Audi, the number 25 car, which led for a good chunk of it, but it wasn't to be for Gilles Magnus, for Joao Bitwang and for Dennis Martial. Proton Huber competition were always there or thereabouts. They finished 3rd overall in the end at the wheel of the number 16 car with Sven Muller, Sergei Borisov and Sergei Stolyarov doing great things as well. 4th was the car that won Pro-Am, which was Garage 59 McLaren, and it was the car that led GT3 over the start-finish line to claim honours. It was 5th overall, Herbert Motorsport, Ralph Bone, Dustin Blattner and Alfred Renauer. Paul Livrard, Jim Pla, Michael Blanchimont and Benjamin Ricci finished there in 6th place overall, and in 7th place it was AF Corsa and the number 51 car. 8th place, Kessel Racing, number 11. 9th place was 55. Renilde Racing completed the top 10, was number 88, Dragon Racing. Haas RT finished just outside of the top 10 in 11th place, with Simpson Motorsport there in 12th place, and Lion Speed with their Porsche had problems early on. That was there they lost a raft of time, but after that the car ran fairly faultlessly. They finished 13th. Kessel Racing were 14th, the number 74 car, and in 15th place, that is the winner of the Cup class in the car, QMMF by HRT. Finished in 15th place. 16th place, Racing 1. That's the car that probably picked up more drive-through penalties or stop-go penalties for track limits infringements than any other car. 17th place, car that lost lots of time with front suspension failure, which was 2Cs. 18th was MP, 19th was HRT, and Toro Verde GT completed the top 10. I can hear the radio mic back open in the pit lane, which does suggest that we are getting ready for the podium. I can see an ever larger crowd now starting to appear down underneath the podium, and with the, I think, podium mic struck back up again. Does that mean, Alan, we are not that far away now from doing our podiums?
Oh, we're not that far away. There are plenty of people that are assembling behind the podium, and I can hear myself on the speaker now. There is one thing that I would like to do, and it might not be with a camera, but it might be just a couple of words with the gentleman who will be presenting the GT3 overall, Stuart Latham, who is the Yas Marina Circuit Track and Community Engagement Director. Stuart, I hope you don't mind me having a chat to you before we start the presentation. Just to say, you and your team have done the most remarkable job, because this time last week we were just sweeping up the remnants of the podium from the final round of the Formula One World Championship, and in a week you've turned this place around to host the 12-hour race that we have every year.
Yeah, it's actually less than a week. You wouldn't believe on Friday morning at 8 a.m. that Formula One had even been in town. So I'm so proud to be part of the amazing team here that's managed to do that. I'm super proud of those guys, the hard work they've done, the lack of sleep that they've had. It's been an absolutely miraculous turnaround.
May I ask, and you probably do know off the top of your head, if you don't then I will forgive you, how many people have been involved in this turnaround operation?
For this week, probably we're on 24-hour duty from Tuesday night onwards, and I would say we're looking in the region of about 400 to 500 people to turn it around.
Goodness. Yeah. And as if that wasn't enough for you to deal with, you also managed to squeeze in a few frames for a Hollywood movie as well.
Yeah, one or two. I believe Brad's been around somewhere making a nuisance of himself, but that was also an amazing piece for us to be a part of.
Incredible work. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for talking to us. Stuart Latham, who is the Yas Marina Circuit Track and Community Engagement Director, and he'll be making the presentations in just a few moments' time. So let's press on with our podium. Our first podium is going to be for the GT Cup. No, they're not here yet. Okay, right. We'll have a few more moments before we get everybody up here onto the podium. So we will wait, Mark, very soon. It's incredible how they turn these things around. We've already got circuit vehicles on, haven't we? And they'll be doing their various clean-up operations, which is just incredible. Just hearing from Stuart about the turnaround in the last 6 days to get this 12-hour race run, less than 6 days in actual fact. It's a quite incredible job, isn't it?
We were talking about Herculean efforts out on circuit. Well, it must have been a Herculean effort by the whole team, wasn't it? You know, when you need that amount of people to do it, it goes to show it's not a small task that needs doing. And they didn't have a great deal of time, but as Stuart alluded to, you wouldn't have known Formula One was here just a week ago. So the crowd gathering underneath the podium. And as we say, we've got a few podiums to get through, so the choreography for it all needs to be correct. We need to do almost the school register as well. We say it's a bit like the last day at school. Well, school hasn't quite finished yet. We need to do a register of the drivers. We need to check that we have everybody that we need for those podiums. And once we get there, I will be sort of signing off from here and handing you over to Alan, who I think is going to close off our footage of the 14th running of the Lenovo Gulf 12 Hours here at Yas Marina, the 13th event that we've had, but the 14th Gulf 12 Hours in total. So we're not that far away from the podiums, and I think I can hand you over to Alan Hyde.
For our first podium, podium number 1 for the 2024 Lenovo Golf 12 Hours. I'm delighted to say we are joined by George Jacobs, Managing Director of Middle East and North Africa DSV Fairs and Event, to make the presentation. And we'll get the drivers onto the podium in reverse order, starting with third place, car number 42, Toro Verde, with Graham Mundy, Stephen Licorice, Steve Laidlaw and Mika Stanley making their way onto the podium. In second place, number 92, HRT Performance onto the podium with Sheikh Yassim Al Thani, Ahmed Al Amadi, Axel Sartenjen and Liang Jiatong onto the podium. Well done to HRT Performance. And to the winners, car number 91. Car number 91 onto the podium, QMMF by HRT Performance, with Ghanim Al Madheed, Abdullah Ali Al Khalifi, Ibrahim Ali Al Abdul Ghani and Julian Hanzus onto the top step of the podium. They make their way onto the podium, and as I say, George Jacobs, Managing Director of Middle East and North Africa DSV Fairs and Events, will make the presentation. And as the drivers have already made their way onto their respective podium steps, onto this quite splendid podium that we have here, which appeared last year for 2023, the island which stretches over the pit lane, and then we have the presentations taking place on each individual, and the world's press gathered down there on track just below the podium. So trophies now being handed out to Toro Verde, car number 42, Graham Mundy, Stephen Licorice, Steve Laidlaw, Mika Stanley. To HRT Performance with Sheikh Yassim Al Thani, Ahmed Al Imadi and Axel Sartengen, and Liang Jiatong in second place. And then to our winners, with Ghanim Salah Al Madheed, Abdullah Ali Al Khalifi, Ibrahim Ali Al Abdul Ghani and Julian Hanzus on the top step of the podium. Our podium, everybody, for GT Cup. Everybody has their trophies now. They hold them high. A lovely round of applause from the crowd underneath the podium, and a wonderful photographic opportunity as well. Our first podium of 4 for GT Cup, and our thanks to George Jacobs for making the presentation, smiling as he makes his way off the podium, and now all the drivers posing with their quite splendid trophies. The top 3 teams, everybody, in GT Cup. That's our GT Cup podium, everyone. As the drivers make their way off the podium, we'll get ready for our second podium, which is for GT3 AM. The presentation will be made by Luigi Premuda, representative of Pirelli, who is here as the GT Cup drivers make their way off the podium. Plenty of them, of course. It takes a little while to... And of course, they all want to chat as well, don't they? So big smiles all around as the GT Cup drivers make their way away from the podium. And we'll get ready for our second podium presentation for GT3 AM category. And are we ready to go with our second podium for GT3 AM? Delighted to say that Luigi Premuda, representative of Pirelli, will make the presentation. Drivers onto the podium in reverse order, starting with third place, car number 58. Well done to MP Racing, Thomas Gosner, Manuele Gosner, Corinna Gosner, and David Gosner. They are the spirits of the Lenovo Golf 12 Hours, and all four of the family take their step on the third step of the podium. In second place, car number 2, Haas RT, with Xavier Knauf, Gregory Survey, John Corbett, and Casper Stevenson making their way onto the podium. And the winners, car number 7, Herberth Motorsport, well done. Car number 7, the winners, Ralph Byrne, Dustin Blattner, and Alfred Renoyer make their way onto the podium as winners in the GT3 AM category. And what a win it was. A superb work by Herberth Motorsport over the course of 12 hours and in qualifying yesterday as well. Luigi Premuda from Pirelli is making the presentation, makes his way onto the podium now, and with trophies making their way out. Trophies to be presented, first of all, to our third place team, to the Gosners, Thomas, Manuela, Corinna, and David Gosner. Well done to them. Get their trophies then to Haas RT, Xavier Knauf, Gregory Survey, John Corbett, and Casper Stevenson getting their trophies. Well done. And then to our winners, to Ralph Bond, Dustin Blattner, and Alfred Renoyer. Herberth Motorsport, car number 7, about to receive their winners' trophies from Luigi Premuda, our representative of Pirelli. Holding up their trophies, we're about to present the winners' trophies now. They make their way onto the podium. And there we go, all of them presented with their trophies now, and an opportunity for a selfie as well. That, everybody, is our GT3 AM podium. All posing with their trophies, photographers, and there are plenty of them queuing up for photographs down on ground level at GT3 AM podium. So they make their way off the podium now. That's our GT3 AM podium. 2 more podiums to conduct. GT3 Pro Am, that's our next podium presentation. And then, of course, GT3 overall. Drivers making their way away from the podium. Well done to the Gosners. They're making their way off the podium and still smiling and enjoying life. Absolutely brilliant. Our next podium is for GT3 Pro Am, and we get the drivers onto the podium in reverse order, starting with third place, number 11, car number 11 onto the podium, Kessel Racing. We're at Roglu, Giorgio Roda, David Fumanelli, and Davide Rigon make their way across the podium, and there's a youngster in arms as well onto the third step of the podium. In second place, car number 26. Well done to Santaloc Racing, to Paul Everard, to Jim Pla, Michael Blanchemont, and Benjamin Ricci. And then to our winners, car number 8. Well done to Garage 59, to Alexander West, to Louis Pret, Philippe Pret, and Adam Smalley. They cross the bridge over to the top step of the podium in GT3 Pro Am. That's it. All the drivers are now in place on the podium, and I'm delighted to say that Mohammed Al Hashmi, track and motorsport manager, will make the presentations, and we'll get first of all the trophies out for Kessel Racing, car number 11 in 3rd place, about to receive their trophies at the far end of the podium. Murat, Giorgio, David and Davide all receiving their trophies for 3rd place in the Kessel Racing number 11 car. And then down at this end of the podium to Santalok Racing, car number 26, to Paul Everard, Jim Pla, Michael Blanchemont and Benjamin Ricci, about to receive their 2nd place trophies. And they hold the trophies high. And then to our winners, to car number 8, Garage 59. Get the trophies ready. Onto the podium they go. And Mohammed Al Hashmi, track and motorsport manager, will make the presentation to the winners, to Alexander West, to Louis Pret, Philippe Pret, and Adam Smalley. Well done to our winners. Well done to all of our drivers on the podium for our 3rd podium, GT3 Pro-Am. So they hold the trophies up, photographs are complete, they hop down from their respective podium steps, and our GT3 Pro-Am podium drivers make their way off the podium, and they're delighted. Our winners, absolutely delighted. Well done to Garage 59. They go to the front of the podium and pose with their trophies. Photograph opportunities are plenty. And as they make their way away from the podium, they cross the podium bridge back to the back of the podium. Kisses all around for the little one that joined in on the podium. And as the final few drivers make their way away from the back of the podium, well done. We are just about ready for our 4th and final podium for GT3 overall for the Lenovo Golf 12 Hours. 3rd place, car number 16, Proton Huber competition with Stephen Muller, Sergei Storyov and Sergei Borisov. On to the 3rd step of the podium they go for Proton Huber competition. In 2nd place, car number 25, the Santalok Racing team with Gilles Magnus, Dennis Marshall and Zhou Beihuang. Onto the 2nd step of the podium. And then to our winners, number 69, Optimum Motorsport, Todd Coleman, Aaron Tillitz and Frederick Schandorf make their way across the podium bridge. They are the winners in 2024 of the Lenovo Golf 12 Hours. Stuart Latham, the Yas Marina Circuit Track and Community Engagement Director, will make the presentation. First of all, to our 3rd place drivers, to Stephen Muller, to Sergei Stolyayov, to Sergei Borisov in 3rd place for Proton Huber competition. And then the presentation to our 2nd place drivers, to Santalok Racing, car number 25, to Gilles Magnus, Dennis Marshall and Zhou Beihuang in 2nd place, about to receive their trophies from Stuart Latham. And then onto the top step of the podium, the final trophy presentation ahead of the winning team's national anthem. We will have the presentation to the 3 drivers for Optimum Motorsport, car number 69. Huge congratulations to Todd Coleman, to Aaron Tillitz and to Fred Schandorf. A super job over the course of 12 hours by all 3 of them. That concludes the podium presentation. And now, everybody, the national anthem. Our winners, everybody, Optimum Motorsport, car number 69 with Todd Coleman, Aaron Tillit and Fred Schandorf on the podium. And now I wonder, are they going to be distributed the traditional sparkling rose water? And if that will make its way onto the podium, they can celebrate, or maybe they're not going to be spraying their traditional rose water on the podium. Just about to make their way away from the podium, but one final picture at the front of the barriers. Opportunity to throw down a couple of the Pirelli podium caps as well to a few lucky team recipients down there underneath. Well, that's our winners, everyone. Optimum Motorsport, car number 69. Todd Coleman, Aaron Tillit and Fred Schandorf make their way off the podium. And that is our final podium presentation for the 2024 Lenovo Golf 12 Hours. Well done to all of the drivers that made it onto the podium, and thank you all for watching over the course of yesterday with Mark Werrell and David Addison and Tim as well down in the pit lane. Thank you so much for watching. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage. This is a unique event from one of the most beautiful circuits on the planet here at Yas Marina. Maybe you might want to think about coming over here for an end-of-year treat and spectating it in real life. But in the meantime, thank you so much for watching wherever you are in the world. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage. For now, from the podium at Yas Marina Circuit, it's going to be good night from the 2024 Lenovo Golf 12 Hours.